I'm Ari Schwartz. I am the coordinator of the Cybersecurity Coalition, and I'm happy to work on this event with the Cyber Threat Alliance and Michael Daniel and his team, who will be speaking later on. I'm going to first tell you a little bit about the Cybersecurity Coalition. We're a coalition of 19 companies that have worked together to build up the cybersecurity ecosystem and improve it and work on policy together. This year, we've had a really great year in terms of being able to still influence, even though we've been working remotely a lot. And I think that in some ways that has helped us to figure out ways to work better internationally with our international colleagues and the folks in Brussels in particular, working on, as you'll hear in a few minutes here, some of the work that we've done on related to the network information security work in the NIS2 work in Brussels. We've worked internationally. We've done a lot more in Australia as well, because we've been able to focus a lot of attention internationally. Internally in the US, I'm in DC, since this is still CyberNextDC. We have had a successful push for funding in the COVID release package for cybersecurity and in the infrastructure packages. It's really a big efforts for us. We've been able to engage on a lot of the IT executive order work that's been going on at Commerce Department. Been doing a lot of the executive cybersecurity, the Biden cybersecurity executive order tracking that they've done, the May executive order, including meetings with NIST on their software and IoT efforts that came out of that, comments on SBOM, the federal zero trust strategy are key areas for us. We've been taking leading roles on supply chain areas, including DHS Supply Chain Task Force. We've done a lot of work on in the UK as well, including their supply chain efforts as well, and the open comment periods that they've had there. We've built up a lot of work and had a lot of direct meetings with them as well. We helped to build the private sector's ransomware task force, and worked on a lot of that's being done today. Well, you'll hear a panel focused on some of that work and the follow up to that following afterwards. And then we continue to do our work on protecting researchers, on vulnerability disclosure issues, and on gaining on risk management, including as it relates to the reasonable incident reporting standards that we're hearing both in the EU, as you'll hear about, and in the US, as we expect some movement on that in the NDAA package that's moving forward and on the Hill now. So this is really, it's so far. That's a lot of work for us, for a group of 19 companies coming together. We expect that to continue and more successes moving forward. And with that, I'm going to introduce our first speaker, who's already standing behind me on the big screen here and in the room. It's my pleasure to introduce the Honorable Bart Groothuis, who's an MEP, to give our opening keynote address. As a member of the European Parliament, Mr. Groothuis is a member of the Industry, Research and Energy Committee and a substitute member for the Committee on Security and Defense. His parliamentary work has had a strong cybersecurity focus, especially in his role as the rapporteur of the NIS2 directive, the energy transition and disinformation and foreign interference. Prior to becoming an MEP, he served as the head of the cybersecurity for the Dutch Ministry of Defense, and I can say that in his work in the government in the Netherlands and in his work as an MEP, he's been a good partner for the Cybersecurity Coalition, and we always look forward to working with him. We're especially pleased with the efforts that he's had as rapporteur on this too. So, Mr. Groothuis, we're very grateful for your time today, and we look forward to hearing your remarks.
Cheers. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for inviting me here today, but not just today. I'd also like to thank you for reaching out to me in Brussels, both by the Cybersecurity Coalition and the Cyber Threat Alliance. It's been great working with you, and we will take on board almost everything that you reached out to me. So I'm really, really thrilled. I come from the cybersecurity community, so I feel like a fish in the water speaking with you, and I'm very eager to hear your questions. But I'd first like to say a couple of things what we're working on in Europe, and some of the things I'm very much looking forward to hearing your opinion on what is happening in the US. But before we start, I'd like to say, why are we doing this? And then I'd like to say a couple of things on what are we working on in Europe. And then what I'd like to do with you is seeing what kind of concrete events, cybersecurity incidents, and what kind of lessons that we took from them and how we will regulate that in Europe in the next coming years to come, so that you get a broad view of what is happening in Brussels. I'd like to give you some insight in what the thinking is. Now, let me first say that I come from the Netherlands, and in 2019, cybercrime doubled, the police said. And I've seen FBI figures from 2020, the year after, and over 300% increase worldwide, tripling of ransomware only in all security services here in Europe, but also in the US, tell me that 2021 has a new peak. So I thought that what the previous DHS director said, there's a ransomware pandemic, is true. And it's also true that I see police forces, security forces crippling. They cannot deal with the number of incidents. They have a hard time in cleaning up and catching crooks. That has many facets to it, and I will go into that. But I see there's a similarity to what has happened on the intensive care units in our hospitals. They became too filled with patients, and we took measures like wearing mouthpieces, like you should today, and like I just heard Mr. Schwartz giving the introduction. But we should also take some measures on the cybersecurity sphere to keep our countries and our networks safe. Now, what we see in Europe, that we invest on average 41% less than in the USA. So think about that. There's a 41% less investment than in the USA. What we also see, I'm a big fan of cyber insurances, because they top something on the legislative compliance file, right? Because a cybersecurity company, a cyber insurance company, they want extra security guards before they give an insurance policy. But that's hardly being sold in the EU. It's a US based market, and I'm not that content with that. And what we also see is that the average payment of a ransomware group is going to 140,000 euros. And they ask up to 2%. And I'll come back to that later, why that is important in the NIS2, because we don't have to just look at, I believe, what is interesting for the business model of a state, like what is vital infrastructure, energy, water, telecom. That's traditional thinking. We have to now think what is interesting for the business model of the ransomware gangs. If you, on average, ask 140,000 euros for ransomware, that means that small and medium enterprises are also under attack, and we need to think about that. And 2%, that is interesting because we thought of a fine, and I'll come back to that and why that is relevant, but I'll do that later. Now, in the EU, I think that we have become too attractive for ransomware gangs, nation-state attackers, especially because, listen, we also have to look at what other parts of the world are doing. And the US, I must say, is moving fast. After Colonial, the executive order, which was just mentioned, it's a great deal, a great set of measures that you're taking, and I applaud that. But what we in Europe should not be, we should not fool ourselves. It's a waterbed effect. They will either go from one way to the other. I remember when I was in office when we tried to tackle internet banking crime. So we sat together with all banks, and within 3 months, 90% of the banking in the Netherlands crime decreased. But in Belgium and in Germany, our neighboring countries, that 90% increased in those same 3 months. And then they tackled it, et cetera, et cetera. But it's a waterbed effect. We shouldn't underestimate the waterbed effect worldwide. So Europe needs to act fast. And that is very difficult for Brussels. We try to act fast, but it's very difficult. You do that much better than we do. So what we try to do is 2 things mainly. We try to regulate and increase the resilience on entities, which is the NIS2, I'll tell you more about it, and we try to regulate products. And that is 2 components. The first is the Radio Equipment Directive. It means that we are fed up with these Wi-Fi connected toys from Alibaba, spreading our market, which are totally insecure. So we want better product standards for those products. But the second thing is much more interesting. It's the critical Cyber Resiliency Act. The Cyber Resiliency Act was announced by Ursula von der Leyen, President of the Commission, in a State of the Union. And she said, what we need to do is make sure that every device, soft and hardware producer, has a certain certification to it. There's certain baselines there that have to be adhered to. And I fully commend with that. But it will mean a lot for vendors across the globe, also in the US, if you want to enter the European market. We'll be in touch on that. Thirdly, there's a strategy. I'd like to tell you more about that. But first, let me just say what the NIS2 is doing about it. The NIS2 is doing two things. So first, we are asking of entities to both take measures, increase resilience, but also report incidents. So there's an ecosystem that is workable. There's a broad scope, not just energy, water, but also hospitals, manufacturers, digital services, etc. It's a huge scope. That's for the entities, reporting and taking measures. The second thing we're doing is for governments. What we're asking for is 27 European governments to be dedicated, service-orientated governments towards the entities to help and assist and help prevent, help advise. But there's also a penal measure to it. Now, let me just, together with you, see how we integrated that into the NIS2. Let me just handle with you a couple of incidents that have occurred. Let me first start off by speaking to one of the biggest shocks that came after Emotet was hacked. Beautiful operation, good cooperation with the FBI, the French and the Dutch police, and we hacked into the servers of Emotet. I thought about 30-odd million victims worldwide of ransomware. They had to be notified. So what does the Dutch police do? The Dutch police gave that server to the National Cybersecurity Center, and they said, you disseminate that to the victims. You disseminate that to the countries. And within the EU, that was already a problem because we have the GDPR. And the GDPR introduced liability concerns. If you're in the cybersecurity community, you started thinking, is there personal data? Can I be held liable? Is there a lawsuit at work? So the legal scholars in all of your businesses know this well. You'd rather not share. And that is funeste, like they say in France. That is not good for the community and the ecosystem that we're in. So Emotet was one of the wake-up calls. And I said, how about sharing that with the Japanese, the Canadians, the Americans, the Singaporeans and the Koreans? How about that? Because we have to engage with them as well. That was even harder. So what I tried to do in the NIS2 is first make a legal base, a clear legal base that this is the GDPR, but there's also a responsibility to share. If you do not do that, that's also a problem. This is the legal base that the GDPR asks you to share, and you will. That's the first thing I did. The second, I think what we said about SMEs being hit, 140,000 on average, it means that the scope has to be ambitious. Also, local municipalities, from hospitals to digital service providers, it's huge, the scope. But what we did not succeed in previously is making sure it becomes, it's a great German word for it, it becomes Chefsache, so that the CEO of a company actually feels responsibility and can be held personally liable. I'll come back to the 2% now, that ransomware gangs ask up to 2%. Now the question is, we've introduced a fine of 2% in this legislation. If you demonstrably negligence on your cybersecurity, we can ask a fine of 2% of your yearly revenue, because that's exactly what the ransomware gangs do. Now there's the calculus. Do you pay it to ransomware gangs? Do you pay a fine? Or will you just invest it in cybersecurity? That's the reasoning in Brussels at that moment. Another important asset, something came along in Ireland. Ireland had a huge blow on their hospital infrastructure, a ransomware also. And what we tried to do there is what we saw that we weren't solidary. There wasn't enough solidarity. So the European Commission proposed to join cyber unit. And you in the US start thinking, what is a unit with a legal basis? Are they hacking, tapping into stuff? What is it? But you shouldn't be that. It's just a unit giving mutual assistance whenever that's needed. So we are creating a joint cyber unit where from different member states, cyber specialists can come and help the other and assist other member states who are in a crisis. That's it. But another incident that triggered a response in the European system. Let me also tell you what SolarWinds did. SolarWinds was an attack on the supply chain, as you know. My thinking is that the Russians had to hack into the supply chain. But my thinking is also, what if you are the supply chain? And that is for the Chinese. It's very interesting. It's a wake-up call for many to see how the supply chain attacks have occurred. And also interesting, it was already interesting on the 5G issue, how we handled that, and we transposed that scrutiny on our supply chain from the Chinese especially to the cybersecurity sector. There's a supply chain review in the NIS2 with which we can actually say there's a review, there's a technical, and there's a non-technical risk to this and this vendor from this and this country, and we don't want you to use that, for example, on airports, etc. Another one, colonial pipelines. What is the lesson that we take from that? Should you separate OT and IT, like many say? Well, probably. It's a very good idea, but the OT was not hit. It was the IT that was hit, and there was a monetary decision by the colonial that to not pump any oil around in the East Coast. So that was also a decision made by that company, very understandable. But you shouldn't say our OT is not vulnerable if our IT is separate. That's not what we like. So I've tried in the legislation also put the emphasis on IT, but also take on board the OT factor as well. More importantly, when I can't sleep at night, I look at malware reports, just like you guys do. And if I can't sleep, and I look at that, and I see that the colonial malware would not have gone live if there was a Russian keyboard attached. It would only mean one thing: they have a connection to the Kremlin. Don't hack Russians. So it's not just a technical problem. I can make legislative proposals as much as I want in the EU, but if we don't tackle actually what is happening here in the core, and connect to the Kremlin, communicate what the costs there are, like Joe Biden did, then we are nowhere. And this is something that is lacking in the European Union. We do not see Ursula von der Leyen yet reaching out like Joe Biden has done. And I want that. I want that to be done. The same goes for hospitals. A hospital in Brno, in Czech Republic, but also in Spain and Romania and Ireland, like I said, during COVID have been hit. And if we say we want cybersecurity to be Chefsache, I want it in this respect as well. So what I want is, and what I'm trying to do every week is to make sure that Ursula von der Leyen gets in front of a camera and saying, this is not just petty little crime. This is not just an attack on hospitals. This is also nearly a crime against humanity. You have fulfilled COVID patients and you business. So what we need to do is make cybersecurity Chefsache, not just for the entities, but also in the politics. And we can learn a lot here in Europe from the US, I might say. Then something about Kaseya, a very, very important incident. Very many people were flawed and were surprised by Kaseya, but we wouldn't have been, because it was already known over 3 months. And I'm from the Netherlands, so the Dutch Institute for Vulnerability Disclosure, volunteers scanning the internet, they already discovered the 0-day being used by Kaseya, by the actors behind Kaseya attacks. They were in a responsible disclosure process, but that went too slow, and the hackers had the advantage, and everything went wrong, and the rest is history. But what I learned from that is that we have an institute. The Netherlands. Why don't we have US version of that? Why don't we have more volunteers working to keep the internet safe and reporting on it? And if they need a little subsidy, I won't hold back on that. I will ask for it. So it's also interesting that the thinking is going in that way. Listen, I can go along with sabotage of subsea optic fiber cables in the North Sea. Suspicious, we take that on board. We try to address that. I can talk a lot about other incidents on the European medical agencies and how it's geopolitics. But what I'd like to say is that we have had so many incidents that have inspired us to take on board new legislation. Now, what we try to do is a couple of things, and now I'm wrapping up and eager for your question. We try to make a legal basis first. That's what we do. Second, we make it chefsache, the CEO's business. Third, we are ambitious in scope. We want to have a lot of entities increasing their cyber resilience. But there's also political struggles. Political struggles from me with the European Commission and especially with the European Council, which means the member states. And the first one is very dear to my heart. It's about root level DNS units. And root level DNS units are, of course, the core of the internet. And we don't want governments to interfere on that. But what I'm seeing is that it's in scope from the Commission's proposal, and I want it out. I don't want China and Russia to be in the same position than in the EU. I don't want to give them leeway to do the same. And furthermore, those are volunteers. Those cannot be monetized, those units. And if all fall down, then or 11 or 12 fall down, we still have the internet. So why are we regulating them? And it's a big... I'd like your support in whatever pressure for internet governance, and we should make clear what the stakes are here. And I'm very much opposed to it. Now, I want to make it practical and make sure we work with it. Just to summarize, we can learn a lot from the US. Biden is acting fast. He's responding to Putin. He is, with his forward defense strategy, I think he's doing a great job. The no hackback clause is very good. We don't want commercial entities to hack back. Let's also praise what we do not have in place in this legislation. I think also the joint posture from the EU and the US on, let's say, like-minded countries providing tech in our vital infrastructures is great to work on. But there's also some stuff I think that the US could take on board from the EU. That is the top-down security thinking, the Chefsache, the good German word. When Angela Merkel is needed in a certain case, they call it Chefsache. And we call it Chefsache because if the CEO needs to be on board, you need to have legislation with teeth. And I hope you get that too. There's so much that we could talk about, but what I'm trying to say is our cooperation has not stopped. Our law enforcement and intelligence services are working together. We should, on a political level, do more business together. I'm really looking forward in engaging the American private companies into the European ecosystem of tackling this problem together. If you have any proposals, questions, or sharp remarks to me, I'm always open for that. And I'd like to hear your questions and comments. Thank you very much. Now back to you in the audience there.
No, we can just do it from the. Oh no, there we go. Perfect. Little technical difficulty as always happens.
I'm not sure if people are speaking.
Can you hear us now?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. So Ari's been kind enough to give me the first question before we open up to the rest of the group. My name is Alex Botting with the Cybersecurity Coalition. Wanted to start by thanking you for joining us today and also for your fantastic leadership within the Parliament on the NIS2 file. I guess my first question is one of the areas of disagreement between the initial Commission proposal and the parliamentary amendments was on incident reporting timelines. The Commission, as I understand it, is pushing strongly for a 24-hour deadline. The parliamentary proposal had quite an interesting fix between the 24 and 72 hours, where availability incidents would have a 24-hour timeline. Other types of incidents would have a 72-hour timeline for reporting. I wonder if you could explain to us your support for 72 hours and why that extra time is important for companies to have before they meet the deadline for reporting, and what some of the thinking was behind the ultimate fix that the Parliament proposed there. Thank you.
That's a great question, because the CIA triad, confidentiality, integrity, and availability, that was a great fix, and I hope that is being transposed to the US side of the house as well. Because listen, if you have an availability issue, you could easily report not within 24 hours, but within 2 or 3 hours. If you're out of service, you know immediately, and you could report that. But if you have confidentiality, you want to know where the hackers are. What kind of service did they breach? You want to have all the logging aggregated and looked at, and you don't know exactly where. And while you're investigating, it will take time for the integrity of the data. What data has been tampered with? What can we trust? What not? What kind of logging do we have? Is it complete? You're inside a response. You want to have all your stuff focused on where you're in. And I did it many times in defense network, defense industrial base, foreign affairs, etc. I hardly ever managed to get that done within 24 hours and get good, proper insight from that. It was hard. You want to know, so this server is here and there. Where is it exactly? What is it for? Is it that important? Is it segregated? What kind of phase in the kill chain are we? Those are many of the questions that pop up in an incident response phase. So I think your attention needs to be focused on where to repair whatever is happening, and not on reporting stuff that you don't know about exactly. It will take more time on that. So I couldn't live with that, and I tried to make a compromise in this way. So availability is quite easy. Integrity and the confidentiality will take long.
Wonderful. Well, thanks so much again for your leadership on the file. Other folks have questions? If not, I can jump in with a second. I wonder if you could give us a sense of, now we sort of know where the council is likely to go, the kind of amendments they're likely to put forward. What do you sense are the areas where there's closer alignment and it might be easier to find a consensus in the trilogue, or are there, are there particular areas where it'll be a bit more challenging to bridge the competing proposals?
Yeah, so you seem to be very well informed on how the Brussels legislative process. I was before I got in here, but indeed, we have a position, and now we have to negotiate with the 27 member states. I do that on behalf of Parliament, and I negotiate in January with the French presidency at that time, and we try to make good legislation. Now, they have to represent 27 member states, and those aren't as ambitious as I am. And that is extremely annoying. If you say that certain public administration bodies, they want to leave that out. They want to leave the European Central Bank out of scope. They are less ambitious on timing. Like I said, if you go out camping, you don't have to outrun the bear, you have to outrun the others you are with. It's the waterbed effect. You have to make sure that you don't become too attractive. So we have to make some pace. We have to be fast. They see that differently. They need time. They say, well, can we handle so many entities? We are increasing the number of entities in Europe to 160,000 estimate number. How can we scale? Is a question that is very much alive within the member states. Do we have to send someone in a Volkswagen Polo or Golf to cross with a laptop to this entity, this water or energy provider, to keep in contact? And I would say it's also very important that we do that on an automized manner, that we scale that. It shouldn't matter whether you have 70, 700, 7,000 or 17,000 entities in your country. It should be a scalable solution, very much light, nice interface. So those are some of the things that we are discussing. And first, the root level DNS service. So you can help me with that. Put pressure on the council.
Well, we thank you so much for your time, Mr. Groothuis. We look forward to working with you as we go forward, and really appreciate that you could join us today. I don't know if we're supposed to clap in the room or what we're supposed to do. Get some applause here. I'm sure the other...
I'd like to come to the US very fast. We'll see you another time. I'll see you soon when the COVID is...
Yes, I hope so too.
I'll come to the US and visit you all.
Excellent. We'll visit you in Brussels too. Yes, definitely.
Great. I'll buy. Okay.
Bye. Thank you. So with that, we're going to do our next panel. So you can see we moved the mic. We ended up moving the mic over there because of the way the cameras ended up getting set up. So we'll do that over there. Just to tell the people online. So the people in the room are the members of the and staff of the CTA and the Cybersecurity Coalition. For those that are wondering why they didn't have the opportunity to come, you can join the Cybersecurity Coalition or CTA. And next time you can come to the hybrid event. So with that, we're going to pass on to our next panel, which we're calling the Cyber Luminaries panel. And this is a update, let's call it, Cyber Luminaries 2. It's exactly the same panel that we did last year at this event. It was really, really good. And our members actually said, can we do that same panel again with the Cyber Luminaries? Because that was really interesting. And so we asked them if they were willing to do an encore, and the whole panel came back. So with that, and I know some people are actually moved their schedules around to do this, including our moderator, Sam Curry. And I'm going to hand it over to Sam now to introduce the panel.
Excellent. Thanks, Ari. And folks, I'm going to try and leave some time at the end because I know a lot of you are in the room together. So maybe we can get some questions. So think about, because I can ask this particular body of people questions forever. Don't worry, guys, I won't. But if you have questions, I will try to leave 10-15 minutes at the end to take questions fielded from the audience. So I'm joined by some great luminaries today, and I'm going to ask each of them to say 20-30 seconds on their own, because I won't do justice to their backgrounds, but things that they'd like to highlight. And I'm just going to call on them one by one as they appear in my window, and then we'll go into the subject areas that we've decided on. So Wendy, you're first up in my window. Let's hear a little bit about you for the audience, 20-30 seconds, I think.
Hi, everybody. I'm Wendy Nather. I lead the advisory CISO team for Cisco. I used to be a CISO in the public and private sector, an industry analyst. I helped to stand up the retail ISAC, and now I'm not really sure what I do, except that I get to do it with Sam, so I'm really happy about that.
Thank you. Suzette, you're up next here.
Thanks, Sam, and I am glad to be back. Suzette Kent. I've been in technology in both the public and private sector. I recently served as the U.S. federal CIO, but I've spent the majority of my career actually in banking, in large global company transformation, and always have fun doing this panel. I think we have as much fun preparing as we do doing the real panel.
Very, very true. Thank you. Ian, you're up next.
Hi everyone, Ian Levy. I'm the Technical Director for the UK's National Cybersecurity Centre. So my job is to try and protect the whole of the UK from bad stuff. I'm just a geek who they've given a video camera to.
Yeah, I think that fits everybody here, by the way, Ian. But no, I appreciate that. And Jaya, and you.
Yeah, I'm the Chief Information Security Officer of Avast Antivirus, and I'm also the current Vice Chair of the European Quantum Flagship.
Excellent. Okay, so guys, the topic areas, full transparency, we thought we would dive into, and anybody can pick up after I address questions to folks and bat it back and forth. Feel free. We want this to be fun and entertaining as well as hopefully informative. We're going to talk about protecting and serving in what we do and on the internet, security trade-offs, incentivizing security, ransomware, supply chains, and time permitting, our crystal balls looking into the future. So Suzette, I'm actually going to go to you first. In our prep, you went first, and I think maybe we can start in the to protect and serve subject area. So we've seen some, shall we say, proactive events lately, right? There's some degree of satisfaction in seeing, the risk for the bad guys go up and injustice being done. But how or should this be scaled in the future, in your opinion?
Yeah. Well, Sam, I'm going to use I don't know if excited is the word, but it's the right thing. It's important that we take more serious steps regarding consequences. And when we have a wide open door and there's no consequences, that we should expect some of the types of outcomes. So, we have penalties for intellectual property theft, for fraud, things across so many areas. It's time that we advance those. And we have seen in the press, and I know as we were preparing, we were kind of talking through some of the individual situations. What we've seen is a start, and we need to continue to advance the matching the consequences with the severity of the impact. And it's part of our responsibility to protect, business continuity, serve, whether it on the private sector side, service to citizens on the government side. So we need to continue to align and be more aggressive in going after those who would, disrupt our business.
So,
I absolutely agree with that. And I was very, very happy when I saw the output from the ransomware task force that instead of simply punishing the victim and placing everything on the victim, also suggested actually going after the bad guys. And I was just thinking of something that the keynote speaker just mentioned about going camping and, the old joke about you just have to be faster than the other people. First of all, I don't like that because it places the onus again on the victim to be faster instead of, dealing with the bear. But also, thanks to, scale and automation, there is more than enough bear to go around these days. There is just no point in trying to encourage people to try to be faster than anybody else.
As a follow-up to this, maybe Jaya, the subject of retaliation has gone from taboo to slightly more accepted. What's your take on the retaliation discussion, and how and when and under what conditions should this happen? And I see Suzette shaking her head there, but Jay, maybe we could get your perspective first.
Yeah, that I'm against this. I mean, like we've talked about this before, usually because I don't feel that it fits the bill of having tailored operations against a specific high value target. It's basically spray and pray if we would allow this kind of retaliations for all the random ransomware that we see today. And we see so much of it today, and it costs trillions. So I don't disagree that these are still incredibly effective operations, but I think we should maybe think about different things, different incentivizations that we need to kill before we would start doing retaliation. Like one thing that I'm still pissed off about slightly is the fact that it's seen as a victimless crime. No one gets hurt because hell, your cyber insurance is going to pay for it. Why the hell do insurance companies pay for ransoms? This is super stupid. This is not just about paying the ransom at all. It's about the fact that ransomware gangs are actively targeting companies that they know have cybersecurity insurance and are willing to pay. They even know the size of the bloody premiums. So why would we allow that to happen and keep the business model alive, but instead, actually make things much worse for collateral damage by going after them? I don't agree with it at all.
And go ahead, Ian. Yeah.
So Jaya said it very nicely. I would say I'd split it though. So retaliation by a victim or by their investigation company and retaliation by a government, they're very, very different things, right? Letting victims retaliate in cyberspace is an insanity, right? It is utterly, utterly ridiculous. It's like giving a 9-year-old, a big machine gun and saying, "Don't hurt your sister." Right? They don't understand collateral damage. They don't understand targeting. They don't understand authorization. They don't understand any of the things that are going to go wrong. One IP address off and you take a bloody hospital down. It's dumb. Let's just draw a line under that and accept it. It's stupid. Let's not do it. Government retaliating is a more interesting question for me, because very rarely in sort of geopolitics do you respond directly tit for tat. There are examples where you do, but Russia flies a plane into UK airspace. We don't fly a plane into Russian airspace, right? We do something else. We obsess about cyber response to cyber attack, and that's not the right thing to do either. I think we should have it as a reserve option. We should definitely be able to respond in cyberspace if we see fit as part of a wider government campaign. But tit for tat hacking is not a good idea in my view.
All right. So if anybody else has anything they want to say on that subject,
one little thing.
Go for it. Yeah. I love the passion when you get upset like that. So please bring it.
It's not healthy. I'm talking to someone about this, but
all of us, we're here. We're your therapist.
So no, the thing is that before I was CISO of Avast, I was CISO of a telco, and my nightmare scenario was when they expanded government operations to have like retaliation. It went beyond the intelligence services to the general police. And this for me was a nightmare because, you know, bless them, our general police are really good in the Netherlands, but I wouldn't give them all different types of O-days and budgets for buying O-day and deploying at will, you know, with no VEP, nothing else in place. So I really want to say, kind of yes to government retaliation, but in such specific extreme circumstances that there is no other alternative. And for everything else, you know, it's de-escalation. It's trying to do cleanup rather than more destruction. So yeah.
Sam, I'll wrap it with that. Just pinpointed laser focus on where we take action. And, you know, I spend some of my time now working with corporations, and to Jay's point, I hate spending the extra money on cybersecurity insurance when I'd like to actually spend it on doing something, right? And securing the environment that we're operating in. So I think as we take that laser pointer against the common bear, I'm using Wendy's, you know, the common bear, that gives us the opportunity in, you know, the private sector to focus on the things that we can do across all industries in our companies, which is secure the environment that we're operating in.
So I sometimes use the analogy of cyber insurance being more like life insurance than health insurance. It's not a good health strategy. But I think what I'm hearing the consensus is, it's like that somewhere out there is someone who can add themselves to your beneficiary list and then take you out, right? So that doesn't sound like a good strategy long term. So I'm going to switch gears to ransomware, and Wendy, I'm going to come over to you because you mentioned the ransomware task force. So maybe ransomware task force, the group, is it important or not? How's it making itself relevant, and what would you like to see in that area?
Well, as I mentioned, I really did like the top recommendations that came out of the ransomware task force. I think it was a great example of both public and private sector coming together and coming out with some very well thought out, serious recommendations, rather than, you know, posing for the cameras, as we like to do, or at least I like to do. And it is, I think the wider we cast our net in terms of working on solutions for this, the better off that we're going to be. Everybody brings a different, you know, a different tool to the table to think about. And I was just thinking of the Cyber 912 challenge, the regional competitions that the Atlantic Council does. And it is great to see those competitors trying to evolve these norms that we're grasping for in cyber incidents. We don't have them yet. We've just been talking about them, what's reasonable to do, what isn't, when might retaliation work. But to see, as a judge, to see these competitors coming to the table, to the pretend National Security Council with a suggestion like, well, we're going to take North Korea off the internet. And think, okay, how exactly are you going to do that? You know, but it's a conversation well worth having, and not just in the competitive space, but here, you know, and in the big room.
Ian, I think I saw you fidgeting for an answer. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. The conversation about ransomware kind of worries me, because we talk about ransomware actors as though they are kind of omnipotent winged ninja cyber monkeys that can do anything to anybody, and they're not, right? If you look at what they actually exploit, broadly speaking, for the vast majority of the attacks we've seen, it's well-known, well-understood vulnerabilities. So it's unpatched RDP endpoints, it's clear text management protocols connected to the internet, it's credential harvesting that's still got valid credentials in it. We can be a bit more ransomware actor, right? We can look at our IP space and go, well, how many unpatched RDP servers do I have in the UK? And can I talk to the people who run them and go, is this a honeypot, or are you a muppet? Because it's one of the two. And so I think we should be more active about helping people understand where they have vulnerable stuff, connected to the internet. I've got to do a plug really quickly. We published our annual report yesterday. One of the things that's in there is a very high-level statement about one of our grand challenges, which is a data-driven data science experiment to say, can we work out the vulnerability of the UK? Well, that's a really big question, but can I work it out? What's the vulnerability of the UK to ransomware? And that, for me, is a really interesting question, because then we can start to measure stuff, do a bunch of interventions, and measure it again and see if we actually had any success. I believe it's called science.
Somebody should be keeping track of animal references, right? I think we've had winged ninja cyber monkeys, and we've had bears, and I'm sure more will turn up. I don't think Muppets count though, Ian. So, Jaya, I think I saw you wanting to. They're not an animal. I mean, whatever. But so, Jaya, what's your perspective?
So where I wanted to go with this was where Wendy said, you know, we can't exactly take away North Korea's internet. Actually, we kind of can. And we actually saw that. So at KPN, we were doing a whole bunch of exercises on BGP, and we were observing the BGP connectivity specifically to North Korea. And what's really interesting is you saw a whole bunch of rat flaps. The BGP connection, a single connection to North Korea was going blah, 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 all over the place. And then after those rat flaps, all of a sudden we saw a second BGP connection. And it was really interesting because that secondary connection was being provided, of all places, by Russia. And so we were like, what the hell? There's supposed to be a sanction. And this was a few weeks before there was a sanctions violations noted for Russia assisting North Korea. So, and let's be honest, I mean, taking away all the internet, of North Korea is not going to have really any impact on the amount of ransomware, since none of the North Korean ransomware activities conducted out of North Korea. So I want to say, like, there's all different ways to think about how do we disrupt those operations. And it could be potentially doing something targeted on BGP. But even that, it's difficult to take a spoon like BGP and turn it into a laser.
All right, so Jay, I'm going to come back to you for the other half of the ransomware discussion, which is what guidelines are needed around ransomware? What's your take on requirements for things like payment or for reporting? What's your stand on that?
Yeah, so I actually am in favor of mandatory reporting, and I think it's because it's basically because I don't think it's okay for what a lot of companies do, which is not calculating the cost of cybersecurity at the very beginning. Like, I always try to kind of preach that 10% of your total IT spend. So let's say you spend, $100,000 on IT per year. You better reserve 10% of that spend upfront for your security. If you take a Google contract, if you take AWS, you will be surprised by how many companies don't actually take the premium security model, which allows them the logs and the access and the dashboarding, because they just don't want to pay that 10% extra. So this is a purely financial decision, and that's bullshit. So if we are going to try to support them at all, they better pay for it up front instead of saying, you know what, I'll take the risk, I'll hedge my bets, I'll be low cost and not pay for security up front. And then later when shit hits fan, then I want all kinds of assistance. No, we should kind of mandate that inclusion is part of just proper corporate governance. We expect that behavior from mature companies, and we need to make this a sort of norm. 10%. Total IT spend, always reserved for security up front.
Okay, I'm going to have to argue with that.
All right, Wendy, you go first, then Ian. Yeah.
I do not like percentages when it comes to cyber spend, because as we know, if you just do the math, if you have $100 budget, $10 is not going to buy you anything in security. But if you're a really big bank and you have, $50 million or billion or whatever, then the percentage is very, very different. And it's part of the practice of business is not spending anything you absolutely don't have to until you really need it. Now, the trick is to do it just before you need it in security, and most people are very, very bad at figuring out when that point is. But you can't necessarily blame business owners for saying, we're two people in a garage, we're not going to hire a CISO until it's proven that, we have enough money to be able to make that a business-friendly investment. So I think anything prescriptive in terms of what we require organizations to spend on security is really barking up the wrong tree.
Sam,
yeah.
want to add one thing in having, I agree with Wendy, is that the conversation should be about what am I spending against what the cost of the business disruption is. Go back to some of the big, events that we have seen occur in the last 6 or 8 months. If you're especially private sector, right? Government, it's a little bit more difficult. Private sector, you can put a price tag on that. So, to Jaya's point is, kind of shortchanging in the security in the front end. That's what your risk is. Your risk is a day of business disruption, 10 days of business disruption, end to end. And those are the kinds of things, when you're talking to some decision makers at the financial level, they may not understand what you're buying from a security perspective. They absolutely understand what's the cost when business doesn't happen, right? And so, just kind of switching the dialogue about the risk and looking at it, from that perspective, you're approaching a better place to get the right amount of investment and the right level of attention, from the senior decision makers at a company.
By the way, guys, everybody came off mute, which says everyone has something to say, but I saw Ian shaking his head. So let's go to you first.
So just because it makes it for more entertainment, right? I'm going to fundamentally disagree with what Suzette just said. So if that's the only metric you have, you end up in a really bad place, because often the cost and the harm are not aligned. So if I see a big company in the UK get popped, all their customer data taken, the ICO will find them an eye-watering, 100 million quid or something. Yippee skippy. For the 10 million citizens who have just had their identity stolen, can no longer authenticate properly on the internet, and have lost all of their secondary proving data because it no longer matters, things like mother's maiden name, that sort of thing, they're screwed. And so the actual harm accrues to citizens who are not fined and also have no agency in this at all. They can't tell big company number 3 to go and do something. I think we've got to get to cyber Darwinism. So Darwinism works in other places. I don't see why it doesn't work for cybersecurity.
It does lead to a lot of death, though, Ian, right? I mean, there's high failure rates with natural selection. Is that what you mean?
Not finding a problem so far, mate.
Okay.
So here's my example. So back in 2018, we outed a bunch of Russian attacks against telcos, right? So it's on our website, you can go read it. If you read the technical indicators, it says things like, you probably shouldn't be exposing Telnet to the internet for your management plane, right? And you go, no shit, Sherlock. I don't need bloody government agency to tell me not to have Telnet connected to the internet for my management plane for a national telco. And yet that's what they used. And so when I think we should have some laws or rules, at least, about when companies can say a sophisticated cyber attack. So that was the Russians, right? They're awesome, professional respect and all that. But Telnet from the internet is not a sophisticated cyber attack. And we should be really honest about that. I think the point and laugh strategy is probably better than mandating 10% of spend.
So I see the email to people's customers saying a ridiculously simple cyber attack got us. Right. Okay.
Due to growth, management, and inefficiency.
My children could have defended against.
Yeah. And let me point out, what I'm saying with 10% is CapEx. So I'm being really financial here because I need to kind of do this with my boards, and all my boards any board is to be really strict about what the heck I'm talking about. I'm not talking about your FTE spend. I'm not talking about anything else. I'm just saying, if you're going to buy something new, you better calculate the cost of security up front. And, roughly 10%. So it's not an exact science. I'm not suggesting it suddenly be mandated into law. What I am suggesting is, usually companies defer that cost. They do not calculate it in upfront. They're not willing to pay it. They expect the burden of security to be borne by the vendor, the hardware, software, services vendor that's giving them the thing, rather than thinking they've got to pay extra for that stuff. So I really feel like I'm trying to stop swearing.
No, don't worry about it. We love it.
Okay.
The YouTube probably will like it too, but yeah, keep going.
So the point is that we really need to think better about how to move this, closer to the beginning, and that's all. And really, you're right. If you're critical infrastructure, or if you're sitting on a buttload of customer data, maybe you should reconsider how much that percentage is. But let's start with 10%. because no one's even doing that. No one's getting anywhere near that. And just CapEx spend for like new services, software, hardware. Let's start there.
Maybe, but again, I'll still argue that in some retail spaces, their margin is 1%. For little convenience stores like 7-Eleven, their margin is 1%. Expecting them to spend the same proportion on security as other companies with larger margins, I'm not sure is going to be feasible. But I think what we haven't really mentioned, but we've been dancing around, is externalities in terms of risk. And yes, maybe Darwinism would work just fine if it were somebody else dying instead of getting culled from the herd, but it doesn't always work that way. And the problem is not that we necessarily disagree on impact. Like, yes, if that were to happen, we would lose $11 billion in federal funding, but we don't think it's going to happen. So it's that probability, that dice roll that most business owners end up doing. And if they do it successfully, they're very successful business owners. But I do agree that there's a point at which we should be going to critical infrastructure, which is not just necessary. It isn't just industrial control systems. It's not just Starbucks. I consider them critical infrastructure, but also nonprofits who are providing life-saving services and so on. That's the other critical infrastructure. And we may need to go and say, the risk is so externalized that we're not going to let you be the only ones to decide whether to take that risk. And we are going to have to agree on minimum baseline non-telnet sort of security controls.
So I want to pause here because we have a question that's come in from folks that are dialed in. Gary Sockrider. He wrote, clearly the panel believes in proactive versus reactive security. And of course, most security pros would agree. An obvious analogy is insurance. So how does the panel feel about cyber insurance? I think we touched on it a little, but the specific question is it an imperative, a crutch, a way to hold everyone accountable? He'd love to hear our thoughts. So if someone wants to jump on that beyond what we've said already, any other feelings about cyber insurance? Yeah, Ian, you're muted, I think. Yeah.
It's dumb. So it drives the wrong incentives. So JS said this right at the start, right? Why the hell are cyber insurance companies paying ransoms? Because ransomware gangs are going and finding the bloody policies on the victim networks, finding out how much the insurance is going to pay, and then demanding that amount of money, right? So there, you've incentivized an attack because of how you do cyber insurance. So there's two things for me. One is with ransomware specifically, it incentivizes attacks. The second one is it's an attempt to try and to externalize or to hand off the risk, right? So I don't have to worry about my security anymore because I've got this cyber insurance stuff, right? So in both cases, it drives the wrong behavior. And I think what we should be, if you are going to do cyber insurance, what I would prefer is you have an insurance policy that does not pay a ransom, but does pay for remediation costs and recovery costs, right? That to me would make more sense rather than, sure, you've robbed my house. It's like having an insurance policy of your house that says, sure, we're going to give it to every single criminal around your area. So when they break in and steal your TV, they're going to know exactly how much you're going to spend on the next TV to come back in a month and buy and steal that one, right? It is dumb. We should stop it.
Yeah, we did a survey, by the way, in June that found that people who were attacked were 80% likely to be attacked a second time when they paid, because there's actually an affiliate network that's providing the victims to the ransomware gangs or cartels, and therefore it's just another resource to pass to another gang or cartel. And so you're basically saying, hey, I paid once, I'll pay again. So well worth keeping in mind. Suzette, you unmuted. Is there something you wanted to add?
No, I'm kind of in line with Ian in that it creates a target with a price tag, right? So I'm out there and I'm like, oh, it's here. But, I see both sides. In many cases, the responsibilities of business leaders is to manage their risk, right? So they're picking up that as a way to manage risk. The positive thing that I've seen is being in conversations again with whether it's the CFO or the CEO that may not have spent as much time on this topic. And, the CISO and team having a real dialogue to understand what should we be spending? Why do we have to do this? Like it's a great conversation when someone turns around in the boardroom and goes, why are we paying this? Why shouldn't we be doing all these things? So it's created a conversation. I agree that it incentivizes the wrong behavior, but we also have created a responsibility expectation of leaders of companies that they are managing their risks. And this is a risk. And they go to that tool versus, as we're talking about, things that are better choices. And I think that's where we have to keep going is let's put our investment dollars here, because that's a fallback. And you are creating, putting up a big banner of I got money, come get me.
So guys, I'm going to move on to the next subject area, but for those in the room who can't see this and those online who can, there's some interesting things in the chat. Charlie here, Charlie Tupitsis actually pointed out a paper on insurance that's worth looking at. And Wendy made an excellent point in the chat as well, that insurance is about transferring residual risk and not all the risk. And so do take a look at the chat if you can. I'll try to point things out for those in the room who aren't looking at it in real time, but we haven't even touched on things like incident response requirements and exclusions from these things, and it probably doesn't cover you as much as you think. But I'm going
Sam, yeah. Can I just quickly ask a follow-up question on this one, which is on to Ian's point. I mean, it goes to Suzette's point too, but on insurance. If we moved insurance to be more like fire insurance, so that you had to do certain things in order to get the insurance in the first place, does that sort of answer that question for you and still allow you to defer the risk?
There, and I'll let Suzette, I think you're trying to say something. Feel free to speak up. You're muted though. Oh, yeah, there is some of that already in most insurance policies. There's questionnaires and there's things that you have to do.
There is, but
some of it's nuts. Jaya?
There is, but that's the right direction.
Okay. There is, but some of the problems with that is that if there's an insurance policy that says you have to usually be compliant to your own security policy in order to get paid out, usually that's not the insurance company you do business with, because nobody is compliant at the time of the incident. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't have had it in the first place. So that's a shitty insurance policy. And there is no board in their right mind of a listed company that will not have cybersecurity insurance. It's almost negligent from a board perspective to allow that to happen. So let's be honest, that model for having cybersecurity insurance, that's going to stay there. That's not going anywhere. The point is about making sure we do the proactive stuff before we go and try to, get the money reactively for these incidents, which are incentivized almost by these insurance companies paying out the ransom. That's the real problem. It's the knowing that the TV is coming back. And I also think we're being a bit naive about these ransomware gangs. There's more money in ransomware than there is in the drug trade. It's better to do ransomware as a service than to get, cocaine mules. I'm not sure what we're muling these days. Maybe it's heroin. I don't know. So whatever stuff, it's better to do this. So I think that we need to kind of wake up, smell the coffee, realize that they have excellent customer service. They have it properly set up as a service. There's a whole bunch of people willing to mule the thing. And we need to get just as professional in terms of our handling of security.
Mm-hmm. All right, guys. Ari, did you have any follow-up to that, or is anything in the room? All right, so guys, I'm going to move on to supply chain, and I'm going to go to Wendy. The executive order that recently came out of the White House saw mention of a few things the government has to do, including SBOM, right? So security bill of materials. It was high on the list. What issues do you see around that, around intelligence, trust in the supply chain, security management in a new SBOM-enabled world?
Well, SBOM is the new hotness. Thank you, Alan Friedman, for all of your work. On the one side, on the generation side, it's a very interesting engineering problem. There are a lot of people who are working on ontologies, bless their hearts, figuring out everything that should be going into an SBOM. But fundamentally, what this is taking a level of visibility and going down a level to create much more data than we've had traditionally. into our environment. But my question from the consumption side is, what are we supposed to do with it once we have it? And so I think we need to take lessons from vulnerability management, where we still haven't gotten all of that right just yet. For example, what if, how are you going to manage a vulnerability that you know about but can't address right now? How are you going to document it? How are you going to present it to auditors and everybody else? What if you have 3 instances of this in your organization, but you can only address one of them right now, and so on? Then the other thing that we can learn from is threat intelligence, because you're going to be getting information about SBOMs. What if you don't trust the producer of the SBOM? What if you want to check and scan for yourself? At Cisco, for example, we've been using SBOMs internally for several years, and we have had the opportunity to compare our SBOMs based on static source code scanning against our binary code scanning to see whether they both matched up. And we only found about a 60% accuracy rate in the binary scanning. So what do you do, and what negotiations take place when your results don't match what the SBOM is? So I think there's a whole bunch of work that needs to be done on the consumption level, mandating that everybody be, more transparent about what is in their code is a great idea, but we need I think that's the easy part, honestly. I think the hard part is going to be enabling the government and private sector to figure out just what to do with that data.
Isn't that also a call for innovation, though? Isn't it saying, hey, there's things we could do upstream to make it more, if not automated, more indicative of unusual trends, and downstream on the consumption? And I saw you.
Oh, absolutely.
But yeah, go ahead, Wendy.
Yeah. I was just talking with a company that I think has a really good handle on pulling data in an automated fashion out of SBOMs, and there's all sorts of intelligence available there, including tracking individual contributors to code. I mean, we used to joke about how if we would find a particular flaw in code and find out who wrote it, we'd go to that developer's LinkedIn and see where else they worked and go try, to exploit that same flaw any place else they work, because they probably wrote it in there too. So there's an incredible richness available in something like SBOMs, but the thing is, it's going to take us a really long time because we can't even handle the data that we have today.
And by the way, Charlie Tupizza said SBOMs need to be used early and often in the chat if folks see it. Ian, I saw you went off mute. Anything you wanna chime in with?
Yeah. So SBOMs. So the first thing to say is you should try listening to the Tom Jones song "Sex Bomb," and then try and have a sensible discussion about SBOMs, because it is actually impossible. And now you're all doing it in your head, and that's the end of this panel. There's a thing for me about asking for SBOMs, I think, is the wrong thing, because there's only 2 choices in the developer. They have it as part of their normal development process, and they're going to give it to you, and you can try and reason about it. But basically, they're proving to you that they're not complete morons when it comes to development. Or they don't have it as part of their development, and they're going to do some standardized process that generates something that looks a bit like an SBOM, may or may not have anything to do with the real world, and give it to you, and it tells you nothing. And so for me, it's much more about how you gain trust in your developer, or how you understand your developer's processes, so that over time you can make risk management decisions. So when Microsoft releases a patch, we have said, and when Cisco releases a patch, when other competent companies release a patch, we say, don't piss about doing security testing, apply the damn patch, right? If Ian's Honest Dev Inc. releases a patch, how do you get that confidence? And that's what this is really all about. For me, SBOMs are not an interesting thing in and of themselves. They're an artifact of a development process, or they should be. And trying to get every developer to have a basically good development process is a thing. Sam, am I allowed 30 seconds to talk about?
Yeah, of course you are. Although I have a suspicion you're going to make it a Darwinist thing. But yeah, go ahead.
No. I got a new law yesterday, so I'm happy. So yesterday we got royal assent on something called the Telecom Security Bill, which is fundamentally changing all of the regulation incentives around public telecommunications networks in the UK. We can talk about that later if anybody's interested. What's really interesting to me is how we have chosen to do vendor assurance. Right, so this isn't assurance of products, it's a vendor assurance. The idea is, if an operator in the UK wants to buy a bit of kit from you, you have to publish a statement that says that you meet in some way a bunch of technical requirements that we've written, which includes things like I have a release train that actually works, and I have unique version numbers, and I have component management for third-party and internal components, software components, and so on and so on and so on. We make it a fiduciary thing, so a board member has to sign it. So now I've got Cisco have actually published theirs on their trust portal. So somebody from Cisco signed this thing that says, we're not idiots. I can now look in the binary and go, does the binary suggest you're really not idiots, or are you actually more idiotic than you think? In Cisco's case, it's, well, I'll say nothing. So Cisco's case is pretty good, right? They say we have control of our components are kept up to date, they broadly are. A bunch of others, not so much. And so what we're trying to do is build the right incentive for companies to build software better, not security, software, build it better so that we can consume that, rather than building an entire new industry to go and audit people and their development processes, because we just don't think it will work. Those are the sorts of things I think we should be doing, rather than just demanding big XML blobs full of stuff.
Ian, a follow-up question then. You mentioned incentivizing, and you've spoken before about not creating a secondary industry. What should we be doing really to incent security without creating that secondary industry?
Well, I think we should just be really honest. And again, it goes back to point and laugh, right? So in our consumer IoT legislation, we're just about to publish legislation that says if you don't meet a particular standard, you can't sell internet connected crap in the UK. And like we've got 12 things, we're starting off with 3, no default unchangeable passwords. You will have a vulnerability reporting process, and you give me a use by date, i.e. when you're going to stop patching the damn thing, right? They're 3 really simple things. And then we start to build other stuff on top of it as we go. I think the challenge around incentives is it's got to be doable, it's got to be consumable by all of the consumers. So building something that this panel can consume is no use. I need something that a hairdresser or a charity or a small supermarket can consume. And for me, making the right thing to do, the easy thing to do, is the way to make this right. And buying stuff where government uses our procurement power to shape the market so that everybody else benefits is one of the ways we want to try and do that. But if we build lots of new audit schemes, you just make auditors richer.
Yep. Okay. So guys, we're down to 10, 12 minutes here. I'd like to open it up to the room for questions. If not, the panelists should be ready to make predictions, something they're worried about, something they're excited about, because we can fill the gap. But I suspect there's some questions in the room. Ari, I can't see individual people very well in the screen here. So are there any questions in the room?
Looks like someone's going after that.
Hi, I'm Matt Olney from Cisco, and I was on the ransomware task force, and I had a question on the retaliation piece. Do you draw a difference between retaliation and deterrence? So the intent is to reduce and degrade their capability act. You're not trying to like lash out in response, but like particularly for the people that were kind of against it or trying to be very narrow. Is that part of the response process you would expect governments to indulge in?
So is there a deterrence, having the weapons and being able to use them, as opposed to just going and doing a Rambo on them, right? So what's the perspective from the panel here?
Yeah, so I think, look, when it talks about retaliation, I think it first starts with who's doing the retaliating. You know, I think there's got to be some sort of clear scope definition about who gets to retaliate, because what you don't want is a sort of cowboy vigilante action that's suddenly spewing all kinds of crap across the internet. That's just not really desirable. That being said, I think the effective deterrents are things that we probably already have in a sort of criminal jurisprudence that would then need to be like more clearly levied. I think the question becomes, what does this mean geopolitically? I mean, when the Biden-Putin summit was there, and one of the predominant items on the agenda was around the harboring of, you know, our evil and dark side. These are the kinds of concerns that I think like there we need to have a bit more clearer stance globally about what this means in terms of aiding and abetting criminals, and what types of discussions and expectations you can have from governments when these conditions occur. So before actually going down the path of here's the solution, I think, we need to start that dialogue a lot more clear than we've done in the past. And even here, I would preach not for retaliation, but for de-escalation.
By the way, we had another question on regular tabletop exercises and so on from James Deneen. And Wendy, you've given us a hint that you've got a paper coming out. So folks, if you're interested in that, contact Wendy afterwards, because I think you're going to be publishing on the subject. Anyone else have a perspective on this deterrence versus execution?
Sam, I don't have a different opinion than Jaya, but I'd point out a couple of things. She said something really important, and at least on the US side, there is a process for who can take offensive action, and it's not just anybody, but that still depends on information sharing and reporting and having the capability to share between particularly private sector and government. So deterrents help across the board. When I said the point earlier, laser pinpointed action, that is usually led from a central point, very directed and supported by substantial amounts of information. There's still, to Jay's point, we still have a little bit more work to define that well and make it well understood, because information, incident reporting and what comes in, kind of to those central points sometimes when something occurs is still, back to Ian's, spectacular from some companies and players, and maybe not so useful from others.
Ian, you look like you were about to say something, but you've gone on mute again. Was there something you wanted to add?
No, Suzette said what I was going to say.
Okay. Ari, other questions from the room?
I got one, Ari. If I could just introduce myself and as I walk up. My name is Jack Bennett. I'm with Kroll, former government agency. We'll leave those three letters out. But we've talked about a lot about ransomware, and it seems to me from private sector and public sector, crypto is a big driver of this. And we now see the reason the bad guys go here in ransomware is because crypto becomes untraceable, becomes difficult for anybody to put somebody behind a bank account. So curious on your thoughts on regulation, what kind of visibility do we need to engage the banking industries more, and what does that look like from your perspective? Thank you.
The age-old debate comes back. Who wants to tackle that one?
China doesn't have a ransomware problem because China's banned Bitcoin. Discuss.
So same. So there's the right to privacy, security versus the trade-off of the ability to enforce laws and do tracing. And then we're going to add in the regulation of Bitcoin as well. So anybody have a thought on the crypto side?
Sam, I'll make a point, but all aside, I spend a lot of time working with banks, so this is my opinion, not reflective of anyone that I work with. Ian hit that it's not. If it were to be regulated in the same way, there are great components of the technical capabilities, but the many of the other ways that we have protections and fairness and appropriate behaviors are due to how we regulate, our financial exchange systems, not just in each nation, but in our world. And when things can bypass that, we're not operating in a safe environment. And I think that's the question now, is if there were more guidelines, more guideposts, maybe that is a form that would be more widely accepted. But at this point in time, even though there's a lot of advocates who are talking about the capabilities of the technology and all of that until we have agreements within nations and across nations. It is a dangerous place to go.
Yeah, but to some extent, I don't think a lot of the enforcement issues are related to anonymity, right? No. Very often we know where these people are, and not always, and it doesn't mean that they couldn't use crypto to hide themselves better. A lot of it has to do with crossing international boundaries. It has to do, the money can be seen moving in some cases, and entire crypto systems are hackable. So we get back to partly the retaliation question. I know you don't feel comfortable, Suzette, say more.
So look, you look at the sequence of events that happens once someone has been ransomed. They get a discussion going with the ransomers, and the ransomers then say, go to Coinbase or so-and-so to buy some Bitcoin to pay me the ransom. We could stop the first bit. We can make it a hell of a lot harder. Right? Very few companies have Bitcoin wallets sat around waiting. So they have to go and trade real money for bits. And we can regulate that. We can make it harder. We could say that if you sell Bitcoin or any other cryptocurrency with the knowledge that it's going to be used to pay a ransom, i.e. a company buys it because they've got bugger all else use for it, then you're committing a felony because you're helping criminality. There's a whole bunch of stuff we could do to that ecosystem to make paying ransoms much, much harder. I wasn't really suggesting we should do what China did, by the way, just for clarity. It was a joke, a bad one, but it was a joke.
Yeah, I don't know about, I'm not going to issue any opinion on cryptocurrency specifically, but I did see references the other day on social media to using NFTs to launder cryptocurrency, and now I can't sleep at night anymore.
I do have an opinion on cryptocurrency, and I think that like pretty much everything that we see in technology is dual use, right? So, I mean, I've only seen also the positive, or not only seen, that's bullshit. So if I'm at a Europol meeting, then we talk about all of the different tooling that we could use to actually trace the payment back. And, which are the happy vendors that want to cooperate and do the analysis that's required to go back to the individual wallets, or when the wallet gets split up into 40 different wallets and then trace it all the way down the path. That is, a really difficult thing to do. And it's difficult. It takes a lot of effort. It's possible, but lots of effort. And especially when some of these wallets are not bought via traditional mechanisms, but are mined or bought secondarily out of, non-digital channels, like for traceability back to a real credit card or an online transaction, then it becomes extra difficult. That being said, there's an entire planet that works off of this decentralized economy. There's banking for the unbanked thanks to cryptography. And when we say crypto, we really should mean the difference between coins versus cryptography. So I don't believe in trying to regulate and definitely not outlaw that as long as there's still this large international demand. I do think that there are some smarter practices that we do need to employ, because what we're seeing from Avast, for example, we see miners everywhere. Okay, so there's a buttload of malware that's just different types of miners, and we need to get better in terms of spotting that and stopping that kind of activity, and then spotting the original problems that allow this to be a lucrative business model. I think that's where we should focus our efforts, and not on trying to kill cryptocurrency.
All right, guys, we are at the end of our time. So I'm going to pass it back to Ari and team. But I do want to say, when we do this next year, Ari, and hopefully in person, I'd like to have a scorecard where we count the number of animal references and number of swears that get used, because I want to exceed both next year. And hopefully we get a chance to do that.
There is some show on ESPN where they give them points. I don't know if you can. It's my.
I could do that.
And so that that's really what this panel needs, is the point. Sam can give points to each panelist for good comments. That would take it to the next level.
Be like, whose line is it anyway? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So thanks again so much for doing this. If people can give them a hand, I mean, that'd be great. So
thank you, guys.
Take advantage of people being here. So thanks everyone on the panel. We will talk about again. We'll leave it up to the members whether to invite you back. I'm sure in my mind, you're invited back already, though. So really appreciate it. So we're going to take a break now. We're going to take a half an hour, let people in the room go outside. It's like 70 something degrees outside. Great day in Washington, one of the rare great fall days in Washington here we have to take advantage of. So, we'll give people on the broadcast the time to go get food and stuff together for later on, because we're going to come back at noon and we're going to do follow up on these exact issues that we were just discussing on the ransomware panel. So we'll take that to the next level as well. And we have a really good panel there. And then we'll lead in from there directly into the keynote speakers for lunch. So thanks everybody, and we'll take the break now.
Hey, how you doing? Hi, how are you? Good. What's happening? Good to see you. You too. So where are these days? Changing jobs? Now what? I don't know why.
Bill Reiner, I tore a tendon in my foot. Yeah, really annoying.
Are you going to be put in beds?
No, of course not. No, sadly, they didn't give me anything good. They were just like, here's a good crutches, have fun. Okay, so are we thinking that?
I'm not sure it really matters if they're connected. So, and you're connected to yes. Wi-Fi access. Yeah. It should in the room. Oh, right. Make sure it's.
Oh, no, it's different. I was like, who knows?
the technology. Yeah.
Hey, Megan, you want to do a quick audio and video check?
Did you do that last? O as I think it's a 0. I would try that. Awesome.
Yeah, at some point we'll probably need some nicer bigger. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
It's red though.
That's red. That one? That doesn't even have a like an on and off switch.
I went and turned it down, and I think this mute. I think this podium mic.
Whoever's close to that one, it's that one.
Hello. That one?
I already. Yes.
Yeah. You're right.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll get it. We'll get on it. Jeff Green definitely wins the best non-fake background award.
The building gets an assist for that. Well, really all the credit for that.
Okay, everybody, why don't we get started again here? We have our ransomware panel. On the last panel that people, during the break, a lot of people came up to me saying how great the last panel was. I know that this panel has some great panelists as well. And I'm gonna pass it over to Megan Stiefel, who's gonna introduce the ransomware panel here. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Ari, and it's great to see, in some ways, so many people. Don't be disappointed, and despite the fact that Philip and I have the same background, because now we work for the same organization, we are going to keep this lively and informative. My name is Megan Stiefel. I'm currently the Chief Strategy Officer at the Institute for Security and Technology, which is a Bay Area nonprofit working to outpace emerging national security threats. And I am delighted to be joined today by several participants in the ransomware task force, as well as Mr. Jeff Green from the National Security Council staff. We are going to do a quick round of introductions, but I will begin by saying that for those of you on this panel who were not listening to the prior panel, we have our work cut out for us. First, we must keep our curse words to a minimum. And second, we should think about how many references to the Muppets and Darwinism we can work in. And finally, well, I'll just say that someone referred to cyber insurance payments as stupid. So maybe we cut down the curse words and keep the sort of okay words. So without further ado, let's kick off into some introductions. We will have questions and then certainly save time at the end for Q&A from the audience. So I think we should start with our esteemed guest from the administration. Jeff, would you like to introduce yourself, please?
Sure. Thanks, Megan. Thanks, everyone. Appreciate the chance to be here. My name is Jeff Green. I'm currently the Chief for Cyber Policy and Response at the National Security Council and the Cybersecurity Directorate. I'm on detail NIST, where I was the Director of the National Cybersecurity Center of Excellence. As for a Muppet reference, I was known as one of the Statler and Waldorf pair, if you know the old guys in the theater when with one of the hockey dads, I was closest. Everyone called us Statler and Waldorf. So you can call me Jeff or Waldorf, whatever's easier.
Thanks, Jeff. We're glad you're here today. Kemba.
Hi, I'm Kemba Walden. I'm an Assistant General Counsel in Microsoft's Digital Crimes Unit. And over the course of the past year, I've been launching and leading our counter-ransomware program. And I'm also one of the ransomware task force co-chairs. So it's nice to meet. I don't have any Muppet references for you today. Apologies, Megan. I'll work it in somehow.
Like we are secret Googling here. Raj, thanks for joining us as well from the UK.
Hi, good evening, everybody. So I'm Raj Samani, Chief Scientist at McAfee. I'm also one of the co-founders for the No More Ransom initiative. And also I run the threat research divisions at McAfee Enterprise, who recently supported law enforcement on the arrests of the affiliates for the ReEvil ransomware group.
And last but not least, the person who is now my boss, sometimes known to me and others as West Coast Phil. Phil.
Thanks, Megan. Thanks to Ari and everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. Looking forward to the conversation. I'm Phil Reiner. I'm the CEO of the Institute for Security and Technology. I think I froze.
You're good.
Okay. CEO of the Institute for Security and Technology, was a Pentagon civil servant for about a decade before co-founding IST, and we were very lucky, no Muppet references, but very lucky to have put together the ransomware task force back earlier this year to work with so many wonderful people to put together those recommendations. Looking forward to the conversation here today and digging into kind of where things stand as of now.
Thanks, Philip, and everyone. So we have no interest in kind of regurgitating what's in the report or sort of doing the kind of boring, gosh, Philip, tell us what prompted you to kick off the ransomware task force or convene the ransomware task force. Instead, I think, and sticking with my commitment to Ari, we really want to push forward and think about where we can go from where we have. And I think I'm while some of the questions may portray something else, I am quite happy and pleased with where we've been able to come over the past 6 months. I think some of the questions will portray that everybody wants to move faster and better. So along those lines, I think we'll begin with Raj. And as we were getting ready for this panel, Raj observed that we're seeing a fracturing in some of the affiliates and in the cybercrime ecosystem. And so, Raj, as you mentioned, you've formed the No More Ransom initiative. What do you think has contributed to this fracturing, and what does this mean for us in the near and long term?
Greed. Like, I think that's one of the main reasons why we're seeing these kind of fracturing relationships. But also, I think what's interesting is that I'd say really from about 2 years ago, we saw a shift and a change whereby some of the ransomware developers began to ask for a different set of skills. I'm not going to do a Liam Neeson impression, but effectively what they wanted was they wanted affiliates that had pen testing capabilities. And of course, there aren't hundreds and hundreds of these capable affiliates out there. There are those that are really very good, and many that are quite terrible. So from 2016, obviously when GandCrab came about, that we saw effectively some really high profile affiliates beginning to leave this particular variant and set up or move over to ReEvil. I think what we're seeing now is we're seeing the fracturing of these relationships for a number of reasons. First of all, there is a fight to get the best affiliates. There are those ransomware groups that aren't being entirely honest, and some of these affiliates are getting a little bit angry, which is if they're not getting what they think they deserve, they're actually leaking details. They're actually leaking details to us as the industry, and of course, I think with the advent of this new group called Groove, what we suspect we'll see some affiliates beginning to take ownership of this. So I think like internally we kind of cited Game of Thrones, but we kind of said, hey, this is Game of Ransomware Thrones, whereby we're seeing kind of the power fluctuate between affiliates, between developers, and actually they're fighting with each other. And quite frankly, I love it. I want them to fight and rat on each other and release source code. Please go ahead and continue to do that, because it gives us the opportunity to identify and find these people and kick their doors in with law enforcement and put them behind bars. So yeah, I'm loving it.
That's great. I tend to agree. Yes, the infighting gives us as stakeholders in the ecosystem a range of opportunities to leverage our capabilities from the vantage points that we have. So long term, does this mean then that we are able to capture and potentially render to law enforcement some of these actors, or does it mean that they just, some of them pivot to something else? I think that's a question we'll come on to in a couple of minutes here, but I wanted to turn to Philip with a bit of a predictable question, but I think Philip will certainly spark conversation here, which is to say, okay, we've had some success over the past 6 months, but are we where you hoped we would be from almost a year ago to the day you called, or maybe a month shy of to the day you called and said, I want to do this. Should we do this?
I think, thank you, Megan. And I think it's incredibly important. At least, I have to constantly check myself where, I mean, when I do think things are happening, right? Progress is being made, things are being done. You're seeing some successes. I think the bar from which we began, right, was pretty low. I think the range of things that we have laid out as part of the task force effort, I mean, it was a pretty broad set of things that need to be undertaken. I think we've seen a lot of that happening. And I think there's been, and I think for myself, at least, if I want to be honest, right, I look back to March of last year when we were all talking about, one of the high level recommendations was that the president of the United States needed to make this a priority in his engagements internationally. And candidly, I don't know how many folks on the task force thought that that was actually going to happen. Wow. I mean, it has been part and parcel. I mean, one of the top 3 priorities. So we have to be a little bit honest with ourselves when we ask the question of have we seen progress? Because incredibly, yes. I mean, ransomware has been at the forefront of a lot of these conversations. As Raj was just talking about, we have seen, I believe it was Alan Liska earlier this week who said we've seen more law enforcement actions taken this year than we had in the previous 3 years combined. That's exactly the kind of thing that you want to be seeing happen. You've seen exchanges designated, which is an incredibly important part of this problem, right? Going after that financial piece of the ecosystem. You've seen actual seizures, so clawing back of actual dollars. Did I think that we were going to be at this point 6 months later? I was hoping so. Yeah. I think you're seeing a lot of very positive things moving in the right direction, and it's a huge. And I mean, Jeff can speak to this better than anybody here. It's a huge ship to try to turn, right? To resource it, to prioritize it, and to move things. And so you'll start hopefully seeing even more impact going forward, right? So we're even just now getting started, I think is hopefully what we're seeing.
I tend to agree, and I hope that that's the case. But there is, I think, a bit of a sort of inconsistent view, or a disagreement, maybe is probably too strong of a word, but in the ecosystem and in the observers of this space, and the kind of conflicting point is, are we making good progress? We've had these takedowns, and so we'll turn to that in the question after this question. But we've had success against some of these larger groups. At the same time, though, people say that October was the worst month on record in the case of ransomware. And so this is the hot question to Jeff of do both of these things mean progress? Or are we actually taking one step forward and 2 steps back? How do we assess this from a kind of a longer term strategy?
Yeah, that's not something that we've heard at all over the past few weeks in the White House, being facetious. But I want to start actually by picking up on something that Phil said, which is keep in mind where we started. Cybersecurity was not, and I'm taking it above ransomware to cybersecurity, it was not a priority on January 19th. It was not a priority in this building. On January 20th, it became the priority that it should be. It got the attention it needs. The president focused on it from day one. We were working on ransomware, as Phil knows, as a national security issue prior to Colonial Pipeline. After Colonial Pipeline, the president elevated it, and we've been driving hard. But even if you step back from ransomware, just look how much time President Biden has spent on cybersecurity writ large since he's been in office. He did the executive order. Those who've been inside here understand how much work that was, what a heavy lift it was. National Security Memorandum focusing on industrial control systems, separate cybersecurity initiative for critical infrastructure. He did the summit with leaders here in the White House, and as Phil said, he's discussed with foreign leaders. So I think the baseline is important to keep in mind. But turning to your question, I'm a little confused by the confusion out there in the world, because I think the short answer is both things can be true. But the first point I want to make is that no one is claiming success or taking any victory laps, because ransomware is still an epidemic. There are businesses and of all sizes that are getting hit all the time, and it is devastating for every single one of them. My team here knows that. The agencies that are working day and night on it know that, and the president knows that. So I think it's important for everyone to know that we're not taking this lightly and not acting like we've achieved some great win already. But at the same time, you've seen the public reporting. It's not us putting out the reports that some of the big groups have shut down or limited operations. That's not a bad thing, but that doesn't mean that overall there's still not a lot of really bad activity. But even above that, I think, kind of circling back to where I started, I think that question to some degree misses the point. To me, the big question is, are we in a better place today? And is the private sector in a better place today than we were 10 months ago to combat ransomware, to secure critical infrastructure? And I think the answer on that point is unequivocally yes. Finally, as Phil said, I think a lot of our effort was focusing resources, focusing attention, and what you've seen going on is the visible indications of a lot of work by, not by us here in the White House, but by the agencies, by FBI, by Treasury, by DOJ, by the IC. Those are the folks who have given up nights and weekends to get us to the point where we can start having successes that will go forward. And hopefully, to Raj's point, introduce more paranoia into that criminal ecosystem, because every time we make them worry and we make them look over their shoulder, it helps you all in the private sector do your work. It helps us do our work in the government.
Thanks, Jeff. So let's kind of unpack a little bit of what the keys to success have been over the past few months. Kemba, can you talk a little bit about how you mentioned that you've been working on the ransomware space, on the ransomware issues since earlier, I guess this year, last year. Can you talk a little bit about how Microsoft's approach to ransomware has evolved over the years? And I hesitate a bit to say, but I think in my time in government, I was the Department of Justice for 8+ years. In the early days of managing cybersecurity risk, there were probably times where there may have been concern about private sector activities being undertaken that may have impacted investigative efforts that the government was involved in. And it appears as though that we've really worked through that. Can you talk a little bit about how that's happened?
Sure. So it's just to set the framework. So Microsoft's ultimate purpose in our digital crimes unit is to protect our customers from cybercrime, including ransomware, but just to protect our customers from cybercrime and to make sure that our products and services can be trusted. So that's the primary motivation for digital crimes unit. We go up to the bad guys that hurt our customers and therefore the full ecosystem. That is not necessarily the Department of Justice's mission, right? Or the FBI's mission. So over time, our objectives, our motivators have been different. What has evolved, in my opinion, is that we become much more powerful when our mission sets align, right? Microsoft has signals that law enforcement can't match, and law enforcement has authorities that Microsoft just simply, we can't arrest people. So what's happened over the last few months, at least when I took over the reins on ransomware, we've discovered that we have the same heartburn. Our evil is a great example. We dislike our evil messing with our customers and victimizing people just as much as the Department of Justice and the government and international global law enforcement does. So in our ongoing efforts, for example, in our evil, we were able to supply two criminal referrals in July, shortly after the Kaseya attacks, that concretely helped the FBI identify some of the people that they were able to arrest or indict, and that happened quickly, and that happened in a coordinated fashion, and so aligning, or at least being aware of our priorities and aligning priorities really makes us a stronger team in the end. And that's evident with our evil. It's evident with other types of cybercrime that exist. And it does feel a little bit like we're working, sort of moving in the same direction with the same priorities a lot more now than we might have done so in the past.
Can you say a bit more, Kemba, about that criminal referral process? I think, in the prior panel, as well as a little bit was hinted at in the beginning of this conversation, and we'll turn to this kind of coming up here, there is, that is a private sector entity coming forward to the government to say, we have information that we think can help you. I think there's still tremendous reluctance in this space for industry to do so. And I think Microsoft is well positioned to have the ability, and the kudos to Microsoft for having done so. But for those who were sort of still kind of very reluctant and concerned about, we can sort of rattle off the known concerns. I won't mention all of them or any of them potentially, but could you say a bit more about how that process came about, and not to go into grave detail, but the nuts and bolts of it, at least generally speaking?
Sure. So a criminal referral is just one of our tools at Microsoft, right? And it's a tool that we don't take lightly. It takes a lot of work. We might see evidence of crime that we believe will be helpful to law enforcement. But it takes a lot of work to put the signals together, to put the investigative steps together, and to supply information that is going to be useful to the FBI if we don't know what the FBI is interested in, if we don't understand what the FBI or other law enforcement is interested in. So that's what I was saying. It's helpful to us to understand in a public way law enforcement's priorities. And so that where those priorities align with ours, we're able to provide actionable evidence that law enforcement can then use to prosecute criminals. They can also seek legal demand, and for that legal demand that's reasonable and valid, then that enables us to promptly respond. So it's a symbiotic relationship that we're after, right? We can't spin cycles developing criminal referrals if we don't know that those referrals are going to be actioned. And so I think that's the key to how to make that tool useful in this space.
So the dialogue that we sometimes, I think, have heard over the years of, this is a different, I think, variation on that dialogue theme about wanting to have, an exchange with the government of priorities, and in prior years, we've really talked about sort of quite granular information that folks have wanted to receive from the government. Raj, you all are in a slightly different place in the ecosystem. Would you say that your experience in thinking about and engaging with law enforcement is similar to Kemba's or different? And can you talk a little bit about that from McAfee's standpoint?
Yeah, so actually, I think it's quite different. And actually, I found Kemba's comments actually really fascinating because, we started, I think it was 2016, maybe even before then. We signed an information sharing partnership with EC3, i.e. Europol, and Europol established the Joint Cybercrime Action Task Force. So, one of the comments I think you made earlier was deconfliction. So in other words, we don't want to publish a report and then disrupt an investigation. So one of the first things that we always do, and in fact, I was just briefing law enforcement before this particular call, was we would work through JCAT, identify the lead investigating authority, and we would provide them intelligence with regards to, hey, look, we've got this information. This is what we plan to publish. Is this going to cause an impact? And from our perspective, absolutely, protecting customers is imperative. But one of the positions that we've taken is, well, actually, even if there is no, say, for example, a benefit to our customers, actually what we want to do is we want to actually disrupt the criminal actors. So we want to kind of take a broader view of things, which is what can we do to disrupt criminal infrastructure? And, and I'll tell you, like, in all honesty, we would provide intelligence, and sometimes it can take like 6, 12, 18, 24 months before we actually see something come out from it, because it can take a long time. And in some cases, it may not lead to arrest. So some cases we've done led to the dismantling of criminal infrastructure. So therefore we actually disrupt the campaign. And so I think we've kind of taken a slightly different position to this, which is we will continue to provide intelligence, even if there's not going to be a kind of, like an immediate kind of response. but ultimately they will be caught, or they will be found, or they will be outed. But sometimes it does take a considerably a lot longer, and it can be frustrating for some of our researchers who are like, well, hang on, we provided all of this intelligence to law enforcement and nothing's happened for 3 to 6 to 9 months. But actually, it does take longer to do attribution beyond just simply comparing hashes or doing source code analysis. And I think just getting certainly some of our teams to understand that, which is actually law enforcement need to do this in a slightly different way, and it is considerably longer than, say, for example, technical analysis. So it is slightly different, but I don't think one way is better than the other, quite frankly.
Jeff, I saw you nodding. I don't know if there's anything you wanted to add, and sort of thinking about this. We've talked a little bit about slow paces and fast paces. Go ahead.
I'd just say I've been on both sides of that. Before I went to NIST, I was at Symantec for eight years, and was the point for a lot of our engagement at Symantec with law enforcement. And there were cases that we worked on that were ongoing almost the entire time I was there. And there were other times we would send information over and never hear anything back. And there were other times when we'd see relatively quick results or get hit back with questions. Being on the other side, I have a better understanding of where and why that can happen. But one of the things I've told a few friends is just because, and it sounds like Raj, I appreciate your patience and understanding. Sometimes not hearing back is actually a very good sign. So it is hard from the outside, and having seen both sides of it, I don't have any brilliant ideas on how we could try to improve that, because there are unfortunately very real providential reasons why the government can't always say what it's doing. But I want to reflect also on something Kemba said about it, the volume of information that Microsoft and other companies have that the government doesn't have, again, for very important real reasons. No one wants us monitoring the systems that the private sector uses. That's why the partnership that she talked about, that Raj talked about, that Phil has led, that Megan, you're part of now, is so important to this and other cybersecurity and cybercrime efforts, because there really isn't another domain quite like cyber.
Thanks, Jeff. So you touched a bit about this. Kemba and Raj, from your standpoint, what are the biggest challenges in still kind of bringing in this dialogue and in this conversation? Anything that you can identify as, if only we could remove this barrier, or at least reduce this barrier, we would be in a even more in a stronger place to try and combat these groups?
So I'll start with this. So if you think of disruption, I think of it in 3 buckets. And I think Phil has heard me say this before. Got the threat actor disruption, which is what we've been talking about quite a bit. And we've identified opportunities for that, to push that forward. Raj alluded to infrastructure disruption. And then we've got the payment system disruption, the tools that we need to claw back money or to disrupt payments. On infrastructure, the infrastructure used by ransomware, the criminal enterprises, is relatively light. It's not the infrastructure from WannaCry or the automated process. It's not a botnet, solely a botnet infrastructure. It's fluid and light, and a lot of times they use commercial off-the-shelf products that are cracked, unregistered or unlicensed products. I think trying to take down infrastructure is presenting some unique challenges that the cybercrime community is grappling with, because you might take down a couple of top-level domains that are associated with negotiating payments. You might take down a few compromised accounts, but they're able to spin up over and over again rather quickly. I think it's not an insurmountable challenge whatsoever, but trying to identify infrastructure to take down that provides a durable solution to some of the uptick in cybercrime that we see, I think is going to be a challenge. The safe havens, are the perennial challenge here. And I really don't have an answer for that one, but I'm optimistic. Right? I'm optimistic that we will find repeatable, scalable solutions to pulling down infrastructure relied upon by these criminals and getting at the payment distribution systems. I really do.
Gosh, yeah.
I'll try and keep my answer below 20 minutes in terms of the things that we need to make life better. Look, the reality is we're trying to fight a 21st century problem with 20th century tools. You know, the adversaries have literally all of the cards in their favor, whereas not only is the hand that we've been dealt probably the worst hand in history, but quite frankly, we're making it harder for ourselves as an industry. Look, I'll give you an example. So a few years back, actually, you know, GDPR was unveiled, and huge supporter of privacy. You know, I don't use most social media platforms, so that kind of gives it away slightly. But one of the challenges that we had was, as a result of GDPR, the Whois database, which is one of the first kind of databases that we use for any investigation, ended up going dark. So in other words, we can no longer very quickly and very easily say, hey, who registered this domain? Let's get some metadata with regards to this. And, you know, I'm not suggesting that, you know, the bad guys and girls basically register their criminal domains with their home address on there, but it's a really interesting and a really useful part of the investigative process. Now, the issue was so significant that EC3, as part of their Internet Organized Crime Threat Assessment report in 2018, actually cited that they've got to get an MLAT, which is Mutual Legal Assistance Treaty, in order in some cases to be able to get that data. Now, for me, that's absolutely ludicrous. Like, our job to find criminals in the digital world is hard enough. We certainly need to be finding ways to make it easier to conduct digital investigations, not harder. So, you know, what are one of the things that we can be doing? You know, obviously from a political perspective, I think, you know, that's certainly outside of my remit and certainly outside of private sector's remit. But as an industry, the private sector need to be doing more to collaborate, work together, and effectively raise these issues collectively, because the privacy industry has no problems doing so, but we don't. And I think, you know, one of the reasons we work with the likes of the Cyber Threat Alliance was because we wanted to get this collective thinking around what can we do as an industry in order to be able to support such investigations, in order to be able to find the individuals behind this and establish these working relationships with the public sector. So that's just one. I've got another 30 to 40 different things we need, but I'll pause there.
Thanks, Raj. Phil, I know you want to jump in here. No?
I couldn't agree with Raj more. I mean, it's one of these situations in which we find ourselves that there's I mean, I'll hark back. I thought it would be useful just to take a second and think about, you know, what we had laid down in terms of the broad parameters of what needs to be happening, right? And in terms of just ransomware and how we've seen, you know, progress along those lines. But and I don't mean this, you know, in any pointing at anyone in particular, but we get in our own way so consistently that it's one of the more aggravating pieces of this, where we know what the solutions are, and yet, you know, bureaucratically we're not structured in order to actually do what's necessary. And that's not just internal to USG. And I think, you know, Jeff, you live this every day of trying to make things happen. It's how do you get USG and the private sector work way faster on a much broader scale, right? So we're not just doing one of these a month. We're doing one a day, or one a week. How do we adjust it? So as Raj was just alluding to, like, how do we have it so that the back and forth between companies and the back and forth between companies and we adjust to the fact that we're not in the 20th century anymore, and that the criminals know exactly where these gaps are, and they are watching and they're playing off of it, right? So we can slap ourselves on the back about our evil and about dark matter. Those guys are with Conti now, or they're, you know, helping stand Emotet back up. Like, it's not like they went away. I think the really important thing here is that we're making things start to churn, and I apologize, it looks like my internet might be unstable. Things are progressing in the right direction, but at the same time, you know, the criminals are watching, and they know they're moving, and they're moving faster than we're keeping up with it, because we're just not postured to adjust fire as quickly as is necessary. I think we're seeing some of the movement in the right direction. But yeah, there's definitely a, I mean, as was noted, I think Megan, you alluded to earlier, from what we've heard, October was the worst month for ransomware on record. You know, is that because these guys are rushing to the bank to get in as much as they can before, you know, everything freezes up on them? I don't think so. More hospitals have been hit this year than ever. So I think we're seeing progress, but at the same time, this ecosystem it's a massive business model that continues to be incredibly lucrative.
So we've talked about some of the takedown efforts. Of course, if we had better hygiene, we would probably be less vulnerable to a lot of this effort. So I do want to turn the conversation a tiny bit to, from, I wouldn't call them offensive activities, but from kind of proactive activities to defensive pieces. And how do we've seen, certainly the infrastructure bill has some funding in it that can help a bit, but I'm curious, and I may kick this over to Jeff in the first instance, to talk about kind of working, you know, I applaud the administration for the emphasis that has been placed, as you noted in your opening remarks, but how are we going to really kind of get further along in the defensive side of things? Kind of what's next on the horizon for that element of this effort?
So absolutely agree that we are not going to handcuff or disrupt our way out of this. I think it doesn't take away from the importance of disruption. Phil touched on the financial disruption, which I think is essential. We want to throw as much sand into the gears as possible to make it, you know, it is a business, as Phil said, we need to drive up the cost of doing business. But part of that also is driving up the cost of doing business to get into a system, to improve the security you talked about. And, you know, we've had this conference and we've had this panel before. There's not a lot that has changed over the past 5, 10, 20 years on things we need to do to improve our security. In terms of what we hope will change, you know, DHS is leading a resilience line of effort. We've seen some measurable improvement in some critical infrastructure sectors, particularly in monitoring for anomalous activity. Electricity subsectors made great progress, but that is not going to solve the problem. And until we have a level of attention at the board level, and I think we have that now, but also a level of understanding in companies to make security a priority. You know, good security is the dog that didn't bark, because it's hard to prove the negative. I'm maybe mixing cliches there, but take things as simple as multi-factor authentication, encrypting your data. MFA is not a solution, but good MFA, good ICANN will make an attacker's life much more difficult. And I venture to say a lot of the entities that are getting hit probably either don't have that or don't have that appropriately deployed. So, you know, it is going back to the basics. I have some hope that the level of attention that cybersecurity and in particular ransomware is getting will help in that regard. I do have a concurrent fear, though, that is, if we keep hearing about hit after hit, people and entities will just give up and say it's inevitable. Why should I try? And I think it really is just the opposite. The things that organizations can do to improve their baseline security are so simple that we have to keep driving them out there and getting it out. So, you know, I encourage, as you all talk about this, while you talk about how hard this is, we have to tie that to the things you can do to make the attacker's life hard are not complex. And there are a lot of support structures out there. You don't have to be a sophisticated security organization. You can hire professionals who can help you get there relatively quickly. And the cost of doing that ultimately will be a lot lower than the cost of business interruption or ransom payment.
Yes, and I think, you know, we've seen, I think in the past couple of weeks, well, Microsoft a few weeks ago, maybe a few months ago now, went to the passwordless authentication. Google is now, I think, enabled 2FA or MFA by default. I think some of the other platforms are thinking about that as one of the tools. So Philip, do you want to talk a little bit more? There's a question in the audience about, Jeff, to your point of there are things that can be done, and in many cases, from my prior position, there are things that at least for small businesses don't have to cost a fortune. In fact, some of them are free, like MFA on these platforms that I was just mentioning. How do we better equip folks, given the raft of guidance out there and given the raft of actions that we know can be undertaken, if we give them maybe a tad more, how do we better inform between the various guidance out there? How do we better inform the attention that we've received in order for them to best implement the known actions that can be undertaken? Phil, do you want to take that one?
I think I can kick it off and maybe even turn to Jeff, kind of as the administration has been thinking about this too, right? So they, I think, very quickly and very responsibly together stop ransomware.gov, which consolidated resources for folks to be able to turn to. I think consistently the thing that we run into is that people don't know what that is, right? So just getting the word out that that's even there, and then it's a one-stop shop that folks can turn to and actually find free tools and actually find information about how to protect themselves and steps they can take and be prepared. I think that's incredibly useful. One of the things that came out of the RTF that I thought was that could be hugely beneficial, that NIST has been undertaking, right? So you actually have a framework that builds off of the that builds off of a profile, so that folks actually have a clear set. There's some work we've been doing on the controls front to elucidate clearly what ransomware related controls there are that folks should be implementing. I think the question that was posed, though, and I don't know, Jeff, if you wanted to jump on this one, but the maybe disparate guidance that's coming out from different departments and agencies, if there is a move toward consolidating that into one place, that's a piece that I can't speak to.
Yeah, that's there's the yin and the yang to that, and I view that through the lens of one of my other day jobs is the critical infrastructure focus in our directorate right now. Working on the electricity subsector is different than working on pipelines, is different than working on water. Right now we're working on a water plan, which is very different than the others because of the nature of not just the threat in the environment, but the sophistication of the entity. So it is hard at the top line to consolidate. One thing I would point to, and again, this is specific to control systems, industrial control systems, CISA and NIST are working on performance goals that are cross-cutting. Baseline security measures, essentially, if you are a sector, an organization that uses industrial control systems, SCADA systems, PLCs. So that's one standardization. I think, though, if you drill down, if you take all of the various top 5, top 10 best practices, and you sifted them all out, you're going to come out with 6 or 8 of the same basic controls. So rather than try to get to one, I would encourage anyone trying to figure out where to start, just start with anyone. Get over the inertia. Microsoft has great public resources. McAfee does. Almost every cybersecurity company, almost every large tech company that is a provider has some basic resources out there. Start the process and then figure out what you need. So, I almost feel like trying to come up with something standardized, we may be several committees down the road and not have anything effective, where people just, go to one of the big providers out there and start reading, or if they find, stopransomware.gov will take you to a bunch of different government links. CISA has some great free tools. DOJ has some great tips. The SBA, Small Business Administration for small businesses. So a lot of it's out there. But again, I don't know if the effort of coming to something, some consensus, because maybe I've been in too many group meetings, but you always get but it's different because of X, and then you end up down that rabbit hole and end up with something not concise enough. When was the last time you got a group of people together to work on a list of things and it got more tight instead of expanding? So.
Thanks, Jeff. Yes, I think do something rather than looking for the silver bullet, I think is one of the takeaways from your remarks. So shifting gears a bit again, I think, so we talked about law enforcement action. We talked a bit about the hygiene piece of this. Brief reference was made to Treasury's actions recently in sanctioning. And I think my understanding is that some of the recent sanctions actions are actually reflective of this dialogue that we talked a little bit about and Kemba kind of mentioned. So I'm going to turn, I think, first to, I'm not sure whom, but probably to Jeff to talk about where we are with the sanctions work. I think certainly folks who read the Ransomware Task Force report talked about the need for enhanced clarity around these requirements and the due diligence that had been identified almost a year ago. There's been a new and more recent descriptions given to some of that work. But Jeff, do you want to talk a little bit about kind of how we're progressing on the sanctions front and where we're going?
Sure. I mean, focusing specifically on, in my mind, the financial disruption, the sanctions of two different virtual currency exchanges, SUEX and ChatX. Virtual currency is the coin of the criminal realm right now, and trying to find a way, again, whether it's sand in the works, friction in the system, make it harder for them to monetize the criminal activity. That is one way that we hope we can hit a range of actors rather than targeting one individual actor. Treasury has been terrific in bringing resources to bear and looking at how they can use their authorities differently. But beyond just the disruption in the financial realm, I would look at some of the guidance that OFAC put out a couple, I'm losing track of days, this job does that to you, it was maybe 2 months ago. But one of the difficulties in paying a ransom is, what if you pay to a designated sanctioned entity? It is a strict liability. You don't get any leeway under the law. But what OFAC has said is two things. They will look favorably upon organizations that have good security in place and that after they get hit are working closely with law enforcement reporting. Because Megan, to your point about October being the worst month out there, I don't doubt it, but I don't have the data because too many of these entities don't report. So we, the government, don't know just how bad it is. Since I started working on ransomware, not full-time, but primary responsibility, not a week goes by that I don't get asked, what are the trends, what are the data lines? And they change based on reporting, frankly, too. If you look for when OFAC put out its first reporting guidance a couple of years ago, it looked like ransomware took off. No, it's just that more incidents were reported at that time. I think I may have gotten a little far afield here, but OFAC has used their guidance to try to drive security and drive reporting. So I think in the financial realm, there are a lot of things we can do there. But the Deputy Treasury Secretary has been very public that we are going to continue going after criminal organizations that are the financial backers that allow the financial transactions to happen. And that, to me, is one of the places where law enforcement has good amount of experience. What we don't have as much is crypto experts. Those are hard to come by. So getting the people who can track this, but there's a lot of great organizations out there that have been very helpful to law enforcement in that area. But I think you can look to that to be a continued focus of government and governments. It came up in the summit that we hosted here for over 30 different nations. Looking at money laundering and financial crimes as an element to getting at ransomware is front and center.
Thanks, Jeff. We have about 7 minutes left, I think, on our panel. So if those who are in the room would like to ask a question, please make your way to the mic in the front. If you're online and have a question to post, please use the Q&A feature in the Zoom. I think I see Ari coming to the podium. I don't know if Ari, as the host, gets to ask questions, but be prepared, folks. Not really.
Is it on yet? There it goes.
Yes.
So both the room and you got it. So I just want to follow up on Jeff's last point because I thought it was a good one on that reporting issue, because I actually, in talking to some of the forensic people that do forensics on ransomware, they've actually seen the number of cases they're dealing with in terms of remediation, et cetera, go down a little bit in September, October, from what they tell me. And I wonder whether it actually is what Jeff is talking about, that we are seeing more reporting on that. And I was wondering, maybe what Kemba and Raj might think of that analysis. So they didn't respond back to what Jeff was saying before.
Well, I when I heard that statistic, Ari, I couldn't help but to wonder whether we're seeing an uptick in reporting rather than an uptick in ransomware attacks. I simply don't know. But what we don't have is a baseline, and requiring cybersecurity incident reporting in a timely manner, I think is going to help us develop a baseline from which we can measure, right? That's so. I just don't know whether it's an uptick in reporting over an uptick in attacks. I don't know if Raj is seeing something different.
Yes, so one of the things we do is we actively track campaigns. There's about 1,500 campaigns we track across ransomware to espionage, and right across the board. And we do have the opportunity to be able to say, well, actually, this is what we're seeing for this particular threat group. And I will say that, like, for example, in the last 8 days, we saw 22 countries hit by Babok ransomware, or I think Conti was like 37 of them. So I think in terms of volume, certainly, some of the lower end ransomware has probably decreased. But in terms of impact, in terms of the capable threat groups, I think the more impactful attacks have been more visible recently, rather than kind of the run of the mill kind of attacks.
Did that answer your question, Ari?
Yes.
There is a question from Kent Landfield in the Q&A for folks on the panel, which is to say, are we seeing more real international cooperation in dealing with ransomware from a financial perspective? How do we make money harder to cash out? And so I think probably we've already spoken a bit about some of the law enforcement activity that was involved. And we also know that as part of that law enforcement activity, not only in the Colonial case, but also in the most recent activity in October, there was an ability to claw back some of the ransom that was paid. I will steal the mic for a moment to say that can't happen unless there is a conversation happening between victims and law enforcement. But those, I think, have largely been United States government-led efforts in terms of the cooperative efforts to claw back the money. Anyone want to take the question about international engagement?
So there has been an uptick in international engagement, particularly on pursuing the financial benefits, right, of ransomware. What I find is that we don't have a harmonized across jurisdiction regulatory environment. Not necessarily suggest that we need more regulations on this blockchain technology or the crypto economy. Maybe we do, I don't know, but we need harmony. So our know your customer rules are different from Canada's, are different from Singapore's. It's just it's difficult for law enforcement to execute a criminal seizure or civil forfeiture as fast as they need to, because the money flows so quickly on the blockchain. The thing that we do have to our benefit, though, is that it's, the ledgers are completely transparent. We just can't, there's just a pseudonymous piece of it. And getting at that has proven difficult. So, for example, we have, because of the counterterrorism work, that experience that we have in our country, we have Section 314 of the Patriot Act and SARS capabilities in the private sector with law enforcement that other countries just don't have. Like I don't think Canada has anything similar to Section 314. And so seeing some harmonization and some consistency across jurisdictions, I think could be helpful. And the commenter or the questioner is right. The weak point is when they exchange from crypto to fiat. The I don't want to say low hanging fruit, but the piece of that to go after first would be the exchanges, not going after exchanges as criminals, but going after exchanges as partners. But then the piece that makes it harder are over-the-counter trading desks, for example, or the nested exchanges that have been sanctioned. But there has been improved conversation, at least, around harmonizing those efforts. I don't know if Raj or Jeff, you had something to contribute.
I would just point to the counter ransomware initiative that we hosted in the White House in the middle of October. 30 nations, EU, the harmonizing exactly what you said, Kemba, was one of the key discussion points. And those we've continued those discussions. We're hopeful, and there's a lot of interest among countries that don't have KYC as comparable to the U.S. to try to bring up those standards. So I am not often hopeful, but I am hopeful that we're going to see some improvement in that area.
And if you don't mind, while I've got the microphone, I want to say something completely unrelated to this. But the reality is, we talk about ransomware, we talk about hygiene, but the truth is the majority of organizations that are impacted are compromised by the same vulnerabilities we've been talking about for years. They use passwords like, I had a CISO say to me, you know, we were compromised because the security software didn't work. And I said, you were compromised because your password was welcome123. Actual story. You know, the reality is that these ransomware groups, while they might be quite good, they're not great. You know, they're not sophisticated. They're not dropping 0 days. They're exploiting RDP. They're using tools like Mimikat. It's very loud, very noisy. They're exfiltrating tons and tons of data, and it's all being missed. And so we have to acknowledge that if we want to start to address these problems, not just ransomware, but these types of cyber attacks, the low-hanging fruit just has to be a couple of inches higher, because it is just too simple for them. That's the reality of the situation.
Amen.
Raj, I think you get the last word. But maybe we should, I think we're at the top of the hour, although I don't know.
Can we take one more question?
Yes, great.
Hey, so I'm Selena from Proofpoint. I was just wondering, we talk a lot about imposing costs on the adversary from a sort of offensive perspective, and kind of talking along the lines of what Raj is saying, making the low-hanging fruit a bit higher. Is there like an expectation that this could actually improve if we impose costs on the actual businesses that are being targeted via legislation or regulations and kind of the same way that we see in the electric sector, they are cybersecurity regulations and fines for not adhering to them. Is that something that would be necessary to actually achieve this sort of defense that we need? Thanks.
Phil wants to take that one. You can tell by a smile. Bearing Jeff, maybe. Phil or Jeff or Raj.
Yeah, I don't mind. I think the construct of due diligence is imperative. So, you know, me as a data subject, if my data gets leaked and gets, you know, sold by criminals on underground forums, then I want to make sure that the company that looked after my data took reasonable controls. At the moment, there's too much of a binary. You got compromised, therefore you're terrible, and the CISO ends up getting fired. Well, actually, let's ask the question and say, well, you know, it was I hate the word sophisticated, but if it was a 0 day that, you know, like a SolarWinds type of attack, then you kind of go, well, we have to accept that level of risk. But if you use the password of welcome123, then don't come up with some nonsense PR statement that says it was a sophisticated nation state, because basically the term sophisticated nation state just says we're not taking any liability for this. You know, we have absolutely no, you know, there's nothing we could have done. So I think we, and collectively within public sector and private sector, have to look at whether reasonable controls were implemented, and if they weren't, then I think we have the right to be able to say, well, actually, you should have done more, and maybe those organizations should be held liable, and not just use the PR statement of a sophisticated nation state, because that's just ridiculous.
Yeah, the question to use the word, I think, imposing costs on organizations that aren't secure, I would flip it and say is creating expectations that these organizations will put security in place. You know, when we put out the national security memorandum that had the performance goals in it, we spent a lot of time coming up with some language, and the words we used about these voluntary cybersecurity performance goals was, we are looking to responsible companies to use these or other common sense baseline standards, and that there is certainly places for regulation requirements, and the administration is looking very closely at them. You looked at what TSA has done in pipelines, and they said they're going to do in mass transit. So we're not shying away from that, but I think we also have to create a common expectation that you will not be using welcome123, and it's not okay to blame a sophisticated nation state if that's in fact what you've done.
Well, hopefully we can come back next year too, just like the cyber luminaries did, and see where we get to. In particular, I think there's been a common thread a little bit between the end of this panel and many comments in the prior panel. So in particular, thinking about this idea of good business is having baseline cybersecurity controls. And so how do we really move the conversation forward to that standpoint as opposed to where we've been for a number of years. So thank you, panelists. I don't know if anybody wants the last final word, but there's a virtual clap coming from the virtual audience.
Yeah, I think we're gonna end there. We did have one more question, but we can send it on to people. Thank you so much, panelists, for doing this. We really appreciate it. We went a little bit over. We do have a scheduling shift here because we got notice. I mean, we're still in Washington and Congress is still in session, which allows us to get a member of Congress to come here in person. However, he has a vote right now, as happens here. So we are expecting him to come now at 1:50. So we will try and shift the schedule up, and we will put Mieke Eoyang up when at the time she comes, and we'll go straight into Representative Langevin when he arrives. But we're going to stop now for a short break and go get lunch for the people that are here and come back. So if people on the Zoom want to come back at 1:20, I think that's probably about the earliest that we would start with Mieke Eoyang at that point. Okay, so lunch is just out in the hallway and you can go grab it. It's going to be a box, so you're just going to pick it up and bring it back here. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Yeah, well, just let me know. Okay.
You like a little light inside.
I do. I was everything and want to talk at the same time. Something couple of weeks ago. Yay. Where? It's on the top. But I did press around last time. So much better. Good to see you.
Okay. Hello. Welcome back. It's my pleasure to introduce Mieke Eoyang. She's our next keynote speaker. Mieke is currently the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Defense for Cyber Policy at the U.S. Department of Defense, where she helps DoD cyber policy, establish DoD cyber policy and strategy. Prior to joining the DoD, she served as Senior Vice President for the National Security Program at the think tank The Third Way. In that role, she worked on a wide range of national security issues, including foreign policy, electronic surveillance, and cybersecurity. While she was there, she was also took a very visionary role in leading the Third Way Cyber Enforcement Initiative, which was really, at the time, I mean, she basically said to me, when I know both the Cybersecurity Coalition and CTA worked with her in Third Way on that project, and she said, no one is really focusing on the criminal side. It's all nation state focused. This was like 5 years ago or 6 years ago, and she was, we said, you're totally right. There's still cybercrime out there, and it's not getting any better, and it got much worse. And so I think that the fact that a lot of the work that she did at the Third Way sort of led to the IST report that we talked about earlier, and the task force piece there, and a lot of the things that we saw, coming from the different commissions, both congressional and during the transition, came out of that focused on cybercrime, came out of that Third Way report, and so a really visionary approach there that sort of allowed people to. As cybercrime grew, to point saying, look, we've been talking about this, and here's where it is. Mieke also has extensive congressional staff experience, serving in roles in both chambers on a wide range of issues, including intelligence, cybersecurity, and surveillance reform. Thank you so much for joining us today, Mieke. We look forward to hearing what you have to say and to continuing to work with you.
Thanks, Ari, for that kind introduction. I really appreciate all the work that you, Michael, the Cybersecurity Coalition and Cyber Threat Alliance did with us at that time, because I think we sort of just basically ran down to the end zone and waited for the ball to catch up with us on a lot of the cybercrime work, and really gratified to see how much and how quickly the government's response to the cybercrime problem, and ransomware in particular, has matured since January. And so we did a lot of that foundational work together, and that's great. I'm very honored to be here today. It's CyberNext. It's so great to be at an in-person conference, and I am fully vaccinated, as I had to fill out on my form when I came in here. So I'm going to take my mask down because I think it makes it a little easier for you guys to hear me. So I am the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Cyber Policy, which means that I am responsible for cybersecurity policy at the world's largest enterprise. So the Department of Defense, very large enterprise, one of the largest employers in the United States, global reach, and with some of the best insights into adversary cyber activity and some of the most sensitive networks that we need to protect, sensitive and wide-ranging networks that we need to protect. I want to give you guys a little sense of how our thinking in the Department of Defense on cyber is evolving. And what the administration's priorities have been, and then I have a ask for help from all of you, as we are wrestling with the challenges and so where we think we're going next on cyber. So first, just to give people a little context on where cybersecurity strategy in the Department of Defense has been. When I first started in this business, as Ari said, I was on the Intelligence Committee, House Intelligence Committee. the focus of cybersecurity was very much focused on network defense. It was focused on systems and defense. And we were thinking about how do we secure our networks and thinking about the focus of that. And so you saw that in the Bush administration CNCI. And we recognized then that our networks were not impenetrable. One of the first intrusions that I worked was the Buckshot Yankee intrusion, which was a very intrusion to DoD's very sensitive networks. We tended to focus on that for a very long time until 2018, and the department's cybersecurity strategy, which recognized that it was not enough for us to sit in our networks and protect against the incoming, that we could not defend our way out of the problem. And in 2018, the department took the step in that strategy of recognizing that we were going to have to go out and meet the adversary where they were. And you saw us talking about defending forward and our persistent engagement strategy. That meant that we had to look for the adversary not before they even got to our networks. And as a result of that strategy, the department's offensive cyber capability became much clearer, and we began to mature that capability. In doing so, the Department of Defense, we have 3 main missions in cyberspace. One is to defend our own networks. 2 is to prepare to fight and win the nation's wars, so that's cyber support to the warfighter. And the 3rd is defend the nation. And when we talk about our Defend the Nation mission in the context of the 2018 strategy, what we mean are whole of government missions. And those are missions where the Department of Defense is not necessarily the lead agent and the lead actor in this, but we play a role in the whole of government strategy in order to be able to protect the nation. And there are 2 missions in this space that we have talked about publicly. One is in election security. In defending the 2018 and 2020 elections, the Department of Defense was one of the key players involved in activities to prevent the disruption of the 2020 and 2018 elections, and we are poised to do so again for the 22. And then the other mission where the Department of Defense has stepped into it as a whole of government effort to defend the nation is against the ransomware threat. And as Ari mentioned, this is a threat that I've been worried about for quite some time. We have seen the capability of the non-state actor grow tremendously over the period of time, from corporate espionage and stealing of information to financial theft and business email compromise to now disruptive activity and ransomware. And we have seen that ransomware hit critical infrastructure sectors inside the United States that disrupts the lives of everyday Americans. So while the Department of Defense is not responsible for all types of cybercrime and all types of ransomware, when it hits a certain threshold of disruption of critical infrastructure, it then becomes a national security problem and something that the Department of Defense is actively engaged in, and we are resourced to be able to address. So you will see this reflection of these missions as we go forward. We are thinking about the role of cyber as a tool within the context of the National Defense Strategy, which will be coming out forthcoming. And I think you guys will all be very interested in what we have to say there. And you've seen in the strategic guidance in this and the prioritization of this administration an increased focus on cybersecurity. For the first time, we've had a president of the United States address the concerns of malicious cyber activity and ransomware directly with another head of state, asking President Putin to try and get control of the cyber actors who are having threats emanating from their territory. And you've seen an increased focus on this from the White House, the Cyber Summit, a lot of the activities that we've done on ransomware, increased international engagement, the executive orders. This administration is really prioritizing cybersecurity in very profound ways. And the Department of Defense is happy to be a part of that. As when it comes to like the executive orders, the Department of Defense as a large enterprise has been fortunate enough to have the resources to be able to adopt some of the cutting edge technological solutions to defend our own networks. And so in that sense, we are leading the way for our other departments and agencies on best practices for cybersecurity. As part of the National Defense Strategy Review, we are looking at what the major threats are to the United States. And I think we see that some of our potential adversaries have tremendous cyber capability. And when we review the security environment, we see that the scope and intensity of the challenge that China poses goes well beyond defense-related issues, and we see that in the technology and in the cyberspace. We see states pursuing below threshold approaches to advance their interests, disrupting via cyber means when they are unwilling to engage in armed conflict. And a growing possibility for miscalculation or even crisis or conflict coming out of the cyber and space domains. This all creates a very complex environment. And then you add to that the possibility of nation-state actors seeking to disrupt critical infrastructure inside the United States to keep our leadership distracted and to impose harm on the American people at a time to prevent us from intervening abroad. And this is something that I think there is a growing recognition that the ways in which we have been safe as Americans at home, because of the risk in cyber and the disruption that we have seen, is changing, and that we need to be engaged in whole of government, whole of nation efforts to shore up our defenses in anticipation and concern of that potential attack. So from that perspective, we need to be investing in resilience. From that perspective, the other thing that I wanted to focus on here is the request to all of you, which is that for the Department of Defense, as we prepare to fight and win our nation's wars, we are concerned that the cybersecurity of our allies and partners actually poses a security risk for the United States. As we try and do joint planning and joint operations with other countries, if their networks are penetrated by adversaries, then that is a risk to the adversary being inside our huddle, if you will. And so one of the things that we need help with industry to address is the cybersecurity vulnerabilities of allies. In particular, those with whom we have mutual defense treaties, who are of high interest, high strategic interest for our adversaries to try and compromise their networks. We in the Department of Defense have prioritized focusing on our own networks, and we recognize that some of these countries have industry that is capable. But we also recognize that the US cybersecurity industry is incredibly capable and mature. And there have been malicious cyber incidents that we only discovered because of industry's capacity to identify them and industry's reach in this area. We need to help our allies and partners get better at cybersecurity. And this is not something that the Department of Defense can do alone. We just don't have the capability, the resources, the people to be able to personally, deliver the assistance that's needed. And I think that there are many cases where our allies and partners would feel much more comfortable if they were able to work directly with the companies. We recognize that there may be existing obstacles to doing that. We'd like to engage with you on how we can surmount that challenge, how we think about the existing mechanisms that we in the Department of Defense have in security cooperation and other things to try and bring cybersecurity capability, cybersecurity as a service to our allies and partners. We see all the time our allies and partners buying F-35s, but those F-35s will do them no good if the networks on which those F-35s run are thoroughly penetrated. And for that, we need the help of industry. So we look forward to working with you, all of you, on trying to figure out how we can provide that capability that you provide not only to the Department of Defense, but to the whole of nation, to our allies and partners. The other place where we have a continuing challenge with a shared challenge with you in industry in the Department of Defense is that one of the things we are recognizing is that the capability that we have in cybersecurity is directly related to the number and quality of people that we have. And we also recognize that the quality people that we have inside the Department of Defense are your recruiting pool. We recognize that we can't quite afford to pay them as much as you guys can pay them, but this is the whole of nation problem, that we have a shortage of cybersecurity personnel across the nation. And so I think one of the things that we would like to do with you is figure out how we can work together to alleviate that shortfall, to ensure that we have the personnel that we need to be able to do the nation's work. And then we figure out how those people transition back to whole of nation efforts in cybersecurity, in many cases in industry. And whether or not there are ways in which we can retain that talent in the Department of Defense through reserve components or other programs. so that we can both benefit from that. From the reservists that I've seen in the Department of Defense, many of them see tremendous benefit from being able to have part-time jobs in the military working on the threat that they can then bring those best practices and knowledge to cybersecurity industry. So this is a shared concern, and we look forward to talking with you more about it. And this will be something that we will be working on as part of the cyber posture review, which my office co-leads, and then the follow-on defense cyber strategy. So a lot of big thinking in the Department of Defense, and we look forward to working with you on it. With that, yeah, Ari, is that all right?
Yeah. I'll ask the first one just to get people started. If you have one,
If you're on the online on the Zoom, put it in the chat, and I will ask, or in the Q&A actually, and I will ask on your behalf. But just to follow up on your request, I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about like the types of countries that you're talking about, because I think, I mean, obviously a lot of our members, the Cybersecurity Coalition, already work with a lot of governments, but then there's also governments that don't have whose defense departments don't have the budget that ours does. So are you talking about providing services to the kind of places that they already provide services to? Or are you talking to places that don't have those kind of budgets, and how do you see kind of getting to that gap?
Yeah, so that's a really excellent question. I think that it's actually both. We have some treaty allies and partners who have some significant means, but they remain of significant interest for their regional adversaries, for their networks. And so some of those governments may not have access to the kind of threat information that some of our more sophisticated industry partners can help provide to them, and so may not. We have learned hard lessons in the U.S. about assuming that we were safe and then finding out that we were not, and assuming that we were secure and then finding out we were penetrated. And so I think we have some allies from the Defense Department. It's those people that we have treaty relationships, and we may have U.S. troops based there. Our Five Eyes allies, with whom some companies may often work, are largely in a pretty good place. That said, there are also a wide range of countries, and I hear this from the combatant commanders all the time, that their number one ask for assistance is actually on cybersecurity. And we need to figure out how the combatant command security cooperation mechanisms and other things can help respond to those requests. Some of these countries are not mature enough necessarily to, they may not need some of these other weapon system platforms, but as a foundational matter, cybersecurity is essential. And so I think for us, there is a real need to do both for that.
My question is, so if part of your mandate is defending the nation, and you're in a room full of private sector representatives, what can the private sector do to help facilitate the defending the nation part, where that you can focus on specific capabilities that the DoD has that we cannot do, or you can, for example, imposing consequences and things like that we can help facilitate for DoD?
Yeah, I really appreciate the question, because I think one of the things is that, for the private sector, certainly at a first basic step, securing the networks that you are responsible for already, getting to best practices there. But there is another piece of this, especially as we seek to impose consequences on the malicious actor behind the cyber attack. In many cases, we can't respond to the things that we don't know or don't see. And so to the extent that victims are not reporting incidents, we aren't then able to take those indicators and, as part of the interagency, have conversations about what to do about this. And I know this is of particular concern for our colleagues in law enforcement. And I know that there are a number of mandatory reporting bills flowing through Congress. But it's our sense, and given the work that I've done before, the more enduring efforts to stop the malicious activity are to stop it at the source. And what we have seen is that it is the law enforcement responses that are more likely to be able to take that activity down to zero by being able to arrest the individual or do some kind of other disruptive activity against the individual. But if they don't have access to the information, they're not able to do that. And so what I would urge everyone to do is make sure that law enforcement has access to the information that it needs to be able to start a process where we can get to working together, where we in the Department of Defense, working with them, can talk about how best to impose consequences.
Hi, it's Sanjeev. How are you? When you talked about the cyber workforce, one of the ideas that's been floating around is to try to have details from the private sector to the public sector. Is that something you think can be practically done? Are there too many restrictions? And how would you see that in reality? Or is it something that you think is just not possible?
I think that I think it's something that we have to look at. I think that there are some challenges with that, at least with the work that I do. The security clearance obstacles to this can be a challenge. And we recognize that the US government imposes restrictions on people's lifestyles that many people in the cybersecurity industry might choose not to, might not appreciate. I know as marijuana becomes legal across the country, that is a recruiting challenge for us in the Department of Defense. But I think, so there are things that we would have to work through in order to make that happen. I think there are also some questions about how we would handle the ethics issues around that. But certainly the existing reserve component programs that we have could create some of that. It's more of an ongoing obligation instead of a one-off.
Okay, I have 3 questions from online here. I don't think we have time to do 3 because Representative Langevin has arrived. So let me ask you one that I know will be of interest to people here. Would DoD consider implementing a cyber certification program for allies, similar to what's being done with CMMC?
So the jurisdiction of U.S. laws does not extend to overseas. So if we're talking about imposing CMMC on allies, I think that's a little bit of a legal jurisdiction.
If we're going to give money to the allies, would that money be contingent on doing some kind of certification?
So I would say in some of the bilateral conversations I've had with allies, there's been tremendous interest in the CMMC program because especially with the more technologically advanced allies, they are likely to be in our supplier base anyway. And so as a result of that, they are likely to be subject to, as they try and sell products into the Department of Defense, when we talk about semiconductors and things like that, subject to the same restrictions that the rest of the defense supplier base would be subject to. So that is one way that we can see that applying as we think about the particular products that come in. But I think that challenges of how we deal with other governments, obviously, that's we don't regulate them. All right. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate it.
Okay. We're going to need to shift some things around on the stage here to get Representative Langevin set. It should just be like 2 or 3 minutes, though. We just got to bring the stage down and.
Hello, how are you?
Yeah.
I think we can just slide him down. He's just going to kind of. I know. He's more horsepower than I do.
Right.
All right. Stage down. Good.
Okay.
You're okay. Yep. Oh, yep. Yeah, that was I felt the first time I saw it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, is that the deal? Am I going on a lift though? Yeah. Really? Okay.
Yeah, the stage actually goes down. I know this is like high tech. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Michael Daniel. I'm the president and CEO of the Cyber Threat Alliance, one of the other co-sponsors for this event that we've been having today. So we're very excited. I'm very pleased to introduce our next keynote speaker, Congressman Jim Langevin. He has been the representative from Rhode Island's 2nd District since 2001. And is one of the most knowledgeable members of Congress on cybersecurity. Has really been involved in this field from the legislative side for a long time. Was a great colleague and partner when I served in government, and has continued to be even as I have moved on to the private sector. And he has really been instrumental in things like the Solarium Commission and a lot of the legislation that you see that has come out over the past years. Jim has had a hand in. So we're really pleased to have him here to come and talk to us about some of the priorities that he has and what's going on up on the Hill. So, Congressman, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I should just come around here, I think. All right. All right. This, by the way, is like the coolest stage. I've seen it goes up and down. It's crazy. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I don't. Is my microphone on? Okay. Can you hear me? Okay. Yes. Hopefully. Okay. Maybe it's just online and not for the. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, he's going to check, make sure it's not muted in the middle. Meanwhile, I'll try to speak up in case you can't hear me in the background. But anyway, great to be with you. I want to thank Michael Daniel for inviting me, and Ari Schwartz. Thank you both for your years of service in government and your special expertise you developed in cyber, and now these new ventures that you put together. And I'm honored to be able to be with you today to talk about one of my top priorities. Again, as many of you know, is cybersecurity that I've worked on for quite some time. So there we go. Anyway, it's a perfect example of how technology is great when it works. When it doesn't, and we all get spoiled because we always expected it to work instantaneously. But in any event, I just wanted to say it's great to be here this afternoon at CyberNextDC. And I always appreciate the opportunity to talk about cybersecurity. As I said, been one of my key priorities now for quite some time during my time in Congress, spanning now 21 years and still going. So I've long said, and I came to this conclusion a while ago, that cybersecurity is one of the major economic and national security challenges of our time. It's not going away anytime soon, and that statement has never been more true than it is right now. So I have seen the cyber threat landscape grow explosively over the past few years as state and non-state actors alike have become more sophisticated and more aggressive in cyberspace. Obviously, the rise of ransomware attacks is a particularly concerning trend, and it represents a shift in the way that Americans across the country experience the cost of cybersecurity. And of course, obviously, cryptocurrency has put that on steroids because of the difficulty in tracking the payments, and it's certainly emboldened so many of these bad actors. So no longer are the consequences of a cyber incident limited to compromises of personally identifiable information any longer. That was when we were first worried about. Instead, intrusions are now compromising the services upon which we rely on in our daily lives, day in and day out. This paradigm shift has created a new found sense of urgency in Congress, though, and to prioritize cybersecurity, which I am pleased to see, but not obviously the reason for it. My colleagues see the need now for new cyber legislation to address the threats that we face, legislation that would not have been possible just a few years ago. Obviously, trying to get Congress to do anything quickly just doesn't happen in Congress, and quick doesn't happen. It's kind of not in the same sentence, most usually, unless there's a real sense of urgency. Some even, especially if it's time of a national crisis. But I can think no better of an example of this window of opportunity that we have available than the establishment of the Office of the National Cyber Director in last year's NDAA. So before Director Inglis took office this summer, I had actually been working to create an empowered leader for cybersecurity strategy within the White House for 10 years. And now with President Biden's signature adorning the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, Director Inglis now also has finally the resources that he needs to carry out his mission. I spoke to him just the other day. He's finally glad to have the money for his office to be able to run effectively, and I'm glad that we were able to get that across the finish line. But I'm not here to rehash last year's accomplishments. We have much more work to do, and one of my major priorities for this year is establishing the Joint Collaborative Environment, or JCE. So the JCE which is a recommendation from the Cyberspace Clearing Commission, which I know you're all familiar with, is intended to improve collaborative cyber threat analytics with participants from the public and private sector. So we've talked a lot in Washington about enabling information, and that's all well and good. However, in practice, entities must be able to make sense of the data coming from different sources around the cyber ecosystem. Without a common tool set for analyzing cyber threat information streams, the act of sharing that information will be significantly less effective. So the JCE would basically address this need. It will support a common tool set with public and private sector stakeholders can use to collaboratively analyze information on cyber threats, cybersecurity risks, and malware forensics. The JCE would live in, as I see it, and our vision is under the larger umbrella of the Joint Cyber Defense Collaborative, or JCDC, that CISA announced last August. And I wanted to give a special shout out to Jen Easterly for her vision in creating JCDC. Together with the Joint Cyber Planning Office and the Integrated Cybersecurity Center, the JCE would support the mission of the JCDC to unify public and private cyber defense efforts. So we've made significant progress, I believe, in getting JCE codified in this year's NDAA, and I'm confident that the House and Senate will come to an agreement in some form in the final conference report that we hope to see coming up soon. So in my conversations with officials at the Department of Homeland Security and the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency, I've been heartened by the progress made by standing up the Joint Cyber Defense Collaborative and the willingness of the private sector to participate. In fact, in one recent conversation, one official remarked to me that they've actually had more private sector interest in the JCDC than they can reasonably accommodate with current resources. So I think that's a good sign that private sector is looking to and willing to engage with JCDC. But that raises an interesting question. So basically, what entities should the government prioritize in collaborating with through initiatives like JCE or the Joint Cyber Planning Office? Well, from my point of view, the answer is entities comprising our nation's systemically important critical infrastructure. This concept of systemically important critical infrastructure, or SICI as we've called it, has started to garner attention on the Hill. But what are we really thinking about when we talk about SICI? So within the Cyberspace Clearing Commission, we basically conceptualized systemically important critical infrastructure using two major criteria. So the first is that a SICI entity's operations must be of high consequence to the nation. In other words, if a certain company were hit with a ransomware attack and its services were disabled, would it be just the company having a bad day or the entire country having a bad day? So if you think Colonial Pipeline is basically a good example of such an entity. In that case, when Colonial was hit with ransomware in May, it disrupted nearly half the fuel supply of the entire East Coast. The second criterion for SICI entities is a baseline level of cybersecurity maturity that makes them best positioned to defend their own networks with federal support. So basically, this existing cybersecurity capacity sets systemically important critical infrastructure apart from many other critical infrastructure entities who are not as well equipped to defend their own networks from advanced threat actors. So these differing levels of cyber maturity between SICI and non-SICI entities require the government to adopt different risk mitigation strategies for each entity type. So systemically important critical infrastructure entities possess the capacity to defend their own networks, but need support from the federal government to do so. To use some military terminology, and with apologies to Director Inglis, who I understand is going to be speaking soon, who explains this much more eloquently than I, we're used to the private sector acting in a supporting role when it comes to national security. Everyone from DHS, the intelligence community, and the Department of Defense recognizes the key operations that private sector innovations and services enable. However, in cyberspace, these companies are on the front lines. So now the federal government must act in a supporting role, something that we are much less familiar with in the national security arena. So for SICI entities, again, those are extremely high consequence and mature. Our risk mitigation strategy must be one of operational collaboration with government. Operational collaboration is a phrase that I picked up from one of our hosts, Michael Daniel, and it really impressed upon me the need to move beyond information sharing to working side by side with the private sector to defend our country. So now non-SICI entities simply lack the cyber maturity necessary for sophisticated collaboration with the federal government. For these entities, more direct federal government intervention and technical assistance might be required to mitigate cyber risk, or we might leverage the community of what we in the slam call cybersecurity enablers, the companies that comprise the cybersecurity coalition and threat alliance. So, for example, if the federal government has identified a cyber threat aimed, say, at Pfizer, it can share that threat information with Pfizer, which the company can use to orient its sizable IT capabilities in response. However, if the federal government has identified a cyber threat aimed at a smaller firm with one IT employee in Pfizer's vaccine supply chain, sharing cyber threat indicators in response will not help defend the firm's networks, because the firm has no capability to actually do anything with that information. So if the failure of that small company could disrupt vaccine development and distribution during a global pandemic, and thus represent a significant risk to our national security, the remedy is not going to be to invite someone from the firm to go out to JCDC or bring them into a skiff to get briefed on the latest threats. No, the federal government or other partners must address the risk in some other way. Importantly, I'm not saying that SICI entities and non-SICI entities cannot have similar levels of risk in this scenario. If either Pfizer or the supplier were hit with a ransomware attack, the U.S. would lose its ability to domestically produce mRNA vaccines through Pfizer, just by way of example. But the manner in which the government must work to address that risk is different from those two entities. So basically, to summarize, SICI entities are high consequence, cyber mature entities with capacity. The way to defend them from cyber threats is to foster operational collaboration with government. But how do we make operational collaboration actually work? Well, we gave this quite a bit of thought during our solarium deliberations. We concluded that SICI entities should receive certain special benefits while being required to fulfill certain special obligations. As we envisioned it, the SICI regime is a new social contract between the federal government and systemically important critical infrastructure. Together, benefits and obligations ensure both sides of the partnership are fulfilling their responsibilities to each other. So the major obligation for SICI entities would be minimum cybersecurity controls that they would put in place. Given these entities' importance to our national and economic security, we need to ensure that they are properly securing their systems. As for those benefits, for starters, I think the federal government must get actionable intelligence into the hands of SICI entities as quickly as possible. After all, these are entities that have a level of maturity and sophistication to be able to do something with the indicators and the warnings. And if they are being targeted by sophisticated adversaries, then they need to know. So SICI entities should also get prioritized access to the joint collaborative environment, as well as other initiatives under the umbrella of the Joint Cyber Defense Collaborative. So, and SICI entities should be eligible, I believe, for prioritized technical assistance in the event of a widespread cyber disruption, something that the administration will be looking at as it develops a continuity of the economy plan, which is something else that came out of Solarium. The government is working with SICI entities on cyber defense in a supporting role, but that does not mean SICI entities should be left to handle the response to a cyber incident themselves. No, quite the opposite, in fact. The government should prioritize its assets, asset response capabilities towards systemically important critical infrastructure, given its importance to our national and economic security. I also believe that we should consider certain liability protections for SICI entities who fulfill the obligations that are required of them. I think that's only reasonable. As everyone in this room perfectly knows, perfect cybersecurity is simply unattainable. And every SICI entity is unfortunately at constant risk of a cyber incident, even if they have strong cybersecurity controls. So since business interruptions for SICI entities can impact the lives of millions of Americans, a debilitating cyber incident could result in massive liability exposure for such a company. Yet it seems to me that those SICI entities who followed all the recommended steps in securing their systems should not be exposed to the same level of liability as those entities who were negligent in their cybersecurity controls. So I believe these benefits and obligations together will foster operational collaboration between government and SICI entities. Again, that was our ultimate goal on the Solarium Commission. So, but which entities qualify for these benefits and obligations? Well, we know that these criteria are for systemically important critical infrastructure, but the question is actually which entities are we actually talking about here? Well, it's an important question. Fortunately, we already have a pretty good barometer of which entities would be included under a SICI regime. Section 9 of the Executive Order 13636 issued in 2013 by President Obama required the Department of Homeland Security to identify the most critical of our critical infrastructure entities. So while some additions would be necessary, I think the Section 9 list is a pretty great place to start. You may be noting that this is quite a small swath of our nation's critical infrastructure, and you'd be right. The total number of SICI entities would not be very large because the number of entities that can operationally collaborate with government on cybersecurity is also not very large. So I don't envision, say, more than maybe 120 or so entities in total. However, we simply cannot tie the existing Section 9 list to a systemically important critical infrastructure bill and just call it a day. An executive order, which any president could rescind or alter at any time, simply is not a durable enough anchor for designating entities that will be subject to new statutory benefits and obligations. Part of the legislative process for SICI must therefore be enshrining the designation process in statute. But that process would build on the foundation established by Section 9. So this is a complex and abstract topic. So let me briefly summarize and just to wrap up. So systemically important critical infrastructure entities are high consequence entities with high levels of cyber maturity and capacity. The strategy for managing cyber risk to systemically important critical infrastructure is fostering operational collaboration between SICI entities and the federal government through a combination of benefits and obligations. So passing a bill creating the SICI regime will be one of my major priorities for next year. I hope to work with my colleagues in both parties on a comprehensive bill that contains both benefits and obligations, because achieving the operational collaboration that Solarium envisioned is only possible with both. So I also hope to work with a broader cyber policy community on this effort. I chose to speak about systemically important critical infrastructure here because of the impressive policy expertise in this room and online. And as I mentioned earlier, there's another key group for operational collaboration to be successful, and that's cybersecurity enablers like all of you. So I hope that you'll continue to engage with my colleagues and I on cyber issues, both the ones that we've covered today and those that we'll undoubtedly need to address together in the future. Legislative solutions to cybersecurity problems are not always easy, and we need to make sure that we get them right. But I'm optimistic about our prospects for continued progress if we work together. So thank you very much. It's an honor to be with you today, and we're glad to take a couple of questions.
Time for just a few questions. Carly, come on up.
Congressman, thank you so much for being here and for all your tremendous work on cybersecurity. I really appreciate it. And we're looking forward to seeing the SICI legislation. Just a slightly different topic. I know that you've been engaged with the new Cyber Bureau in the State Department. Would you mind talking a little bit about sort of its vision or its role in greater international diplomacy on cybersecurity issues, and maybe how Congress can support it?
Yeah, absolutely. And I was thrilled. I did a phone call from Secretary Sherman about a week ago, and she outlined the State Department's vision for this new bureau and having an ambassador level position leading it. And it couldn't come at a better time. Obviously, we have the Cyber Diplomacy Act that's also making its way through Congress right now, and I expect that will basically codify what State Department is looking to create. We want to enshrine this in law. We saw, of course, under the previous administration how, on a whim, the cyber ambassador position, Chris Painter's position, was eliminated under Secretary Tillerson, and I don't want to see that happen again in any future administration. We want to codify this. I think it's so important that the United States lead on cyber diplomacy going forward. It's really important that we engage with our international partners and allies. This isn't just a U.S. problem or challenge. It really is needs both a whole of government, but also an international effort to get behind. And we really need someone at the State Department at ambassador rank to be helping to really focus on this and lead in this area and bring our partners and allies together. This will be especially important as we confront our enemies and adversaries in cyberspace and try to create international norms of behavior in cyberspace, and making sure that we're enforcing those norms, punishing bad actors who violate those norms. So that's what we hope to achieve, and that's what the State Department is looking to do in different partners that I've been speaking with at the international level. They value that collaboration. And just today we were talking with the Australians and how we identified how we are even in the international community willing to move more quickly to identify cyber bad actors, call them out, and then work to punish those bad actors who violate those norms. It's going to be important to continue to do this going forward. Anybody else?
Thank you, Congressman, for coming. My name is Taylor Roberts. I'm a policy director at Intel Corporation. I wanted to speak a little bit more about the systemically important critical infrastructure. And given that the criteria for being designated as such is that you have a certain cybersecurity capacity already, what more do you see CISA being able to provide in the event that something does happen to one of these designated entities? Do you see what sort of capability do you see them sort of lending in the event of a significant incident?
Well, certainly the cyber threat teams that they have that can actually work on an operational basis with the companies, that might be one. And by the way, that also might be something that that CISA would be designated to do with these non-sticky entities if they're not collaborating in the JCE because they're not mature enough and don't have the capacity. CISA hopefully is going to be able to identify capabilities they can help to deploy there, or teams, or depending on how sophisticated the attack is and how critical it is, other areas of government, U.S. Cyber Command, working with those entities as well.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you all very much. Good to be here. All right. Thank you. See, I'm sorry.
All right, so we will take just a couple minutes here to reset the stage, I think. I'm looking at Bree she's nodding yes. Okay, so that's what we're going to do, and then we'll be ready for our next panel here in just a couple minutes.
I squeeze it. Thank you.
Jim, thank you very much. That was great. Appreciate it. Yeah, excellent. Nice. I think Ari will take you down because I'm supposed to introduce the next panel. Great stuff. Great stuff. Yeah, good to see you. Yep. Okay. We got one here. Okay. We got one. You can share it. It's almost like we have We got our checklist. Are you important? Do we have information? No. All right. Yeah. And can't do that. And are we supposed to be looking under here?
I don't know. I emailed them and asked them, so. So I'm waiting for an email response.
Okay. Yeah, just kind of pass it around. There's one up there.
Okay.
I think this one might work.
And actually, if you wanted to, I don't know if this is.
So there's one here. You can actually use that one if you want to be the moderator. Okay. Yeah. Yes. All right. All right.
All right. I'll probably have to share a little bit.
Okay, that's on.
You okay with that? Don't hand me.
Oh, yeah.
All right, we'll reconvene here as we get the panel up onto the stage. So that talk by the Congressman was actually a great lead-in to this next panel, as Congressman Langevin was talking all about things like the joint collaborative environment and other information sharing measures. So this next panel is going to be talking to you about a topic that typically can result in eye rolls from this community, right? Because we've been talking about information sharing for a very long time. But we all know that we need to do it. And so the question is, why have we been talking about it for so long instead of actually making it happen at the level that we need to? And because it's, at least in my experience, it's because it's turned out to be actually really hard. And so this panel has got some great folks on it, and I'll let Neil Jenkins, the Chief Analytic Officer for the Cyber Threat Alliance, introduce himself and them. We'll kick it off for a really great discussion. So Neil, over to you.
Thank you, Michael. So hi, everybody. Appreciate it. Thanks for your time today. So as Michael said, I did have two challenges coming into this panel. Like generally information sharing, intelligence sharing panels tend to be really boring. And this is also like squarely in the heart of my work from home nap time. So that's gonna be, but anyway, wanted to take a moment, have everybody introduce themselves. Matt?
Sure. I'm Matt Wachynski, Vice President, Cisco's Talos, which is Cisco's threat intelligence organization.
Hi, my name is Vikram Thakur. I am a technical director at Symantec, which is now part of Broadcom, and I lead a team of security researchers and analysts.
Hi, my name is Selena Larson. I'm a senior threat intelligence analyst at Proofpoint and a non-resident fellow at the Harvard Belfer Center Cyber Project.
Great, thanks. So I think we've got some really good folks today. We really wanted to focus on giving folks an opportunity to hear from private sector practitioners who are really doing this kind of intelligence sharing on a regular basis, to hear their thoughts about what is working in threat sharing groups and threat sharing programs and what's not. And so we had a really good lead in from Representative Langevin on like why information sharing is important and why it's good and where we can be going with that in the future. I think that's a given, right? We don't need to talk about why we need to be sharing information. Obviously, we need to share information. The thing we need to be focusing on is how do we share information best to make it effective, right? Like, what do we need to do to make these groups work, make them sustainable, make them successful over the long term? So what I wanted to start with today was talking about some of the characteristics of what makes a sharing group successful, and then how can we apply those to existing sharing groups, the sharing groups of the future. So some things to keep in mind. Cybersecurity information sharing groups come in a lot of different flavors. They can be formal, like the Cyber Threat Alliance. They can be informal, like a trust group that stands up on Slack of analysts at different companies to get together to share information with each other. They can be open, like think of things like Twitter, Reddit. They can be closed, like a Slack group or something along those lines. And in general, they can be focused on different sectors, like your ISACs. They can be focused on cybersecurity vendors. They can include government participation, maybe or not. They can be automated sharing. They can be non-automated, right? Just kind of sending emails around and talking. And I think one of the things that we forget when we're doing general information sharing discussions is what types of information are we talking about being shared? Are we talking about indicators being shared? Are we talking about context? Are we talking about strategic warnings, vulnerabilities? All of these things are different and need different audiences. So with that, I wanted to ask the panelists to start by explaining what types of sharing groups you are generally participating in. How many are you generally participating in on a day-to-day basis? Because I always thought that was an interesting question. and what makes them successful. So Selena, why don't we start with you?
Sure, yeah. So I would also like to point out that a lot of these private information sharing groups are really just for people to complain a lot, which is a very important feature, I think, right, of analyst to analyst collaboration. But for me personally, I tend to live in the sort of closed, non-public information sharing space, but informal. So Signal group chats on Keybase or Slack, that type of thing. And just by nature of the work that I'm doing, they tend to be a lot more tactical, operational information sharing. So indicators of compromise, TTPs, things like that. But to your point, I think it's important that to talk when we're talking about the scope of information sharing groups, a lot of it has to do with the requirements of the person that's belonging to the group, right? Like, what are you trying to do with this information, and what are, the requirements of you, whether for me personally, it's like hunting and trying to identify, threat actors, or whether it's more trying to make strategic business decisions for your organization. And in terms of how many I'm in, it really depends, I think, on what's going on and what I want to be paying attention to. How many memes there are, I think, in the day-to-day basis, but on average, probably about 4 to 6, I would say.
Okay, that's quite the opposite of the number of groups that I'm part of. But actively participating is very different from a group that we're part of. Between formal and informal, I'd say, I don't know, close to 50 to 75 groups on this side. But that would just be me being a member of the group. It doesn't necessarily mean that I'm actively participating. Participation-wise, it's probably in like single digits. Syrian's right. What we're sharing is tactical information. What is the bad guy doing? What does the spam template look like? What does the phishing email look like? Hey, what are the hashes of a certain file that might be going around? And what techniques can we guys use? Now, while there's a lot of information in a lot of these groups, there's very little which can actually be actioned on, which is one of the pitfalls of being part of so many different groups. But okay. But the fact that there are 50 to 75, or there must be even more groups out there, that's a good thing for our community, because think of each and every one of them as a little campfire which has been set up by like-minded people trying to fight against a specific threat, whether it's a specific botnet, an actor, or actors operating out of a particular geolocation. It's like-minded people in there trying to share information about that specific topic, and based on your availability and your time, you can participate. But it really, that it's a good thing about our community that there are so many groups out there, and there's so many people who are actively engaged in sharing this information.
For sure. So I think we're a lot like Vikram when it comes to the total number of groups, but we probably break them down a number of different ways. So we have our public sector groups that we sit in. We have our private sector groups that we sit in. We also have our industry coalitions and our other industry partnerships. So if we break all of those things down, it's probably 100 to 150 organizations that are all working somewhere around cybersecurity or cyber incidents. So when you're looking at the public sector, you have a lot more things around policy, how we're going to go after individual problems, and the issues that exist there, even down to things like how do we identify IoT devices or things like that, where we're working with coalitions who are trying to solve those problems so that we have more secure devices that actually get manufactured. All the way down to our actual individual, threat-centric groups where we're sharing indicators amongst each other that we can hopefully take action on. So we break it down into a lot of those types of things and then participate accordingly. I mean, it's nice to be Cisco size so that I can take 30, 40, 50 people and actually participate in those groups and those industry coalitions, which I know a lot of people probably can't do.
So I think that really goes to show kind of like all of these things that we were just talking about, right? Like the scale of the sharing that's happening, and also the variation in what's being shared, right? We heard all the way from tactical indicators to things that are happening today to kind of policy issues. So, in those groups that you're in, what are some of the characteristics of those groups that are making them successful? Matt, you want to start and go back down the other way?
And so I always like to run with things in threes. And so when I take a look at, any type of group, there's usually three main parts. There's a character, and that character is the person that the group coalesces behind. They're the leader. They're the one that's running the show, at least in the beginning. And they're the people, and they're the person that the rest of the group looks towards. Then you have a cause. So you have to have a reason that you're all getting together, and that cause must be well understood by the people that you're trying to collect. And the last part is capability. The people that you collect actually have to be able to do something with the cause. And if you're missing any of those three, you end up with a group that either can't do what it's supposed to do, can't figure out what it wants to do, or has nobody leading it. And if you go and look at kind of the history of a lot of threat intelligence groups and threat intelligence sharing organizations over the last 20, 25 years, they may start out with all three, but they lose one along the way. And then those groups become far less relevant or go into obscurity, and you never hear about them ever again. And so maintaining those three C's is super important for any type of sharing operation to exist. It doesn't have to be threat intelligence information. It can be policy related. It could be trying to get something done. But if you're missing those three C's, you won't be able to accomplish it.
Well, I agree with everything that Matt's saying. I'll add another three. One is participation. That's sort of key for everybody. I mean, you can join one of these groups or be invited to one of these groups, and if you or nobody else is actually participating by sharing or sharing thoughts out there, it's going to die pretty soon. Participation also comes in another way, which is showing up. So a lot of these trust groups actually have weekly or bi-weekly or even in some cases monthly phone calls and say, hey, let's just all get onto the phone and we'll shoot the shit. But let's just do that. But that really keeps the group going. Hearing one another's voice rather than just reading words in an email or seeing some words in Slack, that only goes this far. The fact that you're participating in live, like actually hearing their voices, maybe getting onto a Zoom call, or in some cases actually meeting in person, that participation really, really, really helps. The other thing that I'll talk about is trust. A lot of these groups fall apart very quickly if one person violates trust. Now, that trust would come in the sense of a TLP that may have been mentioned, the fact that somebody took an indicator from here and posted a blog about it, or tweeted about it. Trust is broken, and that group is going to be dead the next morning. It's over. Nobody's going to be sharing on that group once again. And the last thing sort of falls in line with what Matt was saying was relevance. If people go off on a tangent, and people have a tendency to do this, which is you start talking about a particular threat. Next thing you know is people say, hey, yeah, this threat is actually authored by the Iranians. And in the next 1 month, people are just rambling on and on about Iranians. And people forgot that, hey, we were actually here to do a tactical job. Nobody's talking about attacks anymore. People are just rambling on about their beliefs about Iranians. So that relevance really, really, really matters. And it's key to keeping one of these groups actually alive.
I like that you brought up the sort of having a conversation and meeting with people, because for me personally, I think a lot of my sort of information sharing kind of went down during COVID because so much of the information sharing I was doing was in person in events and, with, meeting with other analysts and having those like in-person conversations. And so having and maintaining those relationships, I think, is really important. And it can be difficult, as I'm sure all of us have experienced. But the other thing that I would say, too, is we're kind of coming at this from a vendor perspective, right? But I think that all of us here on stage have the capabilities to act on information that is shared in information sharing groups. And I think that that is also vitally important. If you are just, receiving information, but don't have the capabilities to do anything with it, then that's something that can also be very detrimental to any sort of information sharing group or other, programs that you're trying to spin up. And so I think that having and working with people that have the ability to take action on whatever the information is, right? So we kind of all think about it, I think, from intelligence, right? Because intelligence is information with context and, how you can actually operationalize it. Because frankly, information without that is kind of useless. And so I think that that is vitally important, whether you're a vendor or whether you're an organization that is on the receiving end of information. If you can't do anything with it, then that is a very quick way to kill any information sharing program or progress that you're trying to make.
So I'll say another thing in light of what Selena just said, which is meeting people is sort of important, and networking is important because that is an event at which trust sort of begins. When somebody meets you, somebody speaks with you, somebody understands the data that you might have, that you might be able to share with in a closed group who's actually trying to take action against a particular threat or an actor, you might get invited to a campfire after that. So that's important, and that's probably how a lot of our careers actually began, or at least in this particular space, which is we were all doing something, and then somewhere along the way we met a guy, and that person was like, hey,
or a gal,
sorry, that said, hey, why don't we work on this particular threat together? And so two people met together, and then they said, hey, I know this guy at Microsoft, we should bring him in too. Or, hey, I know this guy over at Trend, we should bring him in too, or gal. You know? And that's just how one of these groups coalesce. And they come together and they either fall apart or they do something great.
This actually makes me want to go to a literal campfire. So the next next cyber event has to have one.
I guess I'm like old because like for me it was I needed to make phone calls.
I thought you were going to say like, hey, I had to start my own IRC channel.
I hadn't even invented IRC yet. We were still sitting on like conference bridges, talking.
And I think
I was trying to play along by saying campfire.
And I think we've, in some sectors, right, we've really relearned that over the last 2 years, right? Like from a CTA perspective, we do a lot of the things you're talking about. Like we have regular meetings, we bring our intelligence researchers together to talk about these things. We had good practice with that pre-pandemic, and we were able to keep it going during the pandemic and give, an ability for people to stay in touch and stay in contact. And the other thing I would just add is like a lot of what we're talking about in terms of trust comes out of needing two different types of trust in these environments. You need this interpersonal trust, like where you actually like believe that the person is going to do what they say they're going to do, they're going to act a certain way, they're going to behave a certain way, and trust in their capability, right? Do they actually have the capability to act on the action? And I think that actually will get us to a better place where we can do operational collaboration in the future, as Representative Langevin was talking about, some of the things that we've talked about publicly within CTA about actually getting folks together to take action together. So it's not just let's share the information and get us to a certain place and then actually share the information or actually act on it. We've talked about this a little bit, but I just want to kind of be explicit about it. So quickly, what makes groups unsuccessful? Breaking trust makes a group unsuccessful. Losing the mission makes groups unsuccessful. Right. Vikram, anything else that kind of leads that?
Sure. I'll break that up into two types of groups, and I'll sort of address both. So one is the formal sharing groups, and the other is informal. So informal sharing groups, again, I come from a vendor. An example of that would be, hey, we receive files from McAfee on a daily basis or on a weekly basis that they have received from their vantage point. And likewise, we share our files or the malicious files that we've come across. So you got to think about scope out here. We're talking like 250,000 to 500,000 files on a daily basis that we're receiving through formal sharing programs, which are coming in through an automated manner. Now, when these come in, by the way, we get files and data from CTA as well. So, that all contributes to the same thing. Now, when you get these files or you get this data, there's post-processing that's required. I can't blindly take action on a file just because Neil said that it was bad. It just doesn't work that way. As a company, we have to process these files, maybe pass them through our own sandbox, extract metadata, run our own tools over it. That's a huge expense. So companies that are not willing to be able to make the investment on such large automation systems, they're not going to be able to get the most bang for their buck. So in that case, that formal sharing is going to collapse because, either you're not going to be able to ingest, and then very quickly you'll be able to say that, well, there's really no value in me sharing with this group as well. Okay. Next thing, informal sharing groups, stale data is a common thing. I'll give you an example. I guess everybody out here should agree that, a lot of times when we guys get information from governments, most of us in the private sector roll our eyes after looking at the data saying, this is 3 months old. I saw this back in April. And so stale data is a problem because it's an investment for us to be able to ingest that information, and there are zero returns because the threat was over 3 months ago. I mean, what are we guys spending all this time and resource on? So stale data is another thing. And there are other things like mismatching of malware. So, if we go through 100,000 files and we figure that 10,000 of them are actually not even malicious according to our own standards, the program sort of falls apart at that point. So that's on the formal sharing, really on the bulk sharing front. When you move over to the informal side, a lot of the factors that we've already discussed out here come into play: violation of TLPs, trust, the fact that some participant is either not contributing at all, which makes it a little awkward because, if there are only 10 people in this particular group and 2 of them are just not doing anything, egos come into play, for lack of a better excuse. So these factors, in my opinion, play the largest role in making a group unsuccessful.
Great.
Just to add one thing. So if you take a look at all the formal groups that are out there, you have things like the CTA, then you have ISACs, you have CERTs, you have ISAOs, you have 50 other types of formal groups out there. And if you go and look deeply into each one of those things, especially like ISACs, what you'll find is there's only 1 or 2 very successful ISACs, like the financial institution ISAC, super successful. And then there's some lesser other ISACs that are semi-successful. And the reason that those ISACs have been successful is they have gravity and they have capability and they have utility of data. And so that's allowed them to be successful, whereas the other ones have not. So
they also have a lot of money.
They do have a lot of money, which helps for capability.
Yes, absolutely. So let's start talking a little bit about what these characteristics mean for existing programs. So Selena, based on some of the things we've talked about, what expectations should we have for sharing groups? Like, do we put too much expectation on them to begin with? Like, how?
That's a great question. And I think it kind of goes back to this requirements piece. Like, what do you want to get out of an information sharing organization? I think when we're talking about from a policy perspective, I know that there's like a lot of conversations right now and legislation moving through about information sharing to the government, like mandating private companies saying, I'm getting attacked or, I'm getting hacked. But to what end? And who's on the receiving end of that information? And is the person who is receiving the information of, X number of ransomware attacks, I believe in the ransomware panel they're talking about, reporting appears to have gone up, or is it the number of attacks that have gone up? Really streamlining that information and getting it into the hands of people that can actually take action on it and say, okay, I have this information. I can actually, interface with either the impacted organization, or I have the data that has been given to me from a separate organization, and being able to kind of collate everything in one place. And I think that what you're trying to get out of an information sharing organization is super important. And again, kind of like I was saying, I'm more of an independent contributor person looking for tactical data. Fresh tactical data, to your point, and not something that's super old. But from the flip side of that, if you are more of a strategic or policy, looking at APT or state actors, or even some of those more like robust cybercrime entities, maybe you're just trying to look for specific geo-targeting or victimology, or more of like a higher level intelligence requirements. And if you're in a very tactical info sharing group, that's not going to be very helpful to you. So I think that it's really important that it's upfront about whatever is the goals and objectives of the group, as well as the goals and objectives of your organization, and making sure that the information is getting into the right hands. I keep talking about like this idea of being actionable, being able to do something with the data, because that ultimately is the most important facet of any program, I think.
Absolutely.
I'll just add a quick comment, just in case people over here did not realize or aren't very aware. Our industry, which is the security vendors industry, we share more information amongst each other than one can ever imagine. I cannot believe Toyota and Honda share as much as we guys share amongst each other. And if we find a 0 day, we find something, we know exactly who to call in the other company. report it and actually take some action about it. There is so much information which is flowing. I mean, I hate to say it, that the fact that I'm part of like whatever 50 or 75 groups, I can't even act on like half of that data. It's just coming in. It's just like a big floodgate of information which is coming in, and very often competition between vendors barely plays a role in all of the sharing.
Yeah, absolutely. So, next thing I want to talk about is, you mentioned it earlier a little bit, Vikram, but what happens when government gets involved in these sharing groups? How does that change the dynamics?
People shut up.
Matt, is that right? Or yes, but go ahead.
I'm just kidding.
No, I would say when government gets involved, things get complicated a lot of times, especially when you're dealing with public-private sector types of relationships, because not all the time are the legal aspects of those relationships correctly worked out or understood when you embark upon those journeys. And so you end up in both ethical and legal problems as to who you should share data with, how you should share that data, what the action of that data should be at the end of the day, and how much information should be shared between those two entities. And so it can get very complicated unless the rules are very, very clear when you bring them in to begin with. You also have to take a non-US centric view when you're looking at governments and say, all right, well, if I bring the United States into something, and then I bring all the Five Eyes nations into something, why do I not bring China in? Why do I not bring, South Korea or somebody else who is maybe probably friendly, but not part of one of those organizations? And so how do you then balance all of those acts as you're pulling that organization together? Because every one of those countries that you bring in may drop other private sector members from your coalition, and that may decrease your capabilities over time.
It's also, it gets a little hairy because most of our companies are in some way or form CDCs themselves. So we already have some established relationships with different parts of the government. So when you try to include a public sector member into one of these groups where information is kind of flowing pretty easily, you reach a point where you have to take a step back and say, okay, well, we might actually have some commercial agreements with these people on the side, and this is going to get a little tricky, both ethically as well as from a tactical standpoint. So which way do I go? Do I send the data through the formal channels? Should I just assume that, hey, we had this data, we passed it over to this group where person X is representing, I don't know, Treasury or DOD or something, and we just assume that's okay? Or where do we guys go? So adding public sector entities to private sharing groups is a little tricky, but that doesn't stop the sharing between public and private sector on the side regardless. So.
That's a good point.
Yeah, I think a really easy way to think about it is, in a really simple situation, if the government's going to share something with me, but they say I can't do anything with it because it's classified, then I can no longer action this piece of information. So I can't put it in my products, I can't put it in my services, I can't protect my customers with it. So I don't want it. It's useless. And on the other regard, if the government wishes to, wants me to give them all of my data, well then they should pay for it. So why would I give it to them for free? And so those are like the really simple scenarios that you have to then figure out how to deal with.
Yeah, we've been sort of battling this classified problem for as long as I've been in the industry. We'd always land up with a situation where somebody in the government would say, hey, I can give you some sample, or I can give you a hash or something, but it'll be TLP red. It can't go beyond you. I'm like, I've got a team of engineers spread across the globe. In fact, majority of my team is outside the United States. If you want to give me a piece of information which cannot go further than me, just keep it with yourself. That's fine. And so, but we've come a long way from there, where today a lot more data is moving. I mean, an easy way to put it would be maybe 10 years ago when we got some information from the government, it was 9 months stale, but today it's only 1 month stale. So we're getting there.
Big improvement.
Yeah.
Big improvement. 9x. So Selena, from your perspective, kind of, we talked about actionable data. That's like the best thing we can get from information sharing groups. What is it that you would be looking for from the government to bring to those groups? I mean, are we expecting actionable data from the government, or is there something else like strategic warnings or prioritizations of who they believe are, the biggest actors we should be going after, that kind of thing?
Yeah, so that's a great question. And I kind of do want to touch on when you're talking about bringing in government to information sharing groups, I think historically and for a really long time, there was that general sort of mistrust because there was a lot of unactionable data, or to your point, this is like TLP red. I think with a lot of work that CIS is doing, a lot of work the Congressman spoke about, I think this sort of stereotype might be changing a little bit. There does seem to be a little bit more of an appetite for, actual information sharing and saying, yes, you can run with this. I think something that I think they do really well, for example, is collecting and publishing vulnerabilities that are being exploited by state actors or cybercrime individuals as well, right? So they tend to be a little bit more proactive about releasing data like that, for example, as opposed to PCAP or your sort of typical indicators of compromise. It's like maybe more sort of behavioral focus. We're seeing this type of activity targeting these exposed devices or vulnerable equipment, what have you. But I think there has to be kind of a back and forth, I think, a little bit. I think oftentimes with government entities, there's a lot of, I want all of the information, and there's not a whole lot of, but we'll give it back to you kind of thing. So there has historically been kind of a hesitancy to open up, I think, a little bit. But I think it's really great to see with a lot of the efforts that the JCDC and CISA, and I have hopes for it. Maybe it's not quite there yet, but I think that there is an opportunity there, and I think, to your point, the strategic assessment, I think government has visibility that private sectors don't have. They have, for example, they have the capabilities to go a little bit more hands on keyboard, so to speak, when they're looking at cyber threat actors. They aren't necessarily operating in some of the restrictions for threat hunting that a lot of private sector companies are. So being able to kind of have the trust that that data is valuable and can be used and operationalized, I think is something that could be very useful as well.
And so you mentioned JCDC, Symantec, Cisco, you're both part of that. Vikram, Symantec released a blog a couple of weeks ago about your role on JCDC. So how's that going so far? Are the expectations matching the reality?
I don't know what the general perception or the expectation is, but the author of the blog is sitting right there. But things are going in the right direction. They're going in the right direction in the sense that the right players are sitting in the room. We're all discussing the frameworks. They're being put into place before we unleash the threat analysts and say, all right, go out and do everything that you guys want to do in terms of sharing and the frameworks in place. So we've had some very useful meetings, and everybody's getting a chance to weigh in on creating the right baseline before the actual program kicks off. So good.
And Matt, from your perspective, I'd be interested in how you all are dealing with the pressure to share with multiple agencies within the U.S. government. If I put on my old DHS hat, I really hope that the JCDC kind of becomes like that one-stop shop, but I know it never will, right? And you have pressure to work with FBI, you have pressure to work with elements of the DoD and the IC. How are you all navigating that?
Hiring. So I think what it really comes down to is it would be really nice if like CISA or JCDC was a clearinghouse for some set of information. I think CISA is probably the better organization to take on pieces of that work. But I got a feeling we're always going to have to coordinate with multiple different agencies. And the question will be, can those agencies understand us so that we can make the requirements and data that we provide to them better? And then on the flip side, what they can give back to us has relevance and importance so that we would actually support it and spend the time on it. So I think that's going to be the next set of questions as things consolidate in these arenas. That'll help solve parts of that.
I kind of think a little bit of that XKCD comic. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar, but he's like, oh, I'm going to use this, there's this framework to do my project. And then it's like, he goes through all these iterations and he's like, I'm going to create this new framework for my project. So there's like 10 existing frameworks that he could have potentially used and created and stood up this entirely new one.
Give it a year.
Yeah. So we kind of see the same thing with like threat information sharing platforms or like tips or what have you. It's like, oh, okay, like there's a lot of resources out there. But none of them have all of the requirements that I need, so I'm just going to create my own. So then it's kind of the same way, I think, in a lot of ways. So if there's the ability to sort of pull in, like not making perfect be the enemy of good, in terms of having that sort of collaboration in the information that you're pulling in and using available and existing resources and baking that into, whatever it is kind of moving forward, I think that that's going to be super important. So we don't wind up with our own XKCD, like new platform.
Exactly. So I'm not sure how much time we have left. Okay, so just real quickly then, and we'll take some questions, but where do we see the evolution of information sharing going based on this discussion? Like, what do we need to be doing to make these groups better, to make these groups more successful? Matt?
I'm going to go, we have to be willing to let some of it die. And there's probably a lot more to it, and I'll leave it to my partners up here on stage. But the one thing we don't talk about a lot is how do we shut certain stuff down? So if you go and look through the graveyard, shipyard of info sharing groups and even policy groups, we never do a good job of like turning these things off and making them go away. They always kind of exist in perpetuity, even if they're not doing anything. And so coming up with good places to get rid of stuff so that it's down to 1 or 2 or 3 things that are actually doing something, and everybody being okay with that is something that needs to get done.
I totally agree. I'll just add on that some of these larger groups, they need to become smaller, and they should just need to have they need to get some more targeted subsets. Like I'll give the CTA as an example. We've done projects, whether it's Olympics or ransomware, or things of that sort, but there are subsets of the larger existing formal or even informal groups, which are a lot more targeted, focused, and then they continue. And they're sort of working under the agreements for the larger framework. So, if we're talking about JCDC, I can easily see JCDC ransomware becoming a subgroup, or, cloud security becoming another. And, there'll be many, many more. And I think that is the right way to do it. Create one framework and then use it for many subtasks.
I think, and I hope eventually, coming at it from like the not vendor perspective, and hopefully like the recipients of information sharing in across the private sector, is that investment and financial, actually, paying people to work on this stuff. Again, if you are outside of a Fortune 500 company that has a ton of resources to throw at cybersecurity, and you have your own intel team, most companies don't, and they require the resources of people as well as the financial resources to be able to actually use that information. And so I said this earlier, but like information without the resources to act on it is very useless. So we can share it as much as we want, but if the recipients don't have the capabilities and the people to do anything with it, then I don't think that an information sharing program can really thrive.
Great. All right. Any questions from the audience? We might have to give up a mic.
I'll beat him halfway.
Thanks very much. So thank you very much for the panel. Just a quick question on metrics for information sharing. A couple things. What are your quantifiable metrics for information sharing, and are they changing as information sharing matures? And do you find yourselves being pressured sometimes by folks outside of your particular discipline by trying to impose metrics that don't necessarily apply best for your discipline?
So metrics play a big role, especially in the formal relationships, because these formal programs usually have dedicated resources or maybe even funding behind them. So, I'll give you a simple one. We look at signatures or any sort of blocking techniques which have been applied against incoming or ingested files from a particular sharing partner. So let's say McAfee gave us 500,000 files in a month, and we blocked all of them. The aim over there is to see how many of them were first seen in the wild after you guys authored those signatures. So what was our real return on investment on both the partnership, the resources that we spent internally on that set of files, and so what is our take? Now, if it comes out that, okay, we did all that, we actually only hit that file on 5 different computers out in the world, and 4 of them happened to be researchers who were looking at those files. So we really only had 1 true positive. So that's a pretty bad standard for that data set. At that point, we'd probably make some business decisions saying either we deprioritize the processing of these files, cut off the partnership, or we move it off to like a weekly instead of a daily channel. So that's just one type of metric, but everything that we guys do internally, especially for formal sharing programs, is based off data. And we really need to know how useful it is and whether we can address those files or those IOCs using different techniques without the partnership. So we look at that also.
I would just like to add, maybe from a non-vendor perspective, having your the requirements of what you're trying to get out of the information sharing group. I think from a SOC perspective or from like a security team, if you were able to identify and patch X number of vulnerabilities, or you conducted a security assessment based off of the information that was shared in this group, you can kind of measure the output that way, like X number of hosts were patched, updated, or we were able to identify and block this type of activity within our organization. But again, that kind of goes back to whatever the requirements are to get out of the information sharing group. It could even be from the perspective of we're trying to do OSINT, open source intelligence analysis and prevention and defense. So we're going to be working across the different organizations and entities within our organization. So we worked with HR, we worked with marketing, we worked with these various business units to prove and provide the value that we got out of the information sharing group. So being able to sort of like document and identify, again, we're talking about data, but maybe not from the vendor perspective, but from a more, the private sector business perspective of, X number of actions that were taken on the information that was received from this group and how that impacted the business and security functions overall.
So I know it's like a little outside of information sharing, well, for free at least, but it's almost the same as how large organizations would quantify the value that they were gaining out of, security vendors giving them a threat feed. Now there would be IPs, hashes, God knows whatever else inside them, and you pass them over, and some SOC somewhere would ingest them, and then they would compare them to all the observables in their own organization, and they'd come back and saying, "Hey, you guys are asking us for $1 million to renew this contract. We've had 0 hits on your data for the past 1 year," and so they wouldn't renew. I mean, it's almost the same that we guys are trying to perform on our own internal self and say, "Hey, we got all this data from this vendor. It's totally useless to our customer base. So, well, we might not take part in it." So
it's like Moneyball for information sharing.
Yes.
Right? All right. Well, great. Thank you very much. Thank you to the panelists for participating. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I can take that. Okay. So thanks very much to the panelists for that. That was a great discussion. We really appreciate all of you taking the time to come and talk about the nuts and bolts of doing information sharing and doing information sharing well. It is now my pleasure to introduce Chris Inglis, the National Cyber Director, the first one of those that we've had. And Chris, and as Representative Langevin said, Chris now actually has money to do what he's supposed to be doing. So that's a good thing. Chris's bio really needs no introduction. So I'm just going to actually turn it right over to him so that he can start speaking.
Thanks very much.
Thanks, Chris.
Good. I'm not a fan of podiums, but it doesn't look like there's a walk around mic, so I'll fix myself. Oh, good. Yeah, that'd be great.
You sort of have to stand
Somewhere.
general area though.
Okay, good. In order to be seen by that, I want to get my hand up high enough so I can do a recursive, right? Excellent. So I caught the last 10, 15 minutes of that panel. That was excellent. Great instruction, great insight for a prospective or an actual national cyber director. And I'm actually trying to figure that out, not alone, but in the crowd of many, private sector, public sector. How do we actually collaborate? Because if I had a theme for what I'm about to say, but I want to take your questions, your influence, it's just 2 words: collective defense. And I'll start in a slightly different place. I'll get to the main point, which is what would the NCD do to aid and abet that? But how do we do something that we might not have ever done before? I'll start with perhaps a look over the shoulder. I think we can all remember in this room with great clarity 9/11. And there were 2 things that and I was in the intelligence community at the time, so I'm implicated. But there were 2 things that I thought that came across stunningly clear to us at that moment. The first is that Garrison was no longer a sanctuary, that our homeland, no matter where you were in the world, but especially if you were in Washington or New York, you felt like something had penetrated the fabric of an otherwise safe place and that you could never be safe again. Cyberspace is that times 10, of course. There's no borders in cyberspace, and the things that can find you are to many people, mere mortals, seemingly indiscriminate, hard to understand, constitute some kind of uncharacterized, unqualified danger. And we need to address that, not just for the purposes of defending data and systems, but for defending the critical functions dependent upon that, defending the confidence that depends on that. But more importantly, after 9/11, and I was in the intelligence community, we thought what we learned was that we need to get better at connecting the dots. And we focused in that discussion on how do we actually put the data together. I think ultimately we discovered that that was a flawed premise, that it wasn't about having data together in some place, creating these massive data sets. Data does not collaborate. Data in and of itself does not provide insight. Maybe analytics plus data can provide something approaching insight, but it really wasn't the problem to kind of connect the dots. The problem is that we weren't collaborating to form dots that nobody could form alone. The National Security Agency knew things about what was transpiring in terrorist plots overseas, being blind to what was happening domestically, truly blind to what was happening domestically. It could not connect that to a homeland plot. It knew it was against some unspecified U.S. interest, but it didn't know what that was. At the same time, there were domestic security apparatus that were looking here to see something that just didn't make sense. People learning to fly airplanes, but not caring to learn to land them. And because those 2 shards, insights, hunches that something was amiss weren't actively compared and contrasted, we missed the opportunity to connect those dots, not so much connect the dots, but to form a dot that no one could form alone. Now, you might say we need to be clever enough to come up to the seam and figure out how to actually take what lives partially on one side, what lives on partially on the other side. But that seems pretty complicated. It's pretty dynamic. It doesn't actually respect your desire to have some static exchange mechanism. So what we eventually learned was that we needed to actually collaborate to learn things we couldn't learn alone, that one stovepipe perhaps had to actually have collaboration of a different sort, not an exchange of information with another. So here we are in the kind of year 2021. We have the same problem in cyberspace, but we have one further complication, which is most of the information of some regard, of some kind of value, is in the private sector. And the private sector is on the front lines, skirmish lines, battle lines, whatever you want to describe that as. And therefore, it's not the supporting sector, it's the supported sector. And the government needs to figure out how does it actually address all 3 of those, given that the government has some unique instruments of power. It has some unique insights about the nature of what's happening in this space, not least of which reason is it's authorized, all governments are authorized to know something about the nature of threat outside of the domains that we literally own. That's why we have intelligence services. It's why we have legats, legal attaches. It's why we have diplomats and so on and so forth. And the government has an obligation to support the private sector by providing not just information that it thinks is well formed, the dots that it's come to conclude make sense, but raw information. I don't mean unminimized information for the intelligence experts in the room, but granular, timely, actionable information that then might be used by somebody to say, this is the other half, or this is a piece of what I've been missing, what I've been lacking, such that I now can discover something that I'm experiencing that I couldn't discover alone. Let me put this in a slightly different way. Imagine cyberspace is comprised of all manner of patches of territory. Of course, it's not that way. I'm not about to give you the pipes kind of speech, but it's all sorts of patches that are defined by jurisdiction, who has the authority to operate in a given network or a network of networks. And there are jurisdictional boundaries based upon either what you pay for or what perhaps geography you occupy. And therefore you constrain yourself to live within that geography, that physical geography, despite the fact that the things that are affecting you or that you want to affect ruthlessly ignore that physical geography. But you've got your stovepipe. You understand through your soda straw what's happening in that stovepipe. If you try to discern what's happening in that stovepipe using only the knowledge that's in that stovepipe, it's a fool's errand. But let's say you do figure out something of consequence. If you then try to address that using only the authorities you have just inside that stovepipe, you'll find that you have one hand tied behind your back and maybe the other four fingers kind of are weak and numb, right? You'll find that you have not the tools and not the insight necessary to deal with a threat that routinely courses across, which just brings me back to defense is the only rational answer to that, which is different than division of effort. It's different than saying each and every stovepipe needs to figure out how to make itself resilient, robust, how it needs to perhaps defend itself more stoutly. Turns out that many stovepipes, particularly if they're small concerns, their margins are small, they really don't have the assets necessary to create the kind of resilience and robustness that a major enterprise could. They're powerless to deal with some of these things that come at them, whether it's a nation state or some criminal element. And we need to figure out how do we make it such that if you're a transgressor in this space, you've got to beat all of us to beat one of us. That's it. That's the bottom line. And we're not going to get there using the division of effort that would have existed in the past. So I'll cut to the chase. That's why the JCDC is different. It's not a reinstantiation of the MKIC or a recon of prize of something we might have tried 5, 6, 7 years ago. There's actually a legal authority behind it that was passed in the National Defense Authorization Act, January of this year. It's actually called the Joint Cyber Planning Office. Ignore the term. Governments reserve the right to come up with clever acronyms. But the law said that DHS is authorized to have on a common floor plate, physical or virtual, doesn't matter. At some point, professional intimacy will matter. But to have on a common floor plate, both private and public sector persons who can co-discover and co-mitigate threats together. They can share granular, actionable, timely information such that they've reversed the model for collaboration that we used to use, which is when I find something that's so special to me inside my stovepipe based upon my limited understanding of what's happening in that stovepipe, I've now made it proprietary or classified. The old model would say, I'm now going to try to share it with you. But now because it's already so special, and it's only going to meet the standards, the thresholds inside my stovepipe, it is almost by definition less valuable to you because it's not been enriched with anybody else's information. And it's going to be far less valuable to you because I'm going to denude it of anything that is proprietary or classified, and that takes time. And so it'll be far less valuable to you times 2, and it will not be timely to you. And therefore, that's why we give you, I think I heard from the panel, 9 months later, we've moved to 1 month later. Hopefully, we're going to move to seconds later. This is already happening in places like the United Kingdom, where they have the National Cybersecurity Center, where they actually have a kind of an activity with natural light streaming in on all sides. And so you actually, if you collaborate at the lowest possible level, don't yet have a proprietary or a classified issue, can say, how do we actually co-discover, co-mitigate threats on the fly? It's happening in Israel, and we're trying to figure out how to make that happen at the JCDC. And to the point made by one of the panelists in the last discussion, this transformation, and I do think that it's not too bold to say this should be a transformation, needs to be built on the back of real, practicable, kind of isolated lanes of work that would say we can succeed on this in weeks to months, as opposed to having this broad aspiration of solving all ills for all problems in the years to decades. Right? And so there are sprints at the moment that the JCDC is teeing up that would say, let's apply this technique to cloud architectures. Let's apply this technique to supply chains. And let's say in a very focused, sprint-based way, what we can do if we try this new form of collaboration. It has to work because nothing else could work. The government is fully committed to this. Now, some in the audience might say, yeah, but there are some other rich centers of information within the government that we think we know something about. One might be up at the National Security Agency, might be the Department of Energy, and so on and so forth. Our job from the government is to make sure that all of those are brought to bear as well, not independent of one another, such that you need a PhD in government, you need to run the gauntlet, but that if you show up somewhere in government, we give you the full benefit of what the government knows in a proactive way that says we're going to first figure out how do we assist you in the defense of this thing that you're on the front lines of. And second, we will then think our way through about due diligence, full faith and fealty to standards, requirements. They're important. But our first premise needs to be we're in a collaboration as opposed to we're trying to figure out how with a 10-foot stick using that cattle prod to guide direct efforts that we too little understand. So let me back way up. That's the premise. That's the spirit of the thing. The Congress passed this law this year, which had about 26 or 27 provisions in it that bore on cyber. It was by some estimates the most comprehensive legislation for cyber in a dozen years or so. It's not to say there haven't been some great activities in the past, but this one was a demonstrable watershed moment. And one of those things in the center was to create this office, this role called the National Cyber Director. It might yet be another kind of voice kind of occupying an otherwise crowded domain, saying I'm going to compete for oxygen, I'm going to kind of try to figure out how to dominate that space. That would be a mistake, right? The intention of that provision was to create a role whose responsibility it was to do four things. First, create federal coherence, not for the federal government's sake. You know, CISOs don't exist to defend systems, they exist to defend businesses, right? The NCD cannot exist to defend itself or to establish its own power. It must exist to essentially help add value, context, leverage to the parts that are already rich and many in this space. So job one, federal coherence, not just for the defense of the federal enterprise, but for the provision of support and enabling the defense of the private sector's enterprise, specifically and explicitly starting with the critical infrastructure. Job two is to push, drive public-private collaboration. And I use that term advisedly. It is different than division of effort, which in many cases an agreement to not collaborate, leaving both sides comfortable with witless about what the other side might have told you if you were in an actual collaboration. Job three is to do performance assessments. Last part of that last panel was very interesting to me because we're intensely interested in how do you not just qualify, but quantify, right, some performance measures of are we getting better, right? Not by simply counting the numbers, but by the things that matter, right? And so our British counterparts have done some of that. There's just some useful summaries to be had in that regard, but we're working our way through how do you do that. And it's not just about the dollars, not just about the technology, but it's about whether the roles and responsibilities that we have properly defined are fit for purpose, whether they make the difference they should, or some adjustments in that, or priorities or time and attention should be changed. And the final kind of objective that the National Cyber Director is supposed to bring about is to be accountable not just for present resilience, which is largely based on response and overlays, kind of it's an OpEx investment, but to be responsible for future resilience, CapEx investments, and not just in technology, but in the people skills, which are hugely important, and doctrinal issues, which is do we have the roles and responsibilities right? Because remember, if you're an adversary transgressor in this space, typically don't think about the technology first. That might be the means by which you're going to exploit something. But what you're going to do is to come at it in the reverse order. Can I actually insinuate myself into the doctrine because nobody's defending this network, or the roles and responsibilities are all mixed up such that I can actually take advantage of misperceptions or simply perceptions that don't exist at all? Or are the people up to the game? Kind of are those people the strongest link in the system or the weakest link in the system? And by one account I've heard, and this is probably in the neighborhood, 80% of most of the things that are notorious are attributable to those two aspects. Either it's bad doctrine or it's kind of people skills just not being up to snuff. We can argue and should, right, improve the technology so that it's inherently resilient and robust. You don't have to argue for an airbag when you buy your car. Why should you argue for some security features when you buy your IT system? But when the technology is in its present state and we innovate and get that in the CapEx phase as opposed to the OpEx phase, we'll still have a people and doctrinal component. Those are the four things the NCD is supposed to do. As Michael said, the position was authorized January of this year, was nominated and Senate confirmed in July of this year. I showed up in the middle of July, and it was appropriated. If you speak government speak, you know that you haven't actually arrived until you get that last bit. The dollars to actually support it arrived Monday of this week, which means that they're still somewhere kind of in the check writing phase. But I'm confident that that's now coming. And we're about 18 strong at the moment. The good news of being kind of cash poor and kind of talent rich is that a lot of other organizations will be willing to loan people into you. And we've got a very capable team on board now in the form of those 18. But we now have the resources necessary to hire out to probably a strength of 80, not for its own sake, but because those 4 outcomes that I've described have kind of very distinct lines of effort that we need to pursue. And our job is to add value to everything we touch to ensure that the parts add up to something greater than the arithmetic sum, and that at the end of the day, that we are more capable coalition, and that we is in the largest possible context, not just private-public collaboration, but international collaboration as well. I probably said enough to kind of either cause skepticism or inspiration or somewhere in between. I'm happy to take any questions and most of all to take your influence. So with the remaining time, I'd like to go to where you'd want to talk about things. There. I'm going to steal away and get a water. I promise I'll be back.
Sure, yeah, fine. So let me start by asking, I don't know if I should come up over here. Go this way. By asking, well, I'll just get standing over here. By asking the question from Eric Geller from Politico. Let me pull it up again here and ask him directly, which is, the administration wants CISA and the FBI to jointly run the new cyber incident reporting program, but lawmakers want CISA to run it alone. What's your message to those lawmakers who don't seem to be heeding your concerns?
I don't hear the lawmakers saying that they want CISA to run it alone, and I don't hear CISA and FBI saying that they want to run it, so to speak, together. The administration's position, I'll start with that, and then I'll talk about what I think I'm hearing from the Hill and from everybody else. The administration's position that the recipients' information from intrusion reporting bills, and there are a variety of these bills kind of stalking the land, I think they're all know it, and somewhere there's going to be a good result. But the administration's position is that both CISA and FBI should receive that information in a timely way. Because CISA has a particular obligation to ensure that it can synthesize that and make sure it then pushes that back out through a variety of mechanisms, not least of which sector risk management agencies, to ensure that everybody benefits from the synthesis that's done. To remind, this information is not being collected, and the bills that are kind of on the street make this clear. It's not being collected so we can find and stab the wounded. It's being collected so that we can optimize, prioritize the limited resources we have to respond to a crisis in the moment, and to then understand if we have more information that characterize this to a greater degree, make the investments necessary to get left of the event to prevent these in the future. The FBI has a critical role to play in terms of incident notification, investigation, follow-up, and therefore they should get this information in a timely way. Most of the bills imagine that there's a rulemaking period within which the government can determine what are you going to do with the information, regardless of who gets it, what are you going to do with that information? And in all cases, the opportunity is wide open for the government to make sure that that happens, that both CISA and FBI get that with some degree of concurrency. Be better still if it was specified in the bill, but we can fix it one way or the other.
Thanks. Another question, we have another reporter question. This one's from Jay Duxio, who's from the Radio Free Asia. And he says, recently North Korea issued a statement condemning the White House's 35-country meeting for cybercrime and ransomware on November 2nd. They say that the main culprit that threatened cybersecurity is the United States.
It's just a rhetorical question.
What's your response to the North Korea's criticism?
It was 30 countries. It was October 14th. And I just think that those 30 nations have showed up, don't agree on all things, but they agreed on one thing in particular. Ransomware is a scourge. Ransomware is something that is given safe haven in places other than the United States or most of the nation, all of the nations that showed up. And so I just would say that I take the point that I would expect North Korea to say that. I don't want to put it in my mouth. I take the point that North Korea would say that. That's not the least bit surprising. I just don't think that I have any sense of credibility in the spokesperson there. I love Radio Free Asia, but I think you just have to discount a lot of what you hear from North Korea.
And how can companies prepare? I'm going to change this question just slightly. How can companies prepare for ransomware attacks that are perpetuated by nation states like North Korea?
Well, it turns out the means in many cases are the same. Doesn't matter whether it comes from kind of a small-time criminal, a hoodlum, whether it comes from a group of people who are operating in safe havens in the Russian near abroad or nation states. Most of the methods are the same, and they take advantage, remember, of the poor doctrine or the poor people practices and technology last. It's a rare event when it's an exquisite and special, vaunted zero day. Most of these things are successful because the defenses are so mediocre. So it turns out the U.S. government, not alone, there are a lot of these kind of recommendations out there, but the U.S. government has a kind of website, stopransomware.gov. I think it's been out there as long as a year now, and if you go, there's actually a pretty nice guide there that says, here's how it works. Most people running small concerns, most individuals really don't know how this works, what the mechanisms are. Understanding that in plain kind of language, it then goes forward to say, and here's what you can do to protect yourself. Not least of which, protect yourself not simply from the event, but in the case the event occurs, here's what you can do to make sure that you can recover from that without paying the ransom, right? Talks about backups and so on and so forth. So there are some relatively straightforward things you can do, whether it's a part-time criminal or a nation state, to defend yourself. Again, there are going to be capabilities that if a nation state really wants to come after you, a relatively small concern, it's going to be a hard day. It's going to be a challenging day. The good news is nation states don't typically do that. They don't typically go after very small concerns. They go after things that are, in the nation state's view, worth their time. And so I think that, it is a fair fight. If you have some assets, how to defend yourself against the vast majority of things you have, if you do it in advance. It's almost always too late. If your first thought about what do I do about ransomware is the moment after you get that message on your screen. Or comments or suggestions.
So thank you very much for addressing us. My name is Jack Bennett. I'm with Kroll Cyber Risk. I'm former assistant director of FBI Los Angeles and was one of the few cyber agents that grew up when there wasn't a cyber program. One of my concerns is with everything being ingested into CISA right now is when that gets pushed out to the Bureau, they're going to get covered up very quickly as a head.
You mean overwhelmed?
Yes, they're when you have that duty to inform or agents to investigate, that resource within investigative agencies is very minimal compared to everything else that is done. So it's a great opportunity to do this, but also that domino effect that it's great getting it out. What are they going to do with it when it lands in a field office, when they have to go downrange to talk to an agency?
Yeah, so make sure I understand the question or the comment. If the point is that the more time delays, the more transactions that are required to get it in the hands of somebody that can action it, I agree, right? That's problematic. And so that's why the administration's position is that the best possible solution is to give it to CISA and the FBI concurrently. Right, and we can get to solutions that look like that, behave like that, even if it's not specified. I'm not saying that we're walking away from that being the administration's position, but timeliness is of the essence, and to at least those two parties. I take your point that it's a lot of information that typically comes up when people say, "So do you really need this immediately, like instantaneously?" Because you're getting a lot of noise. So we do have to balance this kind of discrimination of, how significant is this? Is this significant enough that we would want to act on it? If we do, we need to get in the hands of as many of the actors as possible at that moment. So some mix of technology and kind of critical thinking is required to get this right.
Thank you, sir.
Online question, and then we'll go to this one, and then Sanjay, if that's okay.
Sure.
So this is from Jim Deneen, who asks, do you think the government has enough understanding of private sector incident response to be able to respond to something, to be able to aid and respond something like a future Colonial Pipeline incident where the immediate danger to the public, where there's immediate danger to public safety, and to be able to direct significant resources to aid the response?
The government, through its own means alone, does not know enough about what the private sector finds valuable and how the private sector mobilizes, marshals its resources, which is why that collaboration is essential. Kind of in my own history, I can remember reading something about the start of the relationship between the British intelligence services and the American intelligence services. and leave that aside as to whether that is the only relationship of consequence in the world. Of course it's not. I'm arguing that that kind of relationship broadly needs to be replicated in many places. But from the early days, it turned out that when those two teams were given the charge at the beginning of World War II to deal with one another, both sides were given instructions by their respective superiors of don't share anything with them until they share first. We all know what the nature of that game is. It's called the game of Go Fish. But both sides reported that they shared without precondition. Why? Because they felt they had common cause, they had common hazard, they had this professional intimacy being in the same room. And one side reflected, but both sides believed, they told me things I wouldn't have had the sense to ask about, nor would they have known was valuable to me. You only get that through the professional intimacy that comes from the kind of collaborative arrangements as opposed to information sharing arrangements that heretofore have defined this, which is why the government needs to listen as much as it convenes and speaks. I was recently in a meeting of the Resource Center, some leadership there, where they said, we need to help you understand what is truly valuable to the financial sector. You know, you might describe what you think the critical functions are for continuity of the economy and be nobly intended in the bargain. But you probably really wouldn't understand what the critical linchpins are. And if you had to prioritize one to infinity, our bet would be that you wouldn't get that right. And I wouldn't be surprised that we would get it wrong if we did that alone. Right? So if the point is that the government needs to be in a consultation, a collaboration to get the right questions, let alone the right answers, I agree.
Sanjeet Randhawa with Symantec and Broadcom, and formerly the FBI also. Thank you for being here. In your new role, what do you see as the biggest challenges? And you can put this in the scope of the JCDC. Do you think it's changing the mentality of existing agencies? Do you think it's a lack of processes and systems? Or do you think it's relationships between the public sector and private sector?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm asked this question in a slightly different form, kind in asking the question. It's like, what keeps you awake at night? And I have pithily required, you know, the first thing that keeps me awake at night is what I would describe as proactive ambivalence. Everybody understands that there's something bad happening in this domain known as cyberspace. It still can satisfy our most optimistic aspirations, but most people are aware that it's not going the way we'd intended, that there are threats in here that are somewhat indiscriminate, very brazen, impactful. You don't need to be the target to be the victim. Everybody gets that. Where the ambivalence steps in, the proactive ambivalence is many people believe it's somebody else's problem, right? There are people in the world who have cyber IT in their names. How did they let this happen, right? So they have to fix this. Or there are CEOs who see kind of the IT shop, the cyber shop as a cost center, and therefore all investments in that are investments taken away, right, from your ability to actually drive the business and acquire revenue. And it's always done kind of post, right, CapEx. It's an OpEx issue. Jeff Moss, kind of DEF CON Black Hat fame, you know, he kind of said to me a few months ago, it was a really interesting aside. You probably heard this 10 times, but for me, it was the first time I actually heard it. He says, you know why race cars have bigger brakes? So they can go faster, right? And we're kind of proactively ambivalent about getting that point about cyber or about roles and responsibilities in the space. The second challenge that you mentioned is we're kind of very used to our stovepipes and comfortable with the things that work inside those stovepipes. We're very used to substituting for collaboration by either pushing information that we think might be valuable to the other party, but we really don't know, or we really don't have the insights that derive from being in that other stovepipe. And we're comfortable about perhaps protecting the equities with noble intent that we enjoy by perhaps constraining the degree that we collaborate, and certainly not collaborate at the lowest possible level. We need some control on this. Let's do it at the highest possible level. That won't work, right? We need to kind of break down those silos, those kind of membranes. Stovepipes are inherently good if they develop deep and sharp expertise, but they're only good if you employ that in joint or collaborative fashion. Follow the example of most militaries in the world where they still have air forces and armies and navies, but it's what happens in a combined joint fashion on a battlefield that makes that military either good or not good. It's not the numbers, it's not the skills inside one of those stovepipes, it's the employment, it's the video, not the picture. And so I do worry that we're perhaps thinking that we have a substitute for collaboration that keeps us comfortable in our respective stovepipes that won't work because it hasn't worked. Okay.
Chris, thank you very much for coming in.
Hey, thanks very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. That was great. Always good to get that perspective. Congratulations on getting your money too. So.
Thanks, I'm gonna go get it.
And actually, yeah, it's probably somewhere in that, Treasury warrant OMB apportionment stage at this point, which I know about. So now we're going to transition to an online panel. So that should be coming up here very shortly. There we go. Excellent. One more, I think, right? That's it? Okay. All right. Well, thanks everyone for sticking with us. This panel is one that actually, in fact, bears an interesting resemblance to the information sharing, which is that on questions of diversity, equity, and inclusion, many of us know that it's important. It's pretty unequivocal that diverse teams are better at what they do. But getting to that diversity, making that real, turns out to be really hard. And so the next panel that we have up is going to tackle those issues quite directly about how to actually walk that talk and look at the issues of diversity in that cybersecurity workforce that we know are so important. So with that, Simone, I'm going to turn it over to you to introduce yourself and the panel. So take it away.
Great. Thank you, Michael. So great to be with everyone today, coming at you virtually. I'm so honored to be hosting this panel. So I'm Simone Petrella, founder and CEO of CyberVista. We're a firm that specializes in a data-driven approach to cybersecurity training. And I am really pleased to present my panelists here today to tackle what is such an important issue when we talk about not only diversity in the workforce, but how that can contribute to tackling the overall talent shortage in cybersecurity. So with me today, and I can't see the order that they're on the screen, so please just kind of raise your hand for those of you online. I am pleased to have Marion Merritt join. She's the Deputy Director for the National Initiative for Cybersecurity Education and the lead for industry engagement. Claire Vishik, who is a fellow and CTO of the Global Government Affairs at Intel Corporation, and Camille Stewart, the Global Head of Product Security and Strategy at Google. Thank you all for joining today.
Wonderful to be here.
So just to kind of level set the conversation and kick it off, I want to start with a few stats when we talk specifically about diversity in cybersecurity. And, ISC Squared every year does an annual workforce study. And I think one of the things that we have consistently see across the board are a chronic underrepresentation of diversity in cybersecurity roles. So just to give you the 2021 numbers here, 4% of cybersecurity professionals identify as Hispanic, 9% identify as Black, and 24%, and this is an estimate, are women, although that is generous because they also create a wider category of what's considered a cybersecurity professional. So that often can somehow hover between 20 and 25%. All of those numbers across the board are significantly lower than the proportion of population that those groups represent. Interestingly, other thing I want to kind of mention specific in cybersecurity are where these kinds of people come from. And one of the things, and I'm so excited to have an all-female panel talking about this, but fewer women, 38% actually come up in the ranks from a background in IT, whereas almost half of men do come from an IT background. So there's more diversity in background and education for gender, but yet somehow that's not necessarily being reflected in their representation in jobs. And so when we kind of put that into light, I'd like to kind of kick off introductions by asking each of you to give me a little bit of a personal perspective on how your journey in cyber has gotten to you to where you are, and then we can kind of dive into the hard questions. Camille, can we start with you?
Sure. First, thanks for having me. I came to cybersecurity because my dad's a computer scientist. So I kind of grew up playing with technology and being in technical spaces, but I also knew I wanted to be a lawyer. And so I had to find a way to pull those things together. And I quickly realized that cybersecurity was a space where there are a number of challenges that require multidisciplinary modes of attack. And so my legal acumen helped me think about what the bounds were as I was at an open source threat intelligence company, thinking about how we get stuff down from social media and what were the boundaries of what we were able to do and how do we escalate and how do we work with partners and how do things like new GTLDs affect our clients. And so I quickly learned that my legal acumen paired with my technical acumen made for a powerful combination in this space. And recognizing that every job that I have had across this space has been something I've had to create and something I've had to narrate for people, really illustrates my career and illustrates why I think this space is so important and why diversity is so important. My background was not the traditional background, but has come to be heavily relied upon. And there are more and more lawyers who are not only working in the like compliancy, check the box on the contract requirement space, but really leveraging their expertise to attack the technical challenges. And as that becomes more commonplace, it really highlights the need for different lived experiences, different educational experiences, et cetera.
Yeah. What a great living example of the statistic I just started with. Marian, how about you?
Sure. Well, like Camille, I was heavily influenced by my father, who was an aerospace engineer, and I had really early exposure to programming and other aspects, but I really resisted. And in fact, started my career via marketing degrees, went into product management in the beauty industry. I mean, talk about unrelated, but with the advent of the internet and technology, I just knew I had to be a part of it. So I switched via product management into the technology sector, spent a number of years in the antivirus space. And, as a result, one of the things I worked on was a program to help underserved young adults enter into cybersecurity careers. And that was my pivot point into the federal government about 5 years ago. So very happy to wrap up all of that experience that I've had to help others.
Great, thank you. And Claire, go to you.
Thank you very much. I am delighted to be here, part of this distinguished group. I think we all at the panel came to the same conclusion that it was easier for us to come to study something in depth because we had the family support, the role models in front of our eyes. I come from a family where both parents were professors, and it was clear to me that I will do something similar in that study something in depth. Mom was a mathematician, dad was an engineering professor. My brother is a music professor, and I am where I am now. So coming to technology wasn't difficult. Now coming to cybersecurity was accidental. And talking to many women in cybersecurity, I found that it was also true for them. For me, it was waiting for the university shuttle at a bus stop as an undergraduate and seeing a piece of paper pinned to a tree flopping in the wind. I took it off intending to throw it to the trash can, but it actually was an announcement for an internship in cybersecurity, and that's how it started. And I'm still in the profession.
That's great. Well, that's a wonderful pivot because hopefully our goal here today is to discuss how we can have slightly less opportunistic than literal pieces of paper blowing more diversity into the field. So Camille, I want to start with you because I know that you've been part of a Aspen Institute study that was written on some recommendations of how employers and we kind of as a industry can really help increase DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion in the field. And you've outlined, some recommendations, and we'll cover those later. But I was hoping first, maybe you could give your perspective, like what are some of the systemic issues when you look at employers and organizations that are contributing to these issues that we see in cybersecurity specifically? I know DEI is something that is being, there's attention to it across all organizations, but specifically in cybersecurity.
Yeah, so many of the things that harm or are impactful across industries show themselves in cybersecurity. And then there are some others that are very specific. I think one of the things that's notable about all of the stories of the panelists is that we had exposure to technology or cybersecurity directly from our parents, right? Not a lot of people have that, particularly if they're immigrant backgrounds or minority backgrounds or any kind of underserved background. That might not be the case. And that in and of itself, that lack of exposure is a barrier, right? So we need to invest in youth and how they are cultivating their skills in school, what they're exposed to, the opportunities they have to code and to learn more about technology and how that translates into careers. We need to shift the narrative on who is a cybersecurity practitioner, right? The hoodie in a basement like trope is old and not true. You've got 3 women up here who all have different backgrounds, 4 women up here who all have different backgrounds, different aesthetics. We need to change the look of a cybersecurity practitioner. And then from an organizational perspective, there are a number of recruiting and hiring hurdles that tend to be problematic for underserved groups. So whether that is job descriptions that cause people to self-select out, or hiring models that are rooted in profiles that are classically like elitist schools or focused on white male backgrounds, or just exclusionary in how they were conceived of because the data is from an exclusive population. Or the recruiters are not trained in looking at skill sets that might translate differently. So there are a number of hurdles in terms of recruiting and hiring. And then from a retention perspective, if there is not an inclusive environment, that tends to be a hurdle for keeping folks. Investment in the middle is something we tend to neglect. There are a number of early pipeline programs and even some leadership programs. And there is a tendency for folks to feel lost and othered in the middle, and they can tend to drop off. And mentorship tends to be a solution to that, but how do we build mentorship programs that are actually inclusive and feel welcoming for folks of different backgrounds? And so there are a number of opportunities to invest across those areas, from education and youth to middle career, the organizational pipeline and recruiting and hiring. And I look forward to hearing how some of the other panelists are addressing some of these issues.
Yeah, Camille or Marion, anything either of you want to add about examples that you've seen of companies or organizations really investing in some of those initiatives to kind of achieve that at scale?
I think that there are a number of good best practices and examples out there, but if I could just, level set, the issues around the pipeline are only going to be addressed when we address it at scale for everybody. So, when we talk about we don't have enough diverse talent in this community, we don't have enough talent in this community. And the data, for example, that just came out 2 days ago from CyberSeek, the latest numbers, that we have 590,000 open positions in cybersecurity in this country alone. And if we look at the number of positions within that data that are tagged as entry level, it's only 1.5%. So now not every position gets tagged by level anyway, but the numbers of entry level positions that are available is woefully low. So if we want to talk about getting people to their first cybersecurity position, we really need to put some onus on the hiring organizations to think very clearly about how widely are they opening the door to talent in general, and are they upending their practices, as Camille talked about, for thinking differently. Now, a number of years ago, again, looking at Aspen, there were some companies that made real commitments around revising how they hire in cybersecurity. And some of the things these companies, I believe it's 35, 40 companies committed to, were things like dropping college degree requirements. Not to say that a college degree isn't incredibly valuable, but it's a form of gatekeeping in many cases. And when it comes to cybersecurity, we have wonderful people already in the field who don't have advanced degrees, who are self-taught, who have career pivoted in from something adjacent, either in technology or, in the case of somebody like a Camille, using their legal skills. And we just want to be very mindful to create more of those kind of opportunities.
Excellent comments here. There are a number of best practices and many organizations committing to these best practices, but let me mention just two additional points and also to reinforce the point that Marianne just made. We don't have enough talent in principle in cybersecurity. We need to expand the general pipeline. But what is the pipeline? What talent do we need? There are several definitions of cybersecurity. One of them is very narrow, but if you go to the US CERT webpage, you also will see a broad definition. And this includes all the areas that are adjacent to traditional high-tech cybersecurity. This is project management, law enforcement, diplomacy, psychology, and a lot of other areas that are tangential to hardcore cybersecurity, and without which cybersecurity talent pool would not be able to operate productively. So going broader and allowing people to specialize or move between different parts of this wide super field is probably a good idea, because it will allow us to attract more people with different backgrounds who will learn additional skills on the job. Another point that I would like to stress is in everything with regard to diversity in cybersecurity. The strength is in numbers. The more women and minorities there are in a group, the more they can attract from their own circle, from their own network, from people who apply, from knowing how to interview, from knowing how to define job requisitions. And so that puts in another very, very important area. Attracting women and minorities to cybersecurity is very important, but how do we retain them? We should think about it the day we hire a new person to the cybersecurity team, because it's going to be key to expansion.
So I want to push on one of the points, because we've talked about pipeline here, and we'll get to the retention and how do you keep them once they're on board. But what strikes me, and we've been having this conversation for frankly over a decade now, and it was really acute even 5 years ago, where we talked about, and I know companies have committed to do it. We work with some companies that do this, where we would see the classic, they're looking for an entry-level position, but they require CISSP, and that in itself requires 5 years of experience. And so, we like to think that there has been some progress made in those job descriptions, but ultimately, I'm not sure I have seen a institutional response to really committing to entry-level talent. Because if the requirement is still, we need someone with experience, then to the entire discussion we just had, you block out the entire population of a demographic of people who could grow into those roles if we put the right investment, resources, time, commitment into kind of putting them into those roles. And I think that it's further demonstrated when you look at, I'm going to point again to the 2021 ISC Squared Workforce Study. Actually, more women than men actually were coming into cybersecurity because they're pursuing cybersecurity degrees, which I think is very interesting, because you sit there and go, then there's a majority of, it's more women who are getting cybersecurity degrees to enter into the field, and yet they're still underrepresented in the actual industry. So if employers aren't doing this already, what can we do? And what are some ways to spur employers to really recommit to hiring entry-level talent?
So I want to point to a bright spot in the horizon here, which is the adoption of apprenticeship as a mechanism for not only acquiring new talent, but developing talent specific to the skills you need in your organization. So whereas a few years ago, we were still explaining what apprenticeships were, you are now seeing over 100 different cybersecurity apprenticeship programs in the United States, growing rapidly in every state imaginable. We're seeing them adopted in the public sector as well, although that's still kind of new. But apprenticeship should not be overlooked as just a remarkable way of getting talent, especially diverse talent, and retaining those individuals, because you're developing the talent, you're mentoring these people, you can enable new career entrants or career pivoters, you can spot talent from within your organization who just needs some new skilling. So apprenticeship is a very attractive model. And the federal government has an entire office to help provide assistance. There are intermediary organizations to really take over the day-to-day management of it. Community colleges are standing up programs to provide the academic side. So there's just a really robust ecosystem developing to support employers who are interested in apprenticeship as one mechanism.
I completely agree. I think apprenticeships are great and should be more widely adopted. I think there is a need for taking a deep dive on these job descriptions, because I'm so glad you brought up that point, Simone. I was going to tag that on to the point about the percentage of entry-level jobs. Like, that probably gets cut in half because of those certification requirements and other small hurdles like that feel like large hurdles because of a number of different systemic factors, whether that's financial or access to education, a number of other things, and even just time served to the broader point. And so a look at what skills are needed, a real audit of how you want to outfit your teams with skill sets and expertise. There's always some measure of training when onboarding new talent. They've got to learn your infrastructure, they've got to learn the tools that you're using. And so that apprenticeship model should be thought about in every aspect of your hiring, because there will be some kind of training. So what skills did they really need to have prior to joining, and which ones can you outfit them with to be impactful parts of the team? And so I think that's a real place where we can make progress, is really auditing those job descriptions and adopting that apprenticeship mindset into how you bring people onto your teams at all levels.
This is an outstanding way to present it. In addition to this, let me mention just 3 programs that Intel supports, that most technology companies support, that are open earlier. It is true that we have, I am talking about the industry at large, a somewhat limited number of entry-level jobs in cybersecurity. But what industry does have are internships. That means that a connection is built early with an undergraduate student, and this student then becomes an entry-level employee rather than recruiting entry-level employees directly. So this is a model that has strengths and weaknesses, but it certainly is extremely well developed. Another example that I would like to cite here is supporting programs in high schools that could lead to cybersecurity careers, and keeping in touch with the members of those programs. For instance, Intel and others support ROTC programs in high schools that have specialization in cybersecurity. This certainly has a significant proportion of women and minorities who gain early interest in cybersecurity. Finally, Intel and others have training programs in schools and community colleges. We don't have one yet in cybersecurity or dedicated completely to cybersecurity, but we have one in artificial intelligence, where people are getting the skills early through specialized training in high schools around the world, not just in the US. So there are many creative ways to overcome this deficit of entry-level jobs by starting supporting additional organizations, by getting interns, by getting committed to programs that engage women and minorities at an early stage in their education.
I'd love to weave in a question that came in from the audience, because I think it's relative, it's certainly relevant as we are talking about this pipeline issue and entry-level jobs. Is so much of then that pipeline is contingent on attracting more diverse talent, women, Hispanics, Blacks, into programs, everything from universities, community colleges, and down through K through 12. So one of the questions from the audience, from David, is any ideas on how colleges and universities can attract more female students to their cybersecurity programs?
Yeah, if I can just jump in on that. If we look to the work that's been done, the research in how do we attract and retain young women in computer science programs, there is some evidence that having professors who represent those populations can be helpful to making sure that people feel supported and are, in peer groups. So if it means you break down into all-girl cohorts, or you intentionally say this is an intro to cybersecurity program, that can be quite helpful. But I would also look to some of the great affinity programs, such as Women in Cybersecurity, where they have chapters on the university campuses. And because participation in those affinity programs can layer on access to competitions and capture the flags in supportive environments, which may build confidence as well as skills. Additionally, that may give them access to the mentoring, the practice on, applying for jobs and interviewing skills. These are all skills you learn, right? Nobody's born knowing how to interview for a job in cybersecurity. So the more support we can provide, that leads to employment. So making sure that the university is developing relationships with their employer population to identify internship and entry-level positions in cybersecurity.
I know one of the things, and I realize that it's a chicken and egg, right? Because who's responsible for the issue? We work predominantly with employers. And so I know one of my soapbox issues when we talk about pipeline, talent, and entry level is that it's not, for employers in particular, it's not fair for them to actually rely only on universities or the school system to actually kind of grow this talent, because at that point they are not only ceding control, but they actually are kind of transferring the responsibility when it's ultimately their responsibility to take ownership of this problem and really figure out how to identify some alternative sources of talent. Now, Camille, I kind of want to go back to some of the recommendations that you make in the study, because some of them are a bit controversial, or at least I think at blush surface, because they're just so different from what we're used to, as far as ways that employers can break down some of those barriers beyond just job descriptions. The one that's coming to my mind immediately is the idea of like eliminating background checks. And I see this even in my own organization, as someone who is trying to take DEI very seriously across the board. It can cause some internal strife and real challenges in an organization. So what are some of those things, and what are some of the considerations that employers need to take into account when they're trying to implement some of these recommendations?
Yeah, the impacts of things like background checks can be pretty harmful and can be inconclusive. So for example, whether it's a background check or like a security clearance check. So there are a number of jobs across the field that need security clearances. And if you've got if you're an immigrant or immigrant background, those connections to the diaspora that you're a part of could mean that though there are hurdles there that actually speak in no part to your connection, to your allegiance to the country, to your ability to do the work, but end up being hurdles. And then from a background check perspective, if we're looking at a society where minority populations tend to have been stopped by the police or in some kind of legal situation at some point in their life, that popping up on their background check could cause a flag on their profile that really has no indication about who they are as a person. So a background check in and of itself is not a problem, but how it is leveraged. The information that is included in that, what part of the process that is what we're thinking about there, right? How are you taking those inputs, layering over the societal context, getting to understand the candidate, where they've been and where they're on the trajectory to go is what the goal is. But a blanket background check that if someone fails, and what is the definition of fails, might mean that you lose out on a number of candidates that could have been really great additions to your staff. Some of the other recommendations are things like interdisciplinary programs that flag pathways for students in schools, which could be another solution to the question earlier. The certification piece is a big one. We really need to evaluate when certification should be a part of the process, if they are, what are alternatives? there should be other ways that folks can demonstrate that they've got the capability, including the organization paying for the certification as part of the onboarding process or the vetting process in that first 60 to 90 days. There are a number of small ways that if you change where something lies in the process or how it's leveraged, it could change who is a viable candidate, particularly as you're trying to leverage a recruiting system or an HR system that's helping you to vet people and is not actually rooted in the skill sets and the content that you're looking for. Even referral programs, moving that to the end of a process after you've already assessed them based on their skills, assessed them based on the things that mattered for the role, and using that as like a final indicator rather than an early flag could change the trajectory of someone in the system.
Who's ultimately, do you think, responsible for that in an organization? Because I know that can be some of the biggest challenge that we deal with in cybersecurity, right? Is that a traditional HR and recruiting function, which means it's a umbrella set of recommendations that is implemented across the organization that trickles down? Or is there a special responsibility that we have as cybersecurity leaders in the field to also implement this in our own functional areas and then work our way up through like HR and the recruiting leadership and mechanism?
All of the above. As an individual manager, you should be coaching your recruiter on what your needs are and that you'd like to see a diverse slate of candidates and what the skill sets they should be looking for. And don't block these candidates for these like arbitrary reasons. Use whatever is in your sphere of influence. As a leader in an organization, you should talk to your HR apparatus, your recruiting apparatus, and say, we want diverse slates of candidates. Here's how we're thinking about this. Work with me to build out job descriptions that are actually reflective of what we need. And then yes, as an HR organization or recruiting organization, you should be constantly reviewing the job descriptions, practices, background checks, all of the inputs that you're leveraging to find talent to ensure that you are eliminating bias wherever possible and actually getting to the root of what's necessary to do the work.
Mary and Claire, I'm curious, do either of you think is that possible? That's a tall order.
I'm sitting here saying, here, Camille. I mean, look, HR, they have a lot on their plate, and they're not just helping manage the hiring for cybersecurity roles. Therefore, the need to educate and inform our HR partners as to why is cybersecurity hiring so challenging? Why is my position open on average 6 months and much longer than other technical roles? You know, there are real underlying societal issues at play. But I think this also starts with asking for data. If you don't know what your current diversity stats are for your organization as a whole, and then your technical positions, and then drilling down further to cybersecurity, you don't know where you're we want to go up from there, but you need to know where you're starting. So I would just encourage people to partner with their HR team to get those statistics and to identify diversity hiring as something you want to work on collaboratively. Now, we at NICE, we're only as good as the community at large. You know, we convene the public, industry, government, and academia to talk about issues such as these, and we will support you in your efforts. Our community stands by ready to help you with materials. We've got materials developed for the HR community to kind of summarize what these issues are so that you as a leader and a hiring manager can just do your job better.
Yeah, excellent points again. I think there are several points to make here. One of them is that for many companies, including Intel, data on diversity hiring progress thereof has been made public. Intel has been publishing this data quarterly, so it's readily available for the company and upon request for specific organizations when it's necessary. So this part of the picture has become visible, at least in many situations. One other point to make, however, based on what already we discussed here, is that what I said at the beginning, that there is the strength in numbers and what was reinforced by others in their statements. This has another side. there is strength in numbers because people tend to hire people who are like them. This is what affects the nature of the job requisitions. This is what affects the nature of the recruitment interviews. But the workforce is changing. It's changing radically. Not only the fact that people want work-life balance, that they want jobs that are connected to societal issues directly, even if they are predominantly technical. But also that people move between professions. They have multidisciplinary interests from the very beginning. This certainly wasn't the case to the same degree 30, 25 years ago. So I think if we want to address the issue of diversity in cybersecurity, which is a multidisciplinary subject, fairly, we probably need to understand what the workforce needs, what kind of non-traditional hires we can trust and give them the opportunity to work in organizations where they don't dot all the I's and cross all the T's at the beginning. It's, again, making every job flexible, making the opportunity for apprenticeship on the job much more readily available, and understand the modern workforce better.
Yeah, and a great point, Marian, on the data in particular. I know that Intel is doing a good job in publishing it. I participated in some of the Aspen Institute working groups on this issue, and I know data and kind of which companies were willing to share it and which ones were tracking it and what they could and couldn't do. That is a constant chronic challenge. And so, I think that we could probably have a whole other panel just on how do you kind of solve that issue to have a good baseline of where you're starting. But I want to pause before we can dive back into it. I have more questions, but we have about 10 minutes left on the clock, and I want to see if there's any questions in the room or in the chat before we move forward. And then if not, I'm happy to pick it back up, but I'll pause here and see if there's any questions in the room.
While we wait for a question, I'd just love to add on that data point. Do not let it be a blocker. The absence of data should not mean that you are not going to make progress on this issue. Start the data now and see how you progress, if that's what you're using it for, right? As a metric of success and progress. But don't let the lack of data about exactly how your workforce is divvied up and how what representation looks like keep you from doing the work.
And I would add, while we're waiting for questions in the room, there are partners out there to help you find this talent. Whether it's you want to help veterans transition to civilian careers, there are organizations that can help you identify skills in the military that translate to the skills you're looking for. There are organizations like NPower and Gear Up to spot underserved young adult talent that can be trained to fulfill your needs. And there are a number of initiatives that are refocusing on skill-based hiring, which I think you're going to start hearing more about going forward, to get us away from a reliance on certifications and degrees as the only markers of talent, but finding other ways of assessing somebody's job readiness.
And while we are talking about degrees that, of course, are not the only indicator in the talent pool, there are a lot of non-traditional solutions there that increase the diversity in the pipeline significantly. Well, for instance, I am located in Austin. The University of Texas has the School of Information. The School of Information has a very diverse student body. At some point, they added a security program there, cybersecurity program, as one of the specializations. So as a result, there was an opportunity for this group of students to look into this program early, to test their interest in it, and then to join it. I think attempts like that, where non-traditional talent pools are introduced to cybersecurity, either at the bachelor's or at the master's level, are going to be very productive. They are going to be productive in colleges and universities, and also in community colleges. I talked to many now renowned cybersecurity professionals who told me that their interest in cybersecurity has the source in attending a class that was not a planned class for them or for their major, but that led to the lifelong interest and a very successful career. We should support this.
Great. I think we do have a question in the room. Ari, just want to make
Thanks,
sure.
Ron. Yeah, sure. I want to follow up on this question of apprenticeships because I'm curious as to whether if there's other examples of areas where we've seen apprenticeships like that scale. Because because there's two. It's the diversity issue, yes, that it will help with, and I think that helping individuals obviously helps in that case. But there's also, I see that if we can get more of a diverse workforce, we can also solve the workforce issue. And right now, if you look at you go to CyberSeek and look at the numbers that NICE has there, you see there's 70,000 open advanced jobs and 40,000 open middle tier jobs and 20,000 open entry-level jobs. So the scale, I worry about the scaling problem. Yeah, we can help individuals with apprenticeships, but can we really break through that bigger problem at a bigger scale? And is there examples of us doing that in other places?
It's a very fair question. And the limitation on scaling for cybersecurity, it all falls on the employer making those opportunities available. Because we can deliver education in ways, look what we've all learned to do in the last 2 years, right? So remote learning is so easily delivered to people who previously would have said, I can't get to the location where the classes are, I have childcare issues. We've broken down so many barriers on delivering education, and we now need to just figure out ways to increase the workforce opportunities in a similar way. So it does come down to the employers thinking creatively about, can talent be somewhere other than where we're located? Can they do this work in non-traditional ways?
Camille or Claire, any comments?
We have another question.
Go ahead.
Oh, no,
I
please.
was just gonna say we have another question.
Okay, well, that was a good segue to my question, actually. First of all, thank you very much for the panel. But then I was just going to ask how the movement to work from home and hybrid work environments, what is the impact on the effort to have more diversity in the workforce?
I actually think it's been a huge enabler to Marion's point about looking at geographic diversity and building out education programs and skilling programs. I think it provides a huge opportunity. And to Ari's question, I think reskilling should be a focus as well, right? There is a huge opportunity to fill the gap in jobs by identifying folks that have other skill sets that are completely unrelated to cybersecurity, but would translate well with some very technical training or some very tactical training that they can focus in on what they need to do and how they need to do it. But I think we have created a huge opportunity here by equipping organizations to be ready for hybrid or virtual work environments and to open the aperture on where people are. Because one of the blockers traditionally has been geography. People don't want to move to certain locations for a number of different reasons. And this removes that barrier, as well as removes some of the financial barriers.
I think it certainly opened up additional opportunities that are extremely valuable. It also created additional problems that we need to learn to understand better and compensate for. When the schools were open, of course, it was when the schools were shut down last year, it was extremely difficult for many of our female and male with large families, employees to work from home. This was true for everyone. I do a lot of mentoring and I have seen a lot of women, technical women with outstanding skills in many geographies leave the workforce because they wanted to focus on being mothers. Of course, now life is closer to normal, but still working from home means that the mothers, the fathers are more available to their children during the day. Understanding the dynamics of this new workday, this new modality that is either fully virtual or hybrid still requires considerable studying, and we will need a little bit more time to completely adapt to it. But overall, I think it was a huge enabler, just as Camille said.
Great point. And one thing I want to mention just to wrap this up, because I think it's been a phenomenal discussion, is I think the takeaway, at least from the employer standpoint, is that there isn't going to be one program or one initiative when it comes to increasing diversity and solving the talent shortage in cybersecurity that's going to be able to be the silver bullet here. It's about how do you put together a comprehensive program. I mean, everything we've talked about can't necessarily stand on alone. We have to look job descriptions while we're simultaneously looking at partnerships and ways to increase pipeline of candidates, and then apprenticeships, while also looking at populations we can reskill. And those are a lot of things that have to happen at once. And I'm not saying they have to be all of them, but I do think that that is a major takeaway. It's not any one of these in isolation is going to get you that scale. And so, you know, I think one of the things that I found so interesting in this discussion is it really has to be a concerted, directed, deliberate, comprehensive effort on the part of employers to kind of put these programs together. And Camille, to your point, you know, it's not just something that has to happen at the very, very top in overarching HR. It's got to be something that we take ownership as cybersecurity leaders at the kind of micro level as well. I want to thank everyone and all the panelists for joining me today. It was a fantastic discussion, so thank you.
Yes, Simone, Camille, Claire, Marianne, thank you very much for that great discussion on this really hard and interesting topic. We very much appreciate it. So thank you for joining us today. We are going to take a short break here while we get our last speaker. So it's kind of like the 7th inning stretch, only before the 9th inning, to use that baseball metaphor, before we bring on Paul Ash as our last speaker. So just a couple minutes break while we make sure that he's online, and he'll be coming to us from tomorrow. So excellent. So just a couple of minutes break. Thanks to the panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the invitation and the moderator.
Hey, Paul, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Oh, excellent. Yep. Cool. Well, since you're here, we'll get everybody back in the room and we'll get started here in just a minute.
That sounds great, Michael. Thank you.
We lost.
I'm gonna dance.
Oh, there we go. All right. Well, thanks everyone for coming to the ninth inning here of this great day. It gives me great pleasure to introduce Paul Ash, who is the Prime Minister's Special Representative on Cyber and Digital and the Cyber Coordinator at the Department of PM and Cabinet in New Zealand. So he is actually coming to us from tomorrow. It's already Friday mid-morning where he is. And Paul and I have worked together in various capacities for a long time. He's a great friend and colleague. And I think it's a great way to end our day here today and talking about and getting a perspective on the cybersecurity issues from a close friend and ally of the United States, but one that's on the other side of the world and has a different perspective on the challenges, both just due to their location, but also their size and capability. So with that, Paul, let me turn it over to you. And thank you very much for being willing to speak to us today.
Kia ora tātou katoa, and good morning, and thanks so much for that introduction, Michael. And greetings from the future, I guess it is a fine sunny spring Friday morning here in Wellington. And a big thanks to the Cyber Threat Alliance and Cybersecurity Coalition for the invitation. The work that both do is critically important, and as I hope you'll see, matches our New Zealand approach It's also great to see so many close counterparts amongst the speakers today and have the chance to make some new friends and colleagues. No te roro, naku te roro, ka ora te iwi. With your food basket and my food basket, the people will thrive. This is a Māori whakatauki used here in New Zealand that speaks to the idea that while working in isolation might enable us each to survive, working together can take us beyond survival to prosperity. It speaks to community, to collaboration, and to a strengths-based approach. And for New Zealand, it's a really good metaphor. It goes to the core of our cybersecurity work, to the value, the necessity of strong multi-stakeholder partnerships. New Zealand's a long way from major markets. We depend on international connections, crucially for our livelihood and survival. We've invested really heavily in digital technology, especially connectivity. We have excellent undersea connections to the world, with more on the way. We invested early in fibre infrastructure through public-private collaboration. We have fibre to the door right the way through New Zealand. 87% of New Zealanders will have access to ultra-fast broadband by the end of 2022. Gigabit uptake is now high, and most city residents now have access to a 2 to 8 gigabit per second connection in their homes. With a small population of 5 million across a relatively large rural and unspoiled area, we've also had to focus on rural connectivity and some innovative solutions there too to spread that connectivity across the country. So we have connectivity, we have renewable energy at around 85% of our generation. We have stable public management, a modern regulatory environment with comprehensive privacy and security regulatory frameworks. And our location and time zone from the future, as Michael put it, are actually quite helpful to us. We're exactly 12 hours across from the European markets, and we can work very well across most US and North American markets. That combination makes us an attractive place to go digital, and it means we've currently got large-scale cloud investment underway here with local and foreign infrastructure providers building. Microsoft and AWS are both constructing full data center regions in New Zealand, which are very significant investments and votes of confidence in our ability to be a reliable digital partner. Domestically, we're very, very heavy and innovative users of digital infrastructure, and that ranges from primary sector production and all of the Industry 4.0 applications we see there, through to film industry and advanced AI applications, and in particular, synthetic people and the ability to project those digitally around the world. We have a strong track record of digital delivery in government services and a focus on digital inclusion here, and the broadband stats probably bear that out, making sure that communities, Indigenous communities, Māori communities right across New Zealand, and rural schools, for instance, are able to all participate in the modern digital environment. Those characteristics all make us digitally advanced, nimble, and relatively innovative. They don't change scale, they don't change size. We are still a relatively small market. But what they do is also make us a very attractive target. Now, it's late in the day for you, and the ninth inning, as Michael pointed out, probably for us to be the fourth innings of a 5-day cricket test. So I won't rehearse the statistics of cybersecurity in New Zealand, other than to say we are not so very different. That is, we have a steady beat of state-sponsored and criminal activity that seeks to corrode confidence in that digital environment, to undermine our assets, our data, and our critical infrastructure. And I'll highlight 3 events that just speak to that shared challenge. A ransomware incident with payment demands crippled our Waikato District Health Board, one of our largest this year. Key health infrastructure out of action for a very long time in the midst of a global pandemic. Our Reserve Bank, your Fed Reserve, I guess, suffered a supply chain incident when its red actor targeted a supplier and sought to compromise its systems. And our New Zealand Stock Exchange, the NYSE equivalent, and retail banks have been disrupted in the past year by persistent large-scale DDoS attacks. Those events, ransomware, DDoS, and compromise to establish presence on systems, will be really familiar to most in this audience. We are not so very different. So how do we deal with that in New Zealand? Well, our approach, as I set out in that whakatauki, is around wide-ranging engagement with industry, the public, and international partners. And we feed that into our national cybersecurity strategies to deliver an approach that we hope means New Zealand will be confident and secure in the digital world, and that we can thrive online. That's based on some principles and some values to deepen collaboration and take effective action. We seek to work in a way that builds and maintains public trust, is people-centric and respectful and inclusive, that balances risk with being agile and adaptive, and that uses our collective strengths to deliver better results and outcomes, and is open and accountable. Those principles acknowledge that cybersecurity isn't just a problem for us in government, it's everybody in New Zealand's responsibility. And it means we're having to learn to work together in new ways to get better results. There's 4 key things we do there. First, partnerships are crucial. The government has a leadership role, but it can't do that on its own. We need partnerships with the private sector, non-governmental organisations, and the international community. The second comes to that people-centric piece, that people are secure and their human rights are respected online. We try to avoid things like a balance between privacy and security. We try to be able to have security and privacy. And part of that means that the openness of the internet needs to be respected. It's part of its unique value. Our citizens need to be able to operate in the digital world with confidence and security and to know their human rights are respected. And for us, it's critical that international and domestic law are applicable online as offline as part of that. The third is that economic growth and enhancement is critical to our cybersecurity. Strong security is a necessary precondition for a productive, profitable and transparent business environment. And our efforts should ensure New Zealand's a desirable place to do business, store and process data and invest. And the last is a really sharp-eyed focus on national security being protected. Cybersecurity these days is our first order national security risk, and protecting it requires us to be adaptable, resilient and prepared to manage uncertainty. That means we focus our effort in 5 places. One is around awareness and active cyber citizens, building a culture in which New Zealanders operate securely online and know what to do if something goes wrong. The focus there is on awareness, education, support to vulnerable users and communities, and making it easier to report incidents and get help. One of the reasons we stood up CyberNZ in 2017. We're also focused on a strong and capable workforce and ecosystem. We rely on that workforce to keep us secure, and increasingly others rely on our workforce to keep them secure offshore as well. We're working to support and grow a very vibrant cyber industry, the workforce that supports it, and the academic capability that backs it up. We've seen really strong demand and uptake for cyber education programs and strong industry growth. While it's still relatively small, our industry is very capable. It's can do in a very New Zealand way. It adapts quickly and flexes, and it's well regarded for the trust and transparency of its work. If you want someone to have an intimate relationship with your networks and systems, you need to be able to trust them, and it's something that New Zealand firms find stands them in really good stead when they're working here and offshore. And we're starting to see that industry really mature as startups scale, or they're part of M&A with larger firms, and as investment into New Zealand capability starts to really drive some of that growth. And the investment's coming from the US and from Australia at the moment. I guess the third of those priority areas is a resilient and responsive New Zealand, and it's a core focus on knowing how we can resist cyber threats and have the tools and know how to protect ourselves. That's meant a lot of capability into our intelligence community, building the resilience of our most significant infrastructure and expanding that resilience across national systems, so not just the infrastructure, but the systems they depend on. Working in pretty unique partnership between our National Cybersecurity Centre and industry. It means delivering government support directly into those organisations from our National Cybersecurity Centre to enable them to be more resilient. It's coupled with work into the public sector to protect and lift its capability through dedicated cyber programs, and a priority focus these days on shifting our public sector off legacy systems and onto cloud native architectures and platforms. And the investment I described earlier is really helping with that. In the resilience space, we will also use cyber tools and partnerships to further our interests, including working with national security agencies and law enforcement agencies offshore. That resilience work is underpinned by statutory provisions that empower agencies to work collaboratively with the private sector. And a good example of that, and a place where New Zealand really, I think, thought early and carefully, is our network security legislation, which regulates for security outcomes in the design, build and operation of telecommunications networks. That legislation was passed in 2013. an age in internet terms, but in doing so, we anticipated and moved early on the emergence of supply chain threats in telecommunications and concerns about trusted networks that have bedeviled us all over recent years. We've seen that legislation and aspects of it being picked up by close partners, adapted, improved upon, but it was a really early foray into that area that's been successful for us. We're working also on proactively tackling cybercrime, and we're seeing that the nature of cybercrime, covering a wider range of issues than just the classic InfoSec triad, through to online harms and upscaling of traditional crime types. There's work underway in New Zealand across all those issues, but I'd be remiss if I didn't highlight one, and that is that on 15 March 2019, an attack on 2 mosques in Christchurch, New Zealand, saw the murder of 51 peaceful worshippers live streamed on social media. Some of you may have seen this in your feeds. That atrocity had global reach and impact in the way that we've never seen before online. Facebook alone had to take 1.5 million copies of that live stream down in the first 24 hours after the incident. And in a sense, that to the extent that the atrocity had global reach and impact, so too did our response. With global partners in government, industry and civil society, Prime Minister Ardern and French President Emmanuel Macron launched the Christchurch call to eliminate terrorist and violent extremist content online. That call is now an active community of 55 countries, including, I'm very proud and pleased to note, the United States of America, 3 international organizations, the world's largest tech companies, and around 50 civil society organizations, actively working now on global crisis response, transparency, and efforts to better understand and address the effects of algorithmic processes that contribute to radicalization. It's a key initiative now to try and improve safety online in that wider cybercrime area. And it's really a good segue into the last of New Zealand's key priority areas of activity, and that is being internationally active. Our interests will be advanced and protected through international activity, through being a steady, active, smart partner. And it's one of the reasons I'm here today and delighted to be here. We continue to champion a free, open, secure and multi-stakeholder internet. We will continue to support the rules-based order and to promote peace and stability in cyberspace. And as a contribution to this, late last year, New Zealand for the first time publicly released its view on how international law applies in cyberspace, for example, an effort to try and reduce ambiguity and build confidence in how we and other actors will respond in events online, and make sure that the underpinnings of that international law are very, very clear. We also act bilaterally, regionally and globally to build trust in cyberspace. The Christchurch call is an example of the global work. Regionally, we're involved in capacity building on cybersecurity, particularly in the Pacific region, very vulnerable, small neighbours of ours receiving support from our CERT and others. And in the ASEAN region, where in particular we partner with Singapore. I guess regionally, our work includes that partnership with Singapore and the regular work we do with them, but also dialogue with a range of other countries where we might not have the same perspectives across the Asia Pacific. And we bring a distinct regional voice and amplify those of like-minded partners to those discussions. More broadly, we participate very actively in initiatives like the Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence alongside the US and others, where we're championing innovation on algorithmic explainability and safety. We also, at the sharper end of this, will respond to unacceptable behaviour in cyberspace. We attribute responsibility for such behaviour and very early on did some really interesting policy work on how to manage that attribution process. And we cooperate with others to prevent and deter malicious activity. As an example of that cooperation, we were very, very pleased to be part of and to support the work of the Counter Ransomware initiative championed by the US government and recently launched by our friend Anne Neuberger over at the NSC. So what does this mean for all of you sitting in the room, hearing from me in the future on the other side of the world? Well, for those who've worked with New Zealand over a long period, that includes Michael and governmental counterparts today, the approach I've outlined will be familiar. It will be something that's predictable and steady and reliable. And that's important in and of itself. But for those new to us, I hope this provides insight on our approach to cyber issues. The key takeaways: New Zealand is digitally advanced and active, and we're in the future, a little bit ahead of the rest of the world. We face the same challenges as those here today. Our size means our responses won't be based on scale. They won't be based on economic weight or spending our way through the cybersecurity challenge. They'll be based on partnerships with counterparts, including those here today. They'll be based on innovation and thinking deeply and creatively about solutions. Our early network security work is a good example, and that's a valuable contribution to the mix. They'll also be based, our responses, on a value set grounded in the rules-based order and international and human rights law, and a copyright focus on national security and importance of preserving a free, open and secure internet for us all. In that, not only are we not so very different, we're a remarkably similar, albeit smaller, and reliable partner for you. To return to the earlier whakatoki, together we can prosper, or put another way, in New Zealand vernacular, he waka eke noa. We're all in the same canoe together. Thank you. I'd be delighted to take questions.
Any questions from here in the audience? Go ahead, John.
I'll be quick. Thank you, sir, for the time today. We appreciate it very much. John Banghart with the Cybersecurity Coalition. I'm very familiar with the success New Zealand has had. You've laid it out for us here today, which is absolutely wonderful. I wonder if there are lessons learned from what you all have done and the successes that you've had, as you say, as a smaller organization, that others can benefit from, right? Not necessarily other countries, but even companies, even in the private sector. What are the processes, the kind of things that have worked for you that may translate for others? Thank you.
Thanks. It's a great question. I think there are things that can be learned from small countries, not just New Zealand, but if you think about Singapore, about Israel, even on a slightly larger scale, the Netherlands, where and on a small scale, Estonia. Some of the key things about those approaches have been that they've been the response to significant cybersecurity incidents. We've been a bit blessed in that we haven't had some on the scale those countries have had, but they've been forced by a need to change. And small scale has meant they've driven a need to collaborate on the things that are ostensibly easier to collaborate on. So sharing threat information, retaining sort of some of the competitive aspects of cybersecurity for the pieces where you might want to deliver better service, but as a baseline, trying to make sure that we work in aggregate and work across different industry groups to make sure that we have good visibility of each other's needs. I think about some of the work in the US around some of the ISACs. It's a good example of how some of that has worked. I look at most of those counterparts in smaller countries, and in a sense, smallness can be a strength where collaboration, intensive collaboration is driven. For us, really important, getting the regulatory frameworks under that right is also very important, and not being afraid to innovate in that. And I guess that's the last piece. Cyber skunk works are really, really important, and knowing that not everything that comes out of those will succeed, but actually having the courage to try doing things a bit differently and mixing them up probably is one of the strengths of some of the smaller countries that work in this area. The last piece, I think, building trusted partnerships with our international counterparts. And I think that's just as important for firms as it is for nation states.
Hello, my name is Selena. I'm with a security company called Proofpoint. Thank you so much for your time. Super appreciate it. I was just wondering, in terms of ransomware, or even sort of cybercrime in general, but specific to ransomware, I'm curious what the priorities of the breakdown of resources spent on disruption or offensive deterrence to those cybercrime entities versus the resources spent on resilience or private-public sector sort of defense against ransomware.
Thanks so much, Selena. It's a great question. I'd say right at the moment in New Zealand, the vast amount of our effort is built on the resilience and defensive activity. We see the National Cybersecurity Centre and CERT-NZ providing both direct support and advice and information to the private sector. We also see private sector security providers, I assume very much like yourselves, delivering a lot of support into our industrial base. That doesn't mean we've solved the issue. And if I think about the disruption piece, an initiative like the Counter Ransomware initiative and the ability to take that into a multi-stakeholder space is very, very important. for us, that's as much about discovery, analysis and understanding who the threat actors are. It's also about norms of responsible state behaviour, and in particular, the norm that says a state should not knowingly allow its territory to be used for criminal activity, and making sure that as governments we are working actively with the states where that is happening to try and disrupt this work. We also work with law enforcement and national security partners on the wider range of tools they have to deal with this. But at the moment, the key has been resilience and defence.
Well, thank you very much, Paul. Thank you for taking the time out of your day to join us here and provide that perspective. That was really great. That was exactly what we were looking for. And certainly in my experience, New Zealand has always been a fabulous partner and will continue to be so in the future. And I will look forward to the point when I can actually visit Wellington again. So, and maybe you can make it over here to the States. So excellent. Thank you very much. Please give a round of applause. So.
So much, Michael. We'll catch you all later, and best of wishes for the weekend when it arrives over in your part of the world.
Great. So just to close out the day, since I'm here in Washington, I will sum it up the way that GAO might. Progress has been made, but more should be done. Which is actually the title of every GAO report ever issued. But if you actually think back over the course of the day of what we've heard, we heard from the very beginning of this morning, we heard Bart Groothuis talk about the Network Information Security Directive 2.0 and a German word that I can't pronounce, but something like Schurfer, that seems to mean making the guy hurt. Seems very German. Or making the guy feel it, I think, is probably the better translation. For the Cyber Luminaries panel, we heard that there is more than enough bear to go around, while those ninja cyber monkeys attack the Muppets with some cyber Darwinism and some mules. So we definitely had an animal theme going on there. The ransomware panel talked about the game of Ransomware Thrones, highlighted the fact that there's dishonesty among cyber criminals, who knew, but also referred to the dog that didn't bark and raising the low-hanging fruit a few inches. We also heard from the Department of Defense about how criminal activity has metastasized into a national security threat, which is a very real issue that we face. Congressman Langevin talked about how we really need to focus on the efforts about operational collaboration, narrowing down and focusing on those systemically important critical infrastructure elements within our society, and talked about something that I've talked about too, which is this new social contract for how we're going to operate between businesses and government. The information sharing panel revealed to us that actually a lot of information sharing is about griping. But beyond that, we heard a lot about what makes for an effective sharing group. And we also learned that if government, depending on how government joins those panels, the relationship status in Facebook can get updated to it's complicated. The new National Cyber Director, Chris Inglis, talked about how we actually have to learn not just to connect the dots, but to form dots in the first place. And not just a division of effort, but a true collaboration. We heard from the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion panel about some powerful voices about why this issue is so important, about the issues of different lived experiences. And I particularly thought that just as we need to shift the narrative on the defender side, just as I say that the cyber criminal is no longer the guy in the hoodie and is living in his mother's basement, the cybersecurity expert is no longer the guy in the hoodie living in his mother's basement. Neither of those things is true. And we really need to shift that narrative. That panel also gave me the statistic that I had not really focused on before that was the most surprising today, that if only 1.5% of new jobs in the cybersecurity field are coded as entry level, but we have a giant shortage, then how in the heck are we ever going to fill them? And then lastly, the comments from Paul Ash about your food basket and my food basket together will allow us to thrive. And I think that's a key message that we can end today on. about how, again, we come back around to this theme of collaboration. And it's something that very much the Cybersecurity Coalition and the Cyber Threat Alliance actually try to live every day in what we do, by truly making it a collaborative effort to make our ecosystem a better place. So now with that, we will close out the conference for those folks online. So if you're watching us at home, you can go get a glass of wine or a beer at your house. For those of us here, we will go on to the reception outside. But thank you very much for joining us today. It's been a great discussion, and I really appreciate everyone's time and attention. So thank you very much.